Okay, sorry about that, everybody. Welcome back to Blackmore's Basement. We're going to be playing some more Wani. We got 2 endings left. And Jesus Christ. Man, ending 1. Ending 1 was pure evil. I felt actually sick after ending 1. But we've got ending 2. Alright. Let me just turn that off. There we go. Even though we're pretty far into the fall season, today is a nice day out. There's a storm coming in later today with a cold front, so the temperatures outside are bearable enough to relax in. One last respite before the unforgiving cold of winter settles in. I decided to celebrate by eating lunch outside. After a good bit of prodding, Olivia joined me. Inco, it's too cold. It'll freeze my veins solid. It's 70 degrees and you already agreed. Calm down. We stepped out into the chilled air. She pulls the drawstrings of her hoodie taut, yanking it shut again. When I try to move her along the stairs, she starts dragging her tail on the ground. You're secretly enjoying this, aren't you? That hoodie isn't hiding your silly little grin. There's a table by the edge of the yard that looks pretty good. That's just the 2 of us. Alone. Sitting at a picnic table in complete silence. Ingenious one-liners flow through my head like a slam poetry champion, yet I can't work up the will to say anything about the wedding. Alright, the wedding. Guess there's always later. So, Olivia. The gator lifts her head from her roast beef sandwich, staring directly at me. What's up? How about this weather? Seriously? Yeah, seriously. I'm not used to coastal towns, so this is a nice change of pace. Well, it's pretty chilly. Part of why we're the only ones out here. It is pretty empty out here today. Maybe it's like a human dino thing, more acclimated to snow. Even with the hoodie, it's a lot colder than I'd like. Oh? Why'd you agree to come on outside with me? Well, you wanted to, and you? Olivia's lips quiver a little as she tries to work out what the words to say. Okay, I think I didn't save far enough in. That is on me, so set a score for ending 2. We're just going to jump ahead to the date. It's cold out, freshly starting to snow. The world just feels smaller, muted, and colorless. Now's not the time. I must find Olivia. There's thin tire tracks in the thinly laid on snow, pathing down the sidewalk. I follow them. The path is serene. The falling flecks of white make it feel like one of Olivia's landscapes. The fountain must just be around the corner. Oh God. I should have gone with her. Of course the fountain is only accessible by stairs. No. Damn it. Sorry, I don't want to seem like I'm powering through this or just trying to skip ahead, but like ending 1 fucked me up, and I kind of don't know what to expect from ending 2. So chapter 15 it is, I guess. Oh. Gonna just save and then main menu, load. I move to speak, but an overwhelming feeling of exhaustion falls over me as I recount the events of the last few days. While Mia was completely out of line with the whole thing the whole way through, it's true that we provoked her into doing what she did. If we had just come to Scalar about this earlier, none of this would have happened. So, doesn't that put some blame on us? I look over at Mia, who's currently staring at me with an intimidating glare. I quickly shift my gaze to Ben, who seems to be offering me a supportive smile. Fine. I don't want to make this any bigger than it already is. I only blinded Mia with the camera flash because I thought she was hurting Olivia. We were scared, so we ran away. There wasn't any time to explain the situation. It was just a big misunderstanding, Miss Scalar. That's all. Right. As Scalar considers my explanation, Ben shifts towards me and pats me on the back. His gesture of support is contrasted by the evil grin painted on the face of the Crimson Devil towering behind him. We all stand in silence as we await a verdict. The principal stands directly in front of us now with an unreadable expression. In addition to the report itself, our Iadakin left behind his account of what happened. In it, he describes Mia's actions as openly hostile and intentional. Could you blame her? She couldn't see anything, and she was in a lot of pain. In either case, it seems both parties are in agreement as to what happened. Iadakin didn't mention a motive in his report for some reason, but I suppose that clears it up. Besides, making a big deal out of this during the audit isn't such a good idea. Principal Scalar looks ready to object to the line of thinking, but ultimately says nothing. Now, I would like to give the benefit of the doubt, especially at a time like this, but given the extent of the destruction, I don't feel I can do that. It would bring me no greater relief than to have you off my mind for a few days, Miss Moretti. But given both your classmates' statements, you may not be fully to blame. I think a week of Saturday detention to assist with cleaning up the hallway is in order. Huh? Miss Scalar, if I may. The principal sighs and nods. I spoke with the janitors about it, and they agreed that it could be done in a single day if they have enough hands. And they'll have plans for December. It wouldn't be fair to bring them in and cancel their leave. Miss Scalar growls and rubs her temples. Right. In that case, Mia, Inko, you'll both get one Saturday detention to help repair the hallway. You are expected to arrive at 10 a.m. sharp and work on cleaning up the mess you made. Now, if you three don't mind, please leave me be. I have more important things to focus on. She doesn't even look up at any of us. I turn towards Ben, who's absolutely relieved, and Mia, who looks positively overjoyed. She skips out of the office without another word, leaving both Ben and I to stare blankly at each other for a few seconds. Eventually, we shuffle out of the room together. Well, I guess that's it. Damn it, I've never gotten detention before, but I find it hard to care much anyway. I just want to go home, or go to see Olivia again. Inko, are you okay? My head turns half-heartedly to Ben. No, not really. Look, man, I'm sorry for what happened back there, but thanks for helping me out. I didn't want to make a big deal out of this since Mia and Olivia are both struggling. Speaking of Olivia, is she doing all right? She's at home right now. Well, you ought to comfort her. She's going through a lot right now. You think I don't know that? I know you are too. You could use each other, especially after what happened. I'm already going to see her after school. That's good. I have to go, but thanks again, Inko. You really did me a solid here. Besides, detention isn't all that bad, and it's not going to appear on your record. I can make sure of that. Huh. Thanks. Don't mention it. With a smile, the student council president nods at me and turns to leave. Before long, it's just me standing in the empty hallway outside the office. It's only lunch, and I already want to go home and fall asleep. At least Damien and Liz are probably waiting for me. After school, I took the metro back home and put on some new clothes. As it turns out, my parents really were on a business trip for the weekend, as indicated by a sticky note on the fridge. Well, I'm back at the Paynes regardless. Randy opens the front door to let me in. Ah, there you are! Damien mentioned you'd be coming over later. Hey, Randy. Say, Inko, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind shoveling the snow off the driveway when you can? Would really appreciate it. I can even pay you a couple bucks for it. Yeah, no need for the payment, sir. Yes, thanks for letting me come unannounced again. Thanks a bunch, really. As Randy leaves, I collapse onto the couch and let my head rest against the comforter. God, that whole thing with Ben and Mia really took a lot out of me. The weight of my heavy thoughts drags my head sideways until I can see Olivia's bedroom door. My eyes linger there as I consider getting up to see her or just giving her some time to come out. She has to know I'm here now, right? She probably does. She also probably doesn't want to do her silly little knee walk thing again. Wonder how mad she'd be if I caught it on camera. A presence then cuts off my view before sitting right next to me. Hey, you alright, Inky? You're kind of out of it at lunch. For a moment, I consider telling Damien about what happened. But honestly, the last thing I want to do is to bring this sort of drama into what I consider my safe haven. Yeah, I'm alright, Damien. Just had a rough time at school, and I'm hoping to take my mind off it. That's pretty understandable. I mean, what with everything that's been going on, if only you knew. In an attempt to comfort me, Damien pats my shoulder. Tell you what, I'll finish up my homework and we can chill over a game of Rock Ring or something. Sound good? Yeah, that sounds good. Sweet. Alone again? My stomach is aflutter with butterflies as I get up from the couch. Olivia's room is just a couple steps away, and each one stirs the butterflies even more. As I reach it, I feel like I'm in the shadow of a colossal monolith. Come on, Inko, you've just gotta knock! Damn it, arm, just lift up! Stop shaking! Knock, knock. I'm awake, Uncle Randy. It's me, Olivia. Okay, yeah. I hear a quiet shuffling before Olivia speaks up, more loudly this time. Inko? Yeah, are you okay? Decent? Damn you, brain! Can I come in? Yeah, just watch your step. Watch my step? My hand is still shaking as it makes contact with the knob. With a deep, calming breath, the butterflies have started slowing down, and I'm able to push the door open. And see blackness. Olivia? The room is extremely dark, the only source of light coming in from the entryway. I have to take my sunglasses off in an attempt to see through the darkness better. Olivia? The heck happened in here? Why is it so dark? I make out Olivia's shape in the bed. It's a long story. Come sit on the bed. Don't you have a lamp? Can't you turn it on? I don't want to ruin it. Is darkness really necessary for whatever this is? Yes! Alright, jeez. I take a few careful steps forward, stub my toe on the edge of the bed. I fall forward onto it, crunching into something. Shit! Inko! You alright? Yeah! I have a better view now. Olivia sits in the middle of her bed, wrapped up in her blanket. Surrounding her are piles of stacks of her old drawings and sketchbooks throughout the years. They're arranged in rings around her. And I've fallen onto the outer ring. Whoops. Oh, crap. Sorry. Get up! Get up! I casually lift myself back up. There's not too much damage. Olivia shoos me off the part of the bed. What is all this? Actually, how is it so dark to begin with? Don't you have a I can explain. Please do. Olivia inhales deeply. After you left, I had some time to really think. It was just me and my thoughts, alone. Maybe a little too alone. Something within me just needed to come out. I just felt this need to... Well, I was inspired to do this. Some act of defiance against the world or something. I'm still figuring it all out. I feel kind of bad now, just leaving you alone here. Sorry. I could have called out sick or something. There's no need to feel bad, though. I really needed this. Because after I got everything set up, I got to thinking. And I had all day to do it. Miyazaki put a lot of effort into me. You wouldn't be proud of me throwing a pity party for myself. So all this, I'm getting it out of my system. They're called performance pieces when someone does something like this. It's all I can do, but I think it's enough. A performance piece. Olivia, this is amazing. You're able to keep striving onward with your own work. Thanks. I mean it. You're not missing a beat. Not letting what happened get you down. Here I've been all day all gloomy. I admire it. I guess you're right. That's one way of looking at it. Do you want to come out into the living room? No, I think I want to stay here a little while longer. It still hurts. Alright. I squeeze her hand and head back to the door. I'll be out here for a while. Then. She nods and shuts off the lamp again. I shut the door and sit back on the couch. A performance piece. Never would have thought of that. Man, that really is something else. Inky! Hey, Vinny! I wave at Vinny and Damien, the two brothers entering the living room from behind me. Guess their room's back there. Man, do I have great timing or what? I take a moment to consider what he means when Vinny plants himself right in front of the television and begins pulling something from the cabinet underneath. Oh! You mean it's game time then? Yeah, man, it's game time. Damien takes the spot next to his brother and helps him get in setting up the large squat block on the console of a large squat block of a console. Man, that thing looks pretty old. Huge. Okay, we're all set. The controller is tossed into my lap, and I marvel at just how large it is. Thanks, Damien. I'm not much of a gamer. In fact, I've never played anything more than some Flash games online. Nah, that's cool. We can play something simple until you get used to it, or... I don't want to be a bother, Damien. I'll be fine just watching for now. That's weird, Inky. You're weird. Bro, chill. Give Inko some time. He'll be playing once he sees how awesome it is. The young boy nods and focuses back on the screen. The screen flashes to a menu of some kind. Reclining deeper into the couch, I allow my mind to drift. I don't know how long my brain was off, only that it came back when I heard the telltale noise of a door hinge opening. Looking in the direction of the noise, I see Olivia on her knees, casually shuffling along the floor to the couch. Hey, Olivia! The game pauses when I say that, and the two brothers also wave at her. Hey guys, dinner ready yet? Almost, little Ace. Randy's shout comes... Almost, little Ace! Randy's shout comes from the kitchen. How did he get there? Man, I must have spaced out for a while. Quick check on my phone says that I've been deep in thought for at least an hour. Whew, okay, the fish is ready, you guys. Fish? I didn't hear any cooking. I don't smell anything. You kids coming? Just a sec. Olivia and Vinny follow after Randy's voice without a word, while Damien quickly pauses his game and sets the controller aside before motioning me to join them. Push myself up and trudge towards the kitchen. Inside, the Payne family is hurrying to sit at the dinner room table. Even Olivia's struggling to help herself up onto a chair, but a hand from Damien pulls her up. On the dining room table sits a silvered tray covered in raw fish, wasabi, bottles of soy sauce, and slices of ginger. Ever had sashimi, Inko? I'm actually fairly familiar with it. I'm surprised of my sudden turn of luck. Many times, actually. My family orders this stuff on the weekends a lot. Hey, it's great to hear. Well, don't just stand there. Feel free to join us. I eagerly take a seat, starting to feel slightly rejuvenated. Everybody seems to pass out plates to one another, and we all pluck pieces of salmon from the tray and place them onto our plates. 5 minutes in, everybody is enjoying the fish. Can't help but notice that nobody else is eating properly, though. They'll soak their fish in soy sauce. And the ginger seems to be eaten at random rather than used as a palate cleanser. This is I Wanny Hug That Gator. It is a visual novel about developing a relationship with a troubled young woman named Olivia. I'm confused. What do you mean, huh? To tell a story? Like, that's the entire purpose of a visual novel, to tell a story. To wantonly eat this delicious meal like that, I raise my voice to get attention of everybody at the table. Yes, it is a story-based game. You know you're supposed to be using the wasabi and soy sauce on the same piece of fish, right? On opposite sides, like this. I offer a demonstration. No kidding. Good to know. And then the ginger slices are supposed to be eaten between pieces as a way of cleansing your palate and aiding digestion. Come on, what's the time? Plus, I like the taste. If you're going to eat traditional food, you should eat it the right way. Damien smirks at me. I can tell neither he nor Vinny has bothered to listen to what I have to say. At least Brandy and Sophia at least tried out the technique, albeit sloppily. And Olivia is looking at me with a bit of a pout on her face. What's wrong? We're not at a restaurant, Inko. Let them eat however they want. But the correct way ensures a balanced flavor. Oh, you do? That's good to hear. Maybe, but there's no accounting for taste, you know? Technique is the most important part of a food like this. In some cases, it's even deadly if you don't follow careful instructions. Ever heard of fugu sashimi? It's made from pufferfish, and if you don't prepare it right, it can be deadly. Good thing we're not eating pufferfish then. Well, yeah, but it's the idea behind it. You're welcome to eat it however you want. Just let us enjoy the food, okay? Fine. Olivia gives me an earnest smile before returning to her fish. It's a little disappointing to hear, especially since they don't get to eat this kind of food very often. Kind of a waste if they don't eat it right. Not liking this version of Inko at all. After dinner, Olivia, the Payne brothers, and I are all back in the living room. I'm a church grim. On the TV screen, two large robot figures fire at one another with automatic weapons. No one has bothered to keep track of the time. We're all too enraptured by the pixelated entertainment before us. Which is how I missed my last chance home. Mrs. Payne didn't look too upset, though. In fact, I think they expected me to spend the night again. Especially with how Randy had been so quick to pull out some blankets and pillows for me. Both of the parents insisted I stay, and it's not like I could realistically walk home. So, once again, I'm staying over, and currently sat at the foot of the couch with Olivia. And we're both bundled up to stave off the chilly winter night. The soft growling purr that Olivia makes when she's content has become almost therapeutic to me. So, how you feeling? I really enjoy spending time with everyone like this. Thank you for being here, Inko. I feel a lot better knowing you're with me. Same here. Her palm wraps around my left hand, and I give a reassuring smile. In all honesty, I should probably go to bed now. Don't want to be tired and sad, you know? Yeah, I get it. Well, you could always join me in my room. I couldn't. Randy would kill me. Yeah, you're right. Want to help me up? Oh, yeah, sure. With some careful movements and the support of her tail, I help Olivia shuffle herself towards the room. I narrowly avoid stubbing my toe again as I set her down on the bed, and she quickly wraps herself in blankets. See you in the morning, Inko. You too. I quickly make my exit and close the door behind me, eager to hide the growing blush on my face. At this rate, I don't think I'll ever get used to this whole romance thing. Either way, I head back to the living room and fall on the couch, getting ready to pass out. All in all, today was pretty good. Mornings in the Payne residence were lively, to say the least. Or maybe it's because it was a Saturday. That is to say, my weekend sleep schedule was cut far shorter than I would have liked. Is the game's audio too loud again? I swear, I can never find the right setting for that. Mostly by Damien's little brother landing feet first on my chest and knocking the air out of my lungs. Icky! It's the second time in a row. I sputter and sit up in an attempt to get back some precious oxygen. Vinny immediately sat on the pillow I had used. Morning, Vinny! A check on my phone says that it's 7:30. 4 hours too early. The TV flickers to life, and Vinny starts flicking through the channels at a speed only he can comprehend. Morning, Inko. Sorry about the wake-up call, it's Vinny's favorite season. Winter? Hockey. Vinny cheers loudly, and I look to the screen to see a player being brutally slammed into the protective glass of the ice rink. Ah. Is Olivia up yet? Damien shrugs. Probably not. You guys were up pretty late last night. Plus, it's the weekend. Best just to let her sleep off the food coma. She'll come out of her room eventually. Fair enough. As much as I would enjoy sleeping in as well, Damien and Vinny have taken occupancy over my pseudo-bed. This is the recliner just sitting next... There is the recliner just next to us. But I'm not going to defile what must be Randy's throne. May as well stay up then, I guess. Mind if I get a bowl of cereal? Help yourself, amigo! At least I can check on any updates with my blogs. Oh yeah? What games have you made? I head into the kitchen and make myself a bowl, being sure to add some sugar and honey from the condiment cupboard this time. Taking a seat at the table, I begin scrolling through my phone's feed while shoveling cereal into my mouth. As always, it's top-of-the-line content. Simply great how much can be done with social networks. Really giving a voice to the people. I consider sharing it with others, but I don't want to ruin their fun. Afterwards, I rejoin Damien and Vinny in the living room, both of whom are absolutely enthralled by the hockey game playing on the TV. With every hit of the puck or rogue shoulder check, the brothers explode with either excitement or devastation. The two also take turns assaulting me with more hockey trivia than I'll ever be able to use, particularly about Vinny's favorite goalie. And then he got into a fight with the entire hockey team and was transferred to this one. He's great. He's not that great. You just like him because he gets into the most fights. Yes! You sure like this sport. Heck yeah! The games are just my kind of thing. That guy that's up right now is also cool. He's... Are you freaking kidding me? Ooh, that's a load of bull. Why didn't McDonald get the penalty? This guy sucks! Vinny? Language! Sorry. Vinny, tell him about your collection. Oh, I got all the bobbleheads for this team. Let me show you. Does he actually like the sport or just the constant brawling? Is there really that much of a difference? Yeah. Jokes aside, he actually likes it despite the ice. We should play some street hockey once it warms up. You up? Not if it's always this chaotic. Relax, there's protective gear you can use. That's not the point. Here they are! I've never heard of Murder Mafia. The young boy dumps an armful of beaten up plastic figures into my lap. Oh, wow, that's a lot. Vinny grins as he takes out each of the wobbly-headed figures and gives me a brief explanation of who exactly they are. This bruiser here, he's known for his mean right hook and with descriptions like that, I'm absolutely sure I'd rather sit out any game involving Vinny. I hear the nearby door creak open. Out crawls a tired gator, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She helps herself onto the couch. Morning, sleepyhead. Welcome back to the land of the living! Morning, Olivia! Olivia, eyes still closed, mumbles out what sounds like a good morning. Sleep well? Kinda. Couldn't fall asleep until 2 in the morning. Damien and Vinny start shouting in victory as the home team gets the final score. What a slap shot! Heard the excitement from my room in the room. Watching hockey again? Sophia settles herself onto the recliner, opening up her laptop. Oh, the school's weekly newsletter just came in. Turn down the volume, Damien. Sure thing. All right. First, it says there's a basketball game this Friday against the Tailspikes. In preparation for the finals, tutoring will be open after school for everyone that needs it. Damien. I got it covered, Mom. Liz is helping me out. I hope so. Senioritis will not be tolerated here. Oh, this is interesting. To all our students, you are invited to St. Hammond High School. St. Hammond High School's 201M 2023 BC Winter Formal. Winter Formal? Damien yawns and stretches his arms behind his back. Yeah, some event for seniors they got every year. Basically a dance, but more fancy. It's like the biggest event of the year. You know, next to graduation or prom or whatever. I don't think any of my previous schools ever did something like this. Just regular dances. Immerse yourself in the serene beauty of the wintry night sky with music, food, entertainment, and much more. We will also be hosting a special memorial for one of St. Hammond's finest teachers who has recently passed, Mr. Trent Iadakan. Shoot, that's gonna be tough to say. The event will take place at the Volcadera Convention Center on Friday, December 15th from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Tickets for the Winter Formal are now on sale or in Miss Prockling's class in room 211. $15 for one or $30 for couples. Please read our event dress code to know what will and will not be allowed for the formal. Have a great weekend. Go Feathertails. Well, it seems like you three have something to look forward to this next month. Mrs. Payne closes her laptop with a smile and sets it aside. Mom, it's about that time. She gasps and checks the clock on the wall. I nearly forgot! Vinny, get your kimono on. I'll start the car. It's called a gi, Mom. I'll probably be running some errands while he's at karate practice, so I'll be out until dinner. I'm sure Vinny didn't mean to karate chop my throat as he got up. He's just eager to get to class. The back rub from Olivia helps clear my airway quicker, at least. Steffi Smith, thank you very much for the follow. Ah, it's a browser game. Well then. Damien switches on some game and slumps into his familiar position in the recliner in mere seconds. I don't even know how he keeps track of the blur of colors on screen. I feel like it's going to give me a seizure if I look too hard. So you two are going together and smooching, right? A powerful crushing force attempts to pulverize my fingers into mulch. Oh my god, Damien, you can't just start a conversation like that. Olivia's hand relents and leaves my palm feeling tender. Relax, I'm joking. Sorta. Your arm's around her shoulder and all. When did that get there? I gotta remove it, but Olivia holds on tight. Yeah, well, you plan on going to the winter formal with Liz? Hell yeah, why wouldn't I? That was a fast answer. He shrugs. The formal, I'm stuck at home. I'm still stuck at home, you know? Crap. Yeah, you know when you'll get a replacement chair? Could be a week, could be longer. The mail system around here is annoying. Eventually, yeah. It's just money's really tight for me right now. I'm moving at the end of the month, and that's gonna, also hurt because rent's going up an extra $200 because of it. Jeez. Hey, I'll come visit every day after school. Aw, thanks. Still, that's at least a week of her not stepping foot outside. Damien was only half joking about us going to the winter formal, and that's definitely a good idea. Actually, I turn to Olivia and give her my undivided attention. Yeah? Well, I was thinking, you and me and all. My head tilts in confusion. Yes? A frustrated growl emanates from her clenched maw. You, me, somewhere, together. What? As her annoyance grows visibly on her face, I can't help but shy away. I feel she's going to snap. Whoa! My back hits the rug on the floor as roughly as Olivia hovers over me on her hands and knees. Olivia? You, me, together! Go somewhere! Wait, does she mean, like a date? Yes! Oh. I'd never been on a date. And I only know what I've seen in movies and shows and stuff. Well, we're a couple now. So this would be a regular thing. Right? Sure, yeah, a date sounds good. Her tail waves happily behind her, and her annoyed face finally melts away into smug satisfaction. So, where do you want to go then? Oh, I've got some ideas. Okay. And you'll definitely love them. Of course. And I promise it won't be crazy expensive. I don't mind, Olivia. Great. Perfect. She lowers herself onto me, wrapping her arms around me in a powerful hug that threatens my lungs and spine. I do my best to return the hug, but at best it comes to as me kind of petting her back with both hands. It seems to be enough, though, as I feel the rumbling purr she emits. Ahem. Shut up, we're having a moment, Damien. Yeah, a moment in the living room. Shouldn't you have it on your actual date? No, I'm making up for lost time. What? Nothing. You shut up too. Okay. I'm too busy enjoying the feeling of her purring atop of me anyway. The rest of our day was spent in the living room, crowded around the old TV. At first, Olivia kept playing a few games, but after a while, she swapped it over to a comedy channel on cable. It was pretty funny to relax a while. It was pretty fun to relax a while. Take our mind off of things and chuckle every now and again at some bozo getting pranked in public. When the sun began to set, though, I decided I should head home. I needed a shower and a change of clothes, and both of Damien's parents were still out. I felt bad. It felt bad when I left Damien's place that night. Or rather, it felt bad looking at Olivia as I walked away from his house. It only grew worse as I went from the metro to my quiet neighborhood and ultimately our empty home. Hey, Dels. I'm doing okay. We're working on ending 2. Seeing the small pile of letters at the front door made me realize what that feeling was. Loneliness. Maybe I should have waited to ask the Paynes if I could spend the entire weekend. If I did that, would I be overstaying my welcome? I don't want to abuse their hospitality, after all. Ping. Withdrawing my phone from my pocket, I see that Olivia just sent me a new doodle. It was nice having you over. Despite the coldness in the house, Olivia's message brings some warmth to my heart. I had fun. Hopefully I can come over again soon. It's less that I'm energetic and more that yesterday's stream kind of emotionally eviscerated me. Still figuring out where we can go for our date. Take your time. We have at least a week. Kicking my door closed, I head for my computer so I can continue talking to her online. Occasionally, I search online for any forum or blog updates while she's gushing up over her favorite anime. I lose track of how much time we spend IMing and sharing videos, but by the time I check my computer's clock, I realize it's past midnight. The ending for... Okay, so the conditions for each of the endings are as follows. Ending 1 is 0 for is 2 or less for Inko, 1 or less for Olivia. Ending 2 is 0 for Inko, 4 for Olivia. Ending 3 is 3 for a minimum 3 for Inko and 2 for Olivia. And ending 4 is 4 points for both, plus to trigger a specific flag. A specific story flag involving Ben. Shoot, I'm gonna be exhausted tomorrow. Totally worth it. The next few days went by without much fanfare. By the time I knew it, the weekend had already passed and I was back to my usual weekday routine. Go to school, do the work, hang out with Olivia, and then head back home. As much as I felt compelled to check in on her after school, I didn't want to become intrusive. Besides, Olivia and I still talked over text and online anyway, and she said she was getting by just fine. Once Friday finally comes around again, though, I find myself lounging on the Payne's couch with Olivia. Initially, she called me over to show off her new wheelchair. Who was I to say no? Watching her do donuts in the living room till she was exhausted was certainly entertaining, and a good demonstration of how nice the new chair was. But now it sat abandoned in the middle of the room while Olivia was sprawled out across the rest of the couch with her head laid across my lap. My hand runs across her back, eliciting more of those sweet gator purrs of hers. Something traditional? What do you mean by traditional? Though the relaxing mood ends when the purrs stop and she speaks up. I've been thinking of our date, Inko. Oh? Do tell. The annual Volcadera Modernist Expressionist Art Showcase. I've only been there a few times with Iadakin on school trips. I figured we could check it out. Modernist Expressionist? Can't even envision what that style would be like. That certainly does sound experimental. Oh, you mean anime? No, I'm sticking with I'm sticking with my persona. I know, I can't wait to see what new ways people have to express their ideas. I'd love to see if I could meld it in my own work. Her thirst for artistic knowledge is certainly commendable. Yeah, sure. That sounds like fun. Perfect. Trust me, Inko, it'll be a great experience for the both of us. I'm excited to see it. For the rest of the afternoon, Olivia shows off more of her video game collection. She even convinces me to play a few rounds of one of her favorite party games. I still suck pretty bad at all this. But it was fun. Saturday morning. The big day is here. Olivia started sending me restless texts after midnight. Honestly, I was pretty excited too, so I stayed up with her for a while. She sent excited ideas and doodles of her plans for the day. They became increasingly unhinged and wobbly until I had to convince her to go to bed. Man, she's cute. Anyway, it's only about 10 in the morning. I left sorting through a dozen or so reminder texts from Olivia, like she's afraid I'll forget. I realized too late that I don't have much time to get ready, so I skip breakfast, get dressed, and head out the door. Apparently, Olivia studied the metro schedule, so she'll be in the same cabin that comes to pick me up. It's a pretty nice day out, especially for a trip to the city. It all depends on who I find to pay for it. Or who I deign to pay for it. I'm thinking of going for like a low poly 3D model. Despite the sun shining and blue skies, the air is brisk enough for a light jacket. Hopefully the showcase is heated as well. Before long, the metro comes sliding into the station and reaches a halt. Inko, over here! Olivia waves me over as we spot each other. Hey, Olivia. Inko, did you get my text? Yeah, all 50 of them. You already know which stop we're getting off at? I have it memorized. I scouted out the whole place online. That's the plan. I have a few artists in mind. It's not far from South Volcadera Central. Heck yeah. Anything in particular you're looking forward to seeing? Yeah. It said this place has a whole section dedicated to expressionism. Uh-huh. You don't know what that means, do you? Nope. I just click pretty pictures with my magic expensive talent box. If you have examples of your work, sure. Alright, I'll tell you the absolute basics. The art genre for dummy, goofy, little silly billies. That's your worst one yet? Hush. Olivia smiles to herself, gathering her thoughts. Modernism, it tends to be more abstract, so you're going to see a lot of attempts at high-concept stuff. Some of it is going to completely miss the mark, so don't think too hard about the meaning. If you don't get the gist of it in less than a minute, chances are it's just pretentious. Do you have a Twitter or something that I can look at? Right, I'll keep that in mind. Okay, so Expressionism as an art form is focused on evoking specific emotions or feelings in the viewer. And as a predominantly post-war style, it really strives to capture the visual elements of disassociation, fear, and death. The next thing I remember is being pulled by the hand off the train. Alright, we're close. Oh, I'm so excited. Thank you for going with me. Yeah, no problem. Come on, we got all day and I'm not wasting a second of it. Olivia drags me out of the metro down the custom-paved walkway. This part of town sure is different. It's just on the outskirts of the downtown area, with skyscrapers looming overhead by mere blocks away. Very city-like, but also very lush with plants and landscaping. Just close enough to the businesses that the wealth is shared, but not enough so it's invaded by regulated concrete offices. There's more suburbs nearby as well. The place we're going to may as well be a city center with how close it is to normal life. Give me a moment. Yes, the game is completely story-based. Alright. We need to have a little pause here. We need to have a little chat. I just need to get this squared away right now. Steffi, I'm sure you're a great person. I'm sure you're perfectly decent. But if there's something I don't overly agree with, it's people coming into the stream exclusively to try and sell me something. And what you're trying to do, and what you are doing, is trying to sell yourself as an artist. I appreciate the grind. I understand that everyone has things that they're trying to do. But I do not appreciate people coming into my stream trying to basically get me to fall for something. I'm looking at your Steam profile. Your header is made with clip art. I've seen this kind of templated art 1,000 times. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm doing myself a favor here. All right. Sorry about the interruption. We've fixed a problem. I get one of these. I get people like that every other fucking day. And I'm tired of it. Right. It's a standard of living I could certainly get used to. The McMansion we live in is fine, but this sort of thing really appeals to me. I'm imagining starting a family here. Inko! Oops. Did I say something? We're almost here. Look. Olivia jabs her finger at a building ahead of us on the walkway. Surrounded by a wide open field stands a vaguely modernist-looking building. The structure and overall design makes it seem like the building itself is a part of the exhibit, while also not being too intrusive with the surrounding architecture. And the door doesn't budge. Huh? Olivia impatiently tries pulling the door open again, trying to jerk it open. It clunks uselessly. What the fuck? Olivia, the sign. It opens at 10, and my phone says it's only 9:30. But... She's interrupted by a low rumbling noise. A dusting of red blooms on her cheeks. Olivia? Did you just wake up and rush to the metro without breakfast? Yeah. Well, I can't blame you. I was excited and forgot to eat as well. Sorry. Hey, don't be sorry. There's a local cafe just across the street. I gesture at it. Come on, let's get out of the cold. Okay. Why? Why do they always somehow find me? I don't understand. I just don't. Okay. Olivia was doing a good job of ignoring the chills, but she gave a deep sigh of relief once we enter the warm cafe. We order breakfast with hot chocolate and take a seat near the windows. Olivia takes her first warm sip and melts into her chair. For a while, we just rest quietly. She looks back to the gallery building. One other reason I wanted to go here. I need to give a speech at the formal for Iadakan. Something that'd make him proud. Something that'd do him justice. Oh. I heard some of his earlier work ended up here. I wanted to see it. That's a very thoughtful idea, Olivia. You really think it's here? It better be. It better be. Olivia blows into her hot chocolate, and then takes a deep, careful sip. With the early morning lighting and the building in the back, it sets a delicately somber mood. A young lady taking a moment to herself from the elements outside. Yeah, it keeps happening, man. Run-of-the-mill generic anime art, dime a dozen clip art emotes, over-stylized animated overlays, and reference art that's just clearly not theirs. It's all the same. It always happens. It keeps fucking happening. A young lady taking a moment to herself from the elements outside. No, not letting this chance escape me. Hey, stay still for a second. Do that again? I want to save this. The red creeps back across her cheeks. The coloring only enhances the potential shot before me. I lift my camera and carefully back away from Olivia, surveying the shot from all angles. Will you hurry up? Shh, just go back to the hot cocoa, Olivia. It's weird, Inko, you're being weird. Though she said that, Olivia does return to savoring the warm drink slowly. As her lips finally touch against the cup, the shot is perfect. My camera clicks in rapid succession, capturing the entire moment of her delicate sip. Even her soft sigh afterwards and the scarlet on her cheeks growing more and more. Inko! Sorry, Liv, got the shot. Returning to the table, I turn the display to her way so she can see the best of the 15 shots. Her face practically explodes with embarrassment as she draws her hoodie up to hide it. You look great, Olivia. Shut it. Do you really think so? Absolutely. You're more photogenic than you think, Olivia. With an annoyed huff, she pulls her hoodie back. You suck at compliments, Inko. Even as she said that, her smile speaks even louder. Olivia looks back out again. Is that? Oh, yes, people are going in. Come on, let's go. I nod and put my things away. Olivia's already out the door while I throw our trash out. All right, for real this time. Art gallery, here we come. The door swings wide open this time, granting us access to the treasures within. Upon entering the hall, it feels as though we're transported into a new world. One I've experienced before, the Nouveau Riche world. My footsteps and the quiet creaking of Olivia's wheelchair echo through the halls. There's already a few others, some older folks and college students. We're definitely the youngest people here. Olivia waves me to come close and speaks in a quiet voice. Alright, they got sculptures over that way, and those are cool. But what I'm looking for is the regular painting halls. It should be... She looks around a bit and then jams a finger down a corridor. That way. Got it. I wheel her down the direction she picked, and into a large room. It's definitely what she was looking for. Paintings adorn the walls, evenly spaced apart and displayed with all the relevant information. If Iodakin's work is anywhere, it'll be here. We start searching, and man, this building is beautiful. I end up taking lots of shots. Olivia was a bit nervous and made it very clear that if I used flash even once, she'd nibble my arm off. I'm taking shots of Olivia, the building itself, the occasional sculpture or painting I find neat. This is really fun. We definitely gotta make this a recurring thing. At some point, Olivia stops and talks with one of the other visitors. She's actually hitting it off pretty good, introducing herself. She even gets to make a couple connections to local artists. A few even give her a business card. Didn't know artists use those. And the art itself, some of the paintings are beautiful landscapes. Some are more abstract, might be that modernism thing Olivia bum-rushed me with on the way here. Some of them were just trash. Overly pretentious, using warped, ugly figures or meaningless arrangements of colors. Ugh, I can do better than this. Olivia stares a bit at some of them. Don't know what for. Far as I know, a lot of this stuff is just used in money laundering. We search on, but none of the paintings we see are by Iodakin. Even after an hour, even after splitting up to check some of the smaller rooms, we find nothing. Eventually, we take a break in the main hall. Even the benches here are sleek. So far, all the modern art stuff has been, to be honest, they felt like absurd jokes. Between very questionably shaped statues to just objects glued onto hanging canvases. It's all bizarre to me. So, no luck. Nope. We watch a small group bickering before a stone relief of a toilet. A very nice toilet, but still. My foot jostles Olivia's empty chair before us, which we use as a makeshift table for all our stuff. Say, Inko. There's a glint of mischief in her silver eyes. She motions me close and whispers her idea into my ear. I feel my own mischievous grin start to form. With a nod of agreement, and my hands reach for the handlebars of Olivia's chair. 10 minutes later. Must be a statement against modern industrial pharmaceutical companies. No. Clearly a display of the isolation of the average artist today. Our makeshift hand puppets drop as we laugh, watching as a pair of suit-wearing 30-somethings debate over my camera sat in Olivia's wheelchair on the other end of the room. We're sat together, leaning heavily on each other as we eagerly keep an eye on our own little artistic display. On one end of the hall, us. On the other, just a normal, unassuming couple taking a breather and enjoying each other's company. On the other end, in front of a blank section of wall, a lone wheelchair sits with a camera carefully placed in its seat. It was Olivia's idea. She's a genius. I just imagined her doing the "let me in! Let me in!" Every few minutes, a patron would come waltzing down to the hall and take pause to stare at it, like it's the most profound thing they've ever seen. Like some journalist-looking guy took a knee to get a picture. It took all we had not to burst into laughter. It worked on everyone that passed by, without fail. This is how you know modern art is bullshit. Every time. Eventually, the flow of people slows down, and I feel Olivia squeeze my hand. You okay? Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. Sorry we haven't found what you were looking for yet. It's fine. I'm still seeing a lot of neat stuff. It does kind of suck it's probably not here, though. Yeah, I hear you. You got some new buddies, I saw. Yeah, we're not the only artists here right now. One of them was here to check her work, since it was recently displayed. Wow. There's a lot of great stuff here. Nice, I'm glad. I really like that... Oh, what have we here? It's an older woman who called out to us, approaching with a serpentine look in her eye. From her elegant sequin dress to her bright golden heels that click with each step, I can only guess that she's some important figure here. Wait, ma'am, would you be... Olivia's excited words are cut off by the well-dressed woman, now standing right before us and sporting a simple smile. Yes, Alina Scarborough. I own and operate this gallery. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Scarborough. Woman pretty. Very pretty. The rehearsed words come out so easily, all of those garden parties I've attended having helped me learn the proper etiquette. I'm incognito, and she's Olivia Halford. You two are awfully young. Are you two on a date? Yes, ma'am. Olivia blushes a bit at how confidently I say it. Why here, of all places? What piqued your curiosity, if I may ask? I'm working towards becoming a better photographer myself, and today was all Olivia's idea. I can see. That DSLR you have certainly brings back some memories. Olivia straightens her posture with confidence. I'm an aspiring artist, Miss Scarborough. Please, Alina is just fine. Right, Alina. I wanted to learn more about the current art world. And there's a particular piece I'd like to see here. Alina nods. Is there anything here by Trent Iadakan? Iadakan. That's definitely a unique name. One I haven't heard in a long time. And one I couldn't possibly forget. You mean... Yes, I'm certain we have some work from him still around. Would you like me to lead the way? Yes, please! I believe it's a bit far, on the other end of the facility. I can see how it'd be easy to miss. It's a bit hidden away in one of the smaller rooms. Come. She stops mid-turn. Huh. I don't remember that being installed. Interesting. Hey. Sorry. Oh, well, aren't you two rambunctious? Well played. Sorry, Elena. Don't be sorry. Being little rascals is what a lot of art is all about. Oh, she's good-tempered. Oh, no. All right, drive safe. Come, it's this way. I started pushing Olivia, following the gallery owner. Olivia motions me to come close and whispers in my ear, I like her. She's fun, yeah. Alina rounds the corner and clears her throat again. So, Olivia. Yes, ma'am? You said you're looking to be a better artist. Do you mean professionally? Yes, actually. That's wonderful. I'd love to see your work sometime. If it's good enough, we can even feature it here someday. Really? Oh, yes, this place is a great way for our local artists to be supported. Why's that? The building in my business is a non-profit, yes, but artists can choose to display their work for commercial purposes. A substantial amount here is for sale, and all the money goes to the artists. A substantial amount? Maybe Olivia would appreciate some memorabilia for today. Wow. That's amazing. I'm definitely interested. Great. I didn't even know there was a place like this. Do you know of the other advantages that could work for you then? Advantages? No, I don't. The gallery owner takes out a small tablet, tapping lightly on the display until she presents a digital flyer to Olivia. Yes, there are several organizations that support disabled artists. For simple connections up to running their own exclusive events. If you want, I can pass your name around to some of the busybodies that tend to show up to poach up and coming artists. Can't help but cock an eyebrow at the tone, or how she used the word poach. Olivia must have thought similarly, and as she shook her head. No, thank you. I need to be an artist that's good enough on my own, and I need to be an artist that Iadakan would be proud of. Without any crutches. I'd be a terrible student if I did. Oh, you knew Iadakan. I should have figured. How is he doing these days? Oh, Iadakan's passed away. Oh, I'm so sorry. My condolences. Was he important to you? Olivia was his student. I understand. I knew him decades ago. His work was superb. But I didn't know he had an apprentice. Oh, are you his apprentice? Miss Elena, a moment, please. Abraham, I'm clearly in the middle of... What is it? The shipment is here. They need you to sign right away. Of all the timing... I'm sorry. I am so sorry, you two. This will only take a moment. Yes, Elena. She points down into a room next to us. It's right in there. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be right back, I promise. You good? Yeah, let's go see it. We enter the small display room. The lights are kept intentionally dimmer in this room to create a calmer atmosphere. Along the walls are more paintings, and there's a lone bench in the center of the room. Which one is Iadakan's? Maybe there's more than one? Here it is! I caught up to her. The name on the painting is unmistakable. Trent Iadakan. Age 19. Alma mater, St. Hyman High School. And then the painting itself. An elaborate display of a dino, twisted and warped stylistically. I can't tell if it's mocking or what. And it's part of a set. There's half a dozen of its type on the walls here. Huh. It's the real thing. Wow. They're amazing. But what is it? Didn't I tell you on the way over? Iadakan's early work was expressionist portraits. He made these when he was just a year older than I am now. Some of these are historical figures, some are just people he knew personally. A few are just everymen. They're made in a very special way. The portraits show the person distorted in unique ways based on that person's life and Iadakan's opinion of them. Uh-huh. Are they in praise of the people depicted or critical? People would get into arguments over that. If they were satirical caricatures with a little too much effort put into them, or if these were in praise, showing people's lives as truly a part of them through their brilliant brushwork. but he never said. I wonder why. If you ask me, I think it's both. It's not about how good or bad he wanted to depict people. It's a brutal sincerity, an urge to embrace your flaws and strengths together. People either disregard one or the other in their interpretations. It's like he recreated the proverbial half glass of water. Amazing, right? I think? Honestly, to me, it just sort of looks like ironically ugly distortions of characters painted in a very skilled way. I like your interpretation. It's really deep. Thanks. In all honesty, I don't understand what the purpose of these paintings are. Swirling some colors around a person's head doesn't seem to do much to express their personality. I wonder what people would say about Olivia's paintings if they were hung up here. Will she even get that chance? It's a lot harder to get into the mainstream nowadays than it was when Iedakin was her age. Speaking of... Hey, Olivia? Why did you reject Alina's offer earlier? I said already, I want to be good enough to be a good enough artist without that stuff. If I'm Iedakin's legacy, I need to live up to his accomplishments. Iedakin didn't need any benefits to get where he was, so I shouldn't either. Are you sure? Olivia cocks an eyebrow. It's just to kickstart your career. It's a safety net. It's a guarantee that later you can still live up to his skill. It's a better chance to even surpass his acclaim. But it's not one I want. Iedakin passed on what he knew to me. It's not right to take the easy way up. Besides, I don't want to be shoehorned into some niche category simply because I was born into it. And what of your own legacy, eventually? What happens if you can't just find another big break like that? You wouldn't be able to pass on what he taught you to someone else. Isn't that scary? It's terrifying. Her wood shook as she said that. You make a good point, but... Olivia's eyes look at Iedakin's name on the wall, which seems to fill her with courage. For now, I'll just think about it, alright? The loud clicking of heels causes Olivia and I to look towards the entrance of the room. Did you two find it? Oh, excellent. Yes, Elena, we found it. I just love this set. Who doesn't love a good bit of critical analysis? Did you get what you wanted? Yes, I think I did. I needed to see the real thing. Thanks, Elena. Of course. I'm glad to help. Is there anything else you needed? Actually, Elena? Is this set for sale? The set here? Now that I think about it, it was. Although the price was pretty high, I think he only wanted the money if it were really substantial. If you two know him, I could lower it for you to be something more reasonable. I think he would want that. I think it'd be nice to at least get one for Olivia. Inko! Huh? She tugs at my sleeve. No, please, don't. They're right where they need to be. But you just said everyone else doesn't... You just said everyone else doesn't get it. Even so, I want it to stay here, where everyone can see it. I could never keep it to myself, like it's some kind of personal keepsake. Please, Inko, don't. Okay. Sorry, I just thought you'd appreciate it. Thanks for thinking of me, but no. Okay. I take Olivia's hand, her tense claws slowly receding. How much longer will these stay up? Oh, indefinitely, probably. People do really like the work, they just can't afford it. I suppose if someone does buy it now, his next of kin would get the money. I suppose I should contact them and make sure that sort of thing is arranged, just in case. Sorry for getting emotional right there. No, not at all. I think that mindset is very noble of you. Well, I have other things to attend to, if you'll excuse me. Thank you for your visit. Please let me know if there's anything else you need. As the owner starts walking away, Olivia squeezes my hand. Within her silver eyes, I can see Olivia's thoughts at war with one another. Elena? She stops and turns again. Yes? You asked before if I was Iodakan's apprentice. Oh, yes, and then I got cut off. My bad. Are you? I am. Elena gives a warm smile. Then I expect big things from you. While Olivia said I shouldn't buy Iodakan's pieces, I could still give something to Olivia. I take my camera, I adjust the ISO and f-stop so I wouldn't need to use my flash within the room. Inko? This'll just take a moment. It's a simple matter. The paintings being the sole subject of the photos I take, I don't even have to manually focus on them. The camera clicks near silently as I pace the room, capturing the perfect duplicate of each of our teacher's works. When we finish, I'll be sure to print and frame them for Olivia. But for now, I should focus on our date. I stroll back to Olivia and hand her my camera so she can inspect the shots herself. She smiles as she looks over them, and I take hold of her chair. Say, you want to grab some of those little sandwiches they had in the front? Sure. You drive. With a nod, we exit the room and start heading back to the main hall of the gallery. Inko? Olivia's head tilts back so she can look me in the eye. Sorry if this wasn't the ideal date. What? No, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it, Olivia. You sure? Absolutely. In fact, I want to see more galleries like this. Just the two of us. Critiquing fascinating new pieces, giving our honest thoughts. Snapping photos of the best ones. I could definitely picture us going on more dates like this. However, there's also another date I have in mind. Olivia? Yeah? About the winter formal. Yeah? Do you still want to go with me? I nearly stumble over her now wagging tail. Of course! We are going together! Yes, I know, but I mean... Yes, Inko, I want to go with you. Her eager words send a wave of easiness through my mind and body, relieving tension that I hadn't even noticed. So it's a date. It's a date. A smile tugs at her face as she reaches out for my hand. I take hers, and we continue our walk for the exit. On the metro ride back, Olivia leans against my shoulder. Her eyes follow landmarks out the window on the other side of the car as we pass them by. Despite the loud humming of the tracks, I feel Olivia humming to herself. So, what are you thinking? I'm trying to put my thoughts together. What I'm going to say for Iodakan's memorial. I definitely have all the pieces I need. Just having a hard time stringing them together. How so? Dunno. Just needs to be something that will really do him justice. I need a solid direction. We pass under a few bridges while the thoughts sit. While the thought sits. What do you think? A direction? She nods. In that case, I think I have a few ideas. What I saw today, I saw a lot of you. How Iodakan affected you, how his teaching shaped you, who you are now. That story is amazing. And I know everyone will love it as much as I do. There's your angle. Olivia doesn't respond, but I feel her humming to herself again. Maybe. That is a good point. What if people don't get it, though? I'm unsure still. No, the more I think about it, the more I think that needs to be the big thing. After all, who was closer to him than you? Yeah, you did, but it's okay. Ending 2 seems to be better, like, far better than what I thought it would be so far. Olivia's actually going to the ready to go to the dance. She's working the speech out. It seems healthy. Even you say you're his apprentice. Doesn't that mean you're the end result of his life's work? Let his work live on through you. Yeah, Inko isn't a self-centered prick. I'm sure he'd love that. But I am noticing something else. The relationship is one-sided. Not in a bad way. Like, there are healthy one-sided relationships, but they don't always work out, you know? She smiles to herself. Yeah, I think you're right. Thanks. This really helped. I'm glad to be of service. The rest of the ride goes quieter, just us enjoying each other's company. I try to escort Olivia back home when the time comes, but she insists she can get there on her own. She offers me one last hug before we part ways for the day. As the metro races towards my stop, I think about the future. Olivia and I are going to the winter formal together. I'll need a good outfit and a bouquet if I want to impress her. I wonder what kind of dress she'll want to wear. Might be hard since she's disabled, but maybe I can look into it and give her some suggestions. It's December. Winter in Volcadera Bluffs is officially here. As if to celebrate the occasion, tonight is St. Hammond's Winter Formal. Hard to believe it's already here. It really crept up on me. Whenever I'd remember the event coming up, I'd just force it out of my mind. The whole thing has me pretty anxious. It's like a date, but on a whole new level. Like there's some formality to it. I better not mess this up. Anyway, I find myself with a new difficulty in my life. The fucking tie. Over and under and around and under and I reel and loosen the lethal neckwear from my collar, tossing the devilish cloth on the floor in frustration. Scanning over the step-by-step instructions once more, I try to find where I went wrong on my latest attempt. I consider going tieless, but damn it, it brings the whole outfit together! And I want to look good for Olivia, because she'd be doing the same. Picking the slim fabric back up, I notice just how badly wrinkled and ugly it is. Time is running out, sadly. We still had class today, after all. Forget it, I have another shirt that works without the tie and still looks good. Dumping the fashionable noose in my hamper and swapping outfits, my thoughts travel freely. Everyone in the school was excited for the formal. Though Olivia, she looked excited too. But there was something just beneath the surface. Anxiety, probably. For Mr. Iodakin's vigil. Oh, she's going back to school! That's huge. Remember, Olivia wasn't... Says a former cadet. Remember, Olivia didn't go back to school in Ending 3. She didn't even build her chair in Ending... She didn't even build her new chair in Ending 1. Only Olivia, Ben, and I seem to remember that, the rest of the school having moved on by now. Ben had kept pestering Olivia about her speech, insisting to know what she'd say. The only thing that kept me from pushing the Stuco away was the fact that Mia would still give me the evil eye from the distance. In her janitor outfit. Ha! She deserves worse, but at least she's out of her hair. A check at the time says I don't have any time to try again. Tossing on the piece de resistance, the coat, I exit my room and head down to for my foyer. Yeah, it's a part of her detention. In endings 1 and 2, Inko takes a fall. Inko takes the fall when it comes to the chase that led to a lot of destruction and damage. Saying that he was the one who blinded Mia with his camera so I'm assuming that in ending 4 he's going to speak the truth. And depending on how quickly this goes and if this doesn't leave me completely fucking shattered, I might go for ending 4 tonight. Probably. Definitely. I'll make it the best night ever for the both of us. Keck fucking W. I head through the foyer towards my front door, and wait, Dad's home. Still dressed in his work uniform, hunched over the bar with a half-filled glass. He hasn't noticed me. Well, not that it matters. As I open the front door, I hear a low grumble from behind me. Back by midnight. Without looking back, I head out. The chill that washes over me is deflected by my formal wear. I can only imagine how hot this outfit would be in the summer. Then again, I did wear a jacket constantly for the first month of school. Speaking of, I can't decide whether or not to keep the sunglasses with my outfit. It's hard enough to see outside as it is. Somehow, though, it feels wrong to take them off. Hoping not to waste any more time, I begin to walk to the metro. I don't really want to be late, especially not for Olivia. It's the same ride I've taken countless times this year, but this time, it has a sense of finality to it. The rocking motions of the cabin are both calming and nauseating at the same time, and I find myself teetering between positivity and negativity. It says Ket out loud unironically. Oof! Ooh, that's rough! And if there's one thing that I need to go well, it's tonight. No dodgeballs to the face, no falling into pools, no harassment from anybody. I pray that Iodakin's eulogy goes well. I find comfort in the routine walk from the metro to the Payne residence. As I stand outside the house, I realize I forgot to bring any flowers. But this isn't prom yet, so I think that's okay. It's December, and that means festivities. The house is adorned with a row of colorful Christmas lights. Guess who had to put those up, too? It was worth it seeing Vinny and Olivia smile like that, but man, at this rate, I'm gonna get jacked doing these chores for them. After a quick knock at the front door, I patiently wait for an answer. I hear some voices on the other side, something about being too cold, I think. It was pretty funny the first time, but they do this every time I swing by. I didn't think the weather bothered them that much. A moment later, Damien swings the door open. Hey, Inko! You're looking snazzy. Thanks. This is all new stuff. Think Olivia will like it? Probably, but she'd probably be just as excited to see you wearing any old suit. Well, it's the effort that counts, right? Yeah, like, I wanted to wear a t-shirt that just looked like the real thing so I could be cozier and not have to deal with ties or other annoying stuff. But Mom threatened to beat the snot out of me if I did, for some reason. Thought I'd get away with doing it anyway, then Liz threatened to do the same. Girls, right? Anyway, come on in already. It's dang cold. He slams the door behind me when I step in. The inside is also decorated for the holidays. Sophia must have spent hours decorating, as the living room is a tapestry of Christmas spirit. It even suffuses the air, with the internal heating mixing with the scent of sweets baked with cinnamon. I'll have to ask her for later to take pictures of this beautiful holiday scene within the living room. Liz and the Paynes are sitting in the living room. I'm dead. Oh, God. Ugh. No, Zoomer speak. Ah! Hey, guys. Inko, is it true you ordered a... Shh. I think it's supposed to be a surprise for her. Oh. Thanks again. Oh, it's crazy getting one of those. Yeah, Olivia's gonna love it. I really feel like we should have pitched in more, though. Don't worry about it. It was my idea. All right. Nice suit, by the way. Why, thank you. Damien nonchalantly takes the seat on the couch next to Liz and wraps an arm around her like it's no big deal. Damien looks at me and flickers his eyebrows. He knows what he's got. I mean, I won't lie. Liz is cute. She's got the girl next door thing going on for her. Also, her neck is comedically long, and I love it. What a player. I should try that with Olivia. Mrs. Payne can't hide her excitement any longer. Oh, it's so precious! My little boy's all grown up now. Mama! Now, Damien, it's your parents' God-given right to tease you. One day, you'll be doing the same to your kids. Ugh, you guys better not be like this all night. Where's Vinny when I need him? Vinny's with his karate team. They're having a big sleepover. Not risking our little rascal messing up anyone's outfits before their big night. Oh, that's right. In ending 1, Olivia snaps at Vinny. And in doing so, it throws him out of whack, spending night after night staying up late trying to make the macaroni picture, trying to make the macaroni art, and he gets sick because of it. And because he gets sick, he messes up Olivia's dress. Oh lord, yeah. The idea of acid on my evening gown? I just died. Damien sniffles dramatically. Oh, stop it! So, don't worry, Olivia's just getting ready. She's worked on her dress for the whole week for it to look perfect. Worked on it? You mean she made it herself? More like she helped me in making it for her, even added her own personal flair to it. A homemade dress. Oh, wow. And if Olivia helped, she's going to look amazing. Oh, Inko, I see that look. My face ignites in embarrassment as the rest of the room laughs at me. It's just some ribbon, Inko. Don't want you feeling left out after all. Gee, thanks, Randy. There's more laughter, but I can't stay angry at the pains. Instead, I take the last spot on the couch and lean back, mindful not to crease my suit too much. The next couple of minutes, we simply wait and relax. Oh, Damien, I relax. A blush slowly spreading from Liz's cheeks down her neck. Kinda reminds me of a thermometer. Oh, that's so cute! Damien shuffles closer to her, her red face coming down closer to him. He whispers something into her ear. And whatever she said makes the Lizometer hit 1,000 degrees with an alerted yelp. His parents are just grinning as she squirms under their gaze. Don't feel too bad for her, though. This is what she wants, I think. Still, what the heck did Damien tell her? Nah, scratch that. Is Damien even doing this on purpose? Why are y'all staring at the red garden hose? I turn to Olivia's voice and... Oh. Wow. Oh, I knew you'd look amazing, Olivia, but to go so far... A hand slaps my back hard enough to make me stand up and yelp. Randy grins unapologetically, then motions me towards Olivia. Olivia, you look... So many words fill my mind to describe her. I can only feel my mouth flapping uselessly as I try to pick one. I look... Gulping in a breath of air I finally pick. Beautiful. The single word is enough to make Olivia blush. Olivia's blush reaches as far as her shoulders. And yet she smiles, twirling her chair side to side so I can take in all the angles of her dress. So Sophia said, you helped make it? More like she helped me. It's quite vibrant in color. Something that I've come to realize when it comes to any work Olivia does. So, what are we waiting for? Traffic's gonna suck like hell. Shouldn't we be getting into Liz's car now? About that... What the... That'll be our cue. Thank you again for having me, Sophia. Randy. If my hands weren't preoccupied with rolling my confused date to the door, I would have waved back to Damien's parents. Damien holds the door open so Olivia's able to clearly see our ride for the night. Whoa! Awesome! Yeah, it literally went, Gator, pretty. The pristine white limousine parked out front idles, waiting for us. Our chauffeur exits his seat and rounds the car to hold the door open for us. Mindful of him, I wheel Olivia as close to the entryway. The driver motions to assist Olivia, but I hold my hand out to stop him. I'll help her. Can you handle the chair? Of course, sir. He holds the chair in place, if I may. Yeah, I get it. With all the care necessary, one arm snakes behind Olivia's knee and the other around her back. Right? No, 100%. Like... Ugh. I lift Olivia from her chair in a princess carry, feeling my legs shaking as I take the final 2 steps. Olivia tucks her head against my neck, her hot breath making my skin tingle pleasantly. Finally, I set her down on the soft leather seat within, right next to the tiny fridge and bar. Looking back through the back window, the driver had finished securing her wheelchair in the trunk. He gives me a nod and returns back to the passenger door, where Damien is guiding Liz in. I'll never get tired of Liz's neck never fully being on camera. It'll never fully be in frame, and to me that's hilarious. Oh wow, it looks even nicer than on the website. Hey Inky, the bar's free game, right? I throw Damien a thumbs up. All paid for. Inko, we didn't agree. It's fine, Liz. I covered the extra cost. Awesome! Damien already pulled 2 glass bottles of cola from the tiny fridge. Psst. That was with his tooth. He cracked a second one open with his minimal effort. For you. He waves his bottle over to me in offering. I decline. Leaning over, I manage to snag 2 bottles and the fancy bottle opener. All the bottles open. I hold mine up for all to see. A toast before we get there. To what, though? Ah, crap, I didn't think this far ahead. To a good night. And to Iodakin's memory. Yeah! Our bottles clink loudly against each other, and we proceed to drink our frothy caffeinated beverages. Not exactly. If it's fully in frame, the funny neck magic will be ruined. By the time we reach the convention center, the fridge has been thoroughly emptied of its contents. I'm honestly impressed that Damien could drink so much. Somehow, he hasn't burped a single time. I don't even try to wrap my head around how anymore. Olivia's hand wraps around mine while we wait for the limousine to come to a stop. Peering out the tinted window, I see plenty of activity just outside the venue's doors. Looks like a line has already formed. All the dinosaurs are dressed in colorful formal wear as they socialize with each other and drink from suspiciously opaque bottles. They're not even in the door and the party's already started. Hell yeah! Olivia suddenly wraps her hand around mine, drawing my attention away from the sight. Everybody else is going to be so jealous of us. That was the intention. I smile and squeeze Olivia's hand. She squeezes back. The shining moment finally comes as our limousine pulls up into the open carport in front of the venue, quieting the crowd down to just murmurs. We wait in deafening silence for another minute or so before the passenger door opens wide. Taking the initiative, I step out into the open as the driver sets up the wheelchair with a flourish. One is bound to the laws of logic and the other to the laws of physics. It's brilliant. Our ride makes a great set piece, and naturally draws the attention of everyone I see as I ease Olivia into her chair gently. Whoa, that's Inko and Olivia! A human dino couple? Cringe! Holy shit, it's Sisyphus! I bask in my peers' admiration as Damien and Liz follow after us. There's a figurative red carpet stretching out from our limousine to the entrance of the venue. Have a good evening, sirs and ladies. Before the driver turns away, I shake his hand, palming him the necessary tip. The sound of the car door shuts behind me, and I take this as our cue to push Olivia forward and get us a spot in line. As we make our way inside, our fellow classmates begin to vocalize their astonishment. Damn! Coming to the party in style, Nito! Olivia! Looking good, girl! You make that dress yourself? Is it just me, or do Inko and Olivia kind of look cute together? As much as I hate to admit it, what the hell am I saying? I'm loving this! After a few moments of feeling regarded as the school's outcasts, the spotlight's finally shining on me, and I'm reveling in it. And Olivia did have a bit of a rep, you know. And it feels good knowing that Olivia was getting the attention she rightfully deserves. Me and my cadre slowly move past the crowd with heads held high. We approach the sign-in table where more people in line look our way. Figures. Think we could cut him? Wait, why would we be allowed to... Let's go, Inca. With a nod, I push Olivia around the line and head directly for the table. Looking back, Liz frowns, but Damien simply nods in understanding. My peers in line beside us, watching as we casually roll up to the table where Ben is waiting. Olivia, Inco, you made it! Hey. Ignoring Olivia's clipped tone, I smile back at Ben. Of course we did. In a limo, no less. What better way to start off the night? Ben moves a clipboard to Olivia as he quickly fills in her name. I lean over her shoulder and sign myself in too. Alright, you guys are good to go. What about Iodakin's memorial? I wasn't even told when I'd be speaking. He hands over a slip of paper to Olivia. We'll be doing it at the end. We want everyone to enjoy their night first. Figured he would have liked it that way. Looking at the sheet over Olivia's shoulder, I could see it's a collection of bullet points related to Iodakin's eulogy. Olivia scowls and crumples the sheet into a tiny ball between her palms. Olivia? I have a speech ready, Ben. Look, I know, it's just a backup. Just in case, right? Alright? Nothing can go wrong. Ugh. She tosses the balled up paper into her wheelchair compartment. Let's go, Inco. Right. See you inside, Ben. Below her breath, Olivia mutters. Oh, God. We move past the check-in, venturing deeper into the halls of the venue. Ahead of us, an open set of double doors leads into the main hall. Near the side we enter, several rows of neat round tables. The other half is reserved for the dance floor. And on the far side, a large stage for live performances. One sec. Need to wet the whistle again. Nobody seems particularly interested in the Christmas music that echoes from the wall-mounted speakers. Now that we're here, I didn't think they'd take the winter part so literally. Drapes of white and light blue hang along the walls. All of the table centerpieces look like crystalline statues shaped into snowflakes. Even the large chandelier hanging above the crowd seems to have drooping icicles hanging from it. Above us is a giant glass ceiling that opens into the night sky. There's so much light pollution that there's too much light pollution to make up any constellations, but the moon is really pretty. An image comes to mind immediately. Lights dimming, music slows to something soft. The only real source of light is the moon hanging overhead. A true moonlit dance. I wonder if I can make that happen. It'd be nice. This isn't the only room, of course. Off to the sides, in several directions, are doors that lead to other halls and rooms. Olivia's looking around at the other exits, too. Well, we made it. What do you want to do? I gesture towards the dance floor. Feel like getting jiggy with it? Olivia gives a wincing smile. I thought you were supposed to be cool. But dancing? I want a lot for Christmas. Nah, I think I'd rather die. Besides, somewhere around here is a room they set up for Iodakin. Right, we should pay respects to him first before anything else. Alright. Alright. Olivia's tail guides my wrist as I push us towards one of the exits. The memorial room isn't hard to find. It's a smaller room, well lit and with little furniture. On the far end, a framed picture of Iodakin from some of his old pictures from his classroom. Some from him, some from his students. There are a few other students here, paying their respects. Olivia taps my wrists with her tail, and I let go. I walk alongside her as we approach the portrait. I wonder when this was taken. It can't have been that long ago. He looks just like he did earlier this year. Olivia doesn't seem like she's ready just yet. I'll give her a bit of privacy. I wait outside the memorial room, leaning against the wall. You can see a bit into the main hall from here. The music swapped from festive to proper upbeat dance music. In fact, I'm pretty sure I see... Yep, Liz's head towers over the rest of the students, spinning and bouncing rhythmically like a metal... Just like a metal spring. I'm sure Damien is doing his best to keep up. They must be having a blast. I'm glad. Man, it's still so surreal to even be here. Never thought I would have ended up on a date with someone at an event like this. I've even seen all sorts of stuff like it in the I've seen all sorts of stuff like it in the movies, but to actually experience it gives me the jitters. One big night to make the sparks fly. Olivia touches my hand, using the other to wipe away at her tears. Hey, you ready to go? She nods. Yeah, thanks for waiting. Music's changed in the ballroom. Olivia looks over and smiles. Wacky waving hilariously long neck, what are you flailing at? Tempting, very tempting, but, I didn't actually eat lunch today. That's turning into a bad habit. I know. I spent all day writing, reading, rewriting, rereading, and so on and on. I get you. Come on, I think I saw where they were serving food. Passing through the main hall once more, Olivia hunched over something. Her phone. I craned my neck around her shoulder to get a better look. She's carefully studying pictures she's taken of her written speech. Ah, seeing the room must have renewed her drive. You'll do great, Olivia. I hope so. I have to get this right. If you want, we can find a table first. Then I can get us dinner and give you a bit of extra time if you want. Would you? Yeah, it's no problem. Thanks. Olivia points me to the table in the corner, furthest away from the commotion. Just like our spot in the lunchroom at school. How about that? You want me, right? You know it. At these types of events, they would either have catering or meal tickets. At least when I attended with my parents. But judging by the sight of my peers carrying small plates of food, it's a simple buffet. Of course, catering with some 100 active seniors is bound to go wrong. The scent of spiced meat wafts through the spacious hallways. I can only imagine how Damien would feel right now. I follow the movement of the crowd, letting the finer-nosed dinosaurs pinpoint the location of the buffet to me. Buffet, yeah. As the ambient music dies down, the chatter starts to grow louder. I turn the corner of a hallway to find myself exactly where I want to be. Buffet station runs parallel along each wall in this cafeteria-esque room. There's even a chef and a grill in the corner, prepping personally selected cuts of meat to specification. Most of the dinos struggle to remain civilized in the pressure of this kind of food. Having skipped a meal, I don't know if Olivia would fare much better. Nearly every station is swarmed with high school seniors. I walk over to one of the few tables in the room that's still open. Salad bar. I'm getting some pretty good ideas. I'll impress Olivia with the nicest darn looking meal she's ever seen. That'll be pretty great for soothing her anxious nerves and setting a romantic tone. Taking and balancing a tray on one arm, I consider how to best arrange a full dinner properly. Wait. A video I had recently watched starts replaying in my head. Remember, the most important part of a high-quality meal is the garnishing. Okay, I'll start here and get some veggies around the edge of the plate. It's framing, like in a painting. And then I'll go find the best meats to fill in the rest. I start waiting in line, eyeing the main courses as it slowly moves me forward. There's some decent variety. I can really work with this. Hey, mind if I cut in? Damien! Hey, thanks. Don't mind if I do. Can you wait in line like everyone else? I did! The first time. This is round 3. No use getting annoyed. If he gets beat up in the parking lot later, it's his own problem. So, how's your night going? It's going well. Olivia and I are having a great time so far. Hey, it's great. Liz and I have been dancing like crazy. It's a blast. Gotta say, I'm happy for you. Sorry for being unsure earlier when you two first became an item. Looks like I was completely off the mark. Hey, don't sweat it, man. Yeah. Got 2 plates for yourself, I see. Smart. I should have done that. Nah, one's for Olivia. He cocks an eyebrow. You sure? Yeah, I'm gonna put everything into prettying it up. That's herbivore food, son. It is now. I know what I'm doing. We're finally at the front of the line. I start carefully picking out the best cuts and strips of the various meats on display. I saw a guide on this once. It'll end up crazy romantic. Romantic, huh? She likes turkey more than duck. I dropped the roasted mallard with the tongs and grabbed a preferred bird. You'll see. It'll be great. If you say so. I'm sure it'll be fine then. Damien just loads his plate with stacks upon stacks of briskets and fillets, nearly forgetting to use the tongs at all. Once he has his plate stacked high, he gives his salute and slinks back out the room. I, however, still have a mission to do. There's a few more lines for things like side dishes. This is going to be perfect. 20 minutes later, and 2 trays of perfectly picked meals are balanced precariously in my hands. Came out pretty great, I think. I even used the condiments to my advantage, leaving perfect dots of flavor where they'll be most effective. I hope Olivia likes it. Here we go. Ta-da! I slide Olivia's tray before her. Part of me is irked that she'd have her eyebrows on the table. That she'd have her elbows on the table. I don't know why I said eyebrows. Even resting her head on her hands. Sheesh, Inko. It took so long I thought you were going to bring back, like, an entire cow or something. She smiles and rolls her eyes when she sees the tray. Very funny. Come on, where's the real one? Her smile fades. This is it? Were the lines really that bad? What do you mean? Were there a lot of people? There's barely anything on the plate. What's she talking about? That's a cut of rare cooked filet mignon turkey breast with scallions and asparagus, plus some slices of salmon sashimi on the side. All properly garnished, of course. My plate is exactly the same. Well, it looks and smells delicious. Did I mess up? Yeah, line's out the door. I'll run back for seconds. Hopefully it'll clear up when we finish this. Sorry, I tried to arrange it nice, like we were at a fancy restaurant. She nods and stabs a fork through a piece of salmon. Well, I appreciate the thought. It does look pretty. Thanks. Once more recalling proper etiquette, I slice my own steak into tiny morsels, savoring each small bite of succulent meat. Olivia doesn't look as enthusiastic about the meal as I do. I always believe in that presentation helps elevate the flavor of the food, but the sight of Olivia picking hers apart with a look of disinterest leaves a sour taste in my mouth. As we continue eating, I notice the cola in my glass begin to ripple and fizz a lot more than usual. Is this an earthquake? Thunk! Good evening, you two. It's Mr. Ferris. Well, I haven't seen him since he gave the bad news. He glances over at Olivia. That's right, he had to tell her too. So he's probably here to check up on us. He's seated down with a heaping plate of dinner. Olivia looks up from her plate longingly at it. Whoa, hey, Mr. Ferris. Dang, nice outfit. Thank you. I actually picked it out myself. Ah, you're getting some fine taste. That means a lot. Thank you. Are you chaperoning? I am. Although it'd be more accurate to say ATF. No, NARC, maybe? Turns out when you organize an event with 100 teenagers, some of them decide to try and bring their own fun. I've lost count how many brand new flasks I've confiscated. Between you and I and the other staff plan on making sure it all doesn't go to waste after this party. Oh, brother. Taking a short break from my own meal, and I saw you two hidden away here in the corner. So, how goes it? Is the night treating you well? Yeah, we're having fun. It's going good. Just trying to memorize my memorial speech for later. Oh, of course. I should have guessed. The whaleman proceeds to bite into... Damien was right. It's hard to watch. Last I saw you two, it was a terrible occasion. So I'm glad that the both of you have bounced back. Thanks. That's a pretty stern look you have, Olivia. It's nothing. Listen, don't worry about your speech. I'm sure it'll be great. No need to overwork yourself. Relax a little. It should be a fun night, not a stressful one. You're right. Yeah, Olivia, don't worry too much about memorizing a script. You should speak from the heart. If anybody knows how to pay respects to Yadakin, it's you. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. Nobody else here would understand most of what I wanted to say. They don't know Yadakin like I did. How am I supposed to summarize everything he meant to me in 5 minutes? Have some faith, Olivia. People will understand when you speak from the heart. Yeah, sure. Inko's right, Olivia. People are genuinely empathetic after all. Huh? I follow the source of the voice, spotting Ben as he approaches the table with a wide smile. Everyone's experienced loss, Olivia. Be surprised just how much they'll understand. As Ben takes a seat, Olivia doesn't look happy. In fact, she looks noticeably more upset than she did 5 seconds ago. Good evening, Benjamin. You've done a bang-up job organizing tonight. The design of it wasn't all me. The student council all worked together. Of course, a lot of the decorations were just reused from year to year as well. Ben skillfully forked several vegetables together into one bite. He seems content that Olivia is tolerating his presence. If I may be a bit open here, I want to thank you guys for being here. I'm so relieved that this is all going off without a hitch. I've been crazy nervous myself that things wouldn't go well. Take your time! Like, if I mess up, I may as well spit on his grave too. Those kind of thoughts plagued me the entire time I worked on this. Why's that? Because Mr. Iadakin was the best teacher. The table is shaking under my wrists. Looking over, I notice how Olivia's free hand clutches the edges of the table tightly. Honestly, I loved his classes the most. He really had a way with teaching. It's something in his tone. Can't help but note how all his words for praise for our teacher simply angered Olivia. Yeah, he went above and beyond. He was really inspirational. Olivia grunts her own agreement. She's really gripping the table's edge, like she's trying to snap it in two. Just really glad I'm doing Iadakin proud. I feel like I really got him, you know? God, you know what? I'm not doing this. Inko, we're dancing. My girlfriend grabs my arm and starts dragging me from the table. Olivia, what's wrong? Through grit teeth, she responds roughly. Just feeling that holiday spirit, Inko. Okay. Well, have fun. She doesn't even look back at Ben or Mr. Ferris as we shove our way through the crowd towards the dance floor. She's still tugging me along with her tail around my wrist. As the upbeat music grows louder, I can barely hear Olivia grumbling to herself. The nerve. What does he know? Just trying to make himself feel better. I can feel the tension within Olivia through her tail squeezing roughly around my wrist. A tension that melts away when a gentle stroke of my thumb rubs over the scaly appendage. Olivia's breath leaves her slowly. The exhale seeming to take all of her frustration with it as she slows down. And once it's all gone, her body goes slack. I have to actually catch her tail before it hits the floor, and I earn an appreciative smile from her before we continue towards the dance floor. Eventually, enough students are displaced, and we have a section of the floor to ourselves. I only just now realize the situation I'm in. Good news, I do in fact know how to dance. Several years of tagging along to business parties made sure of that. Even then, I actually looked up some guides yesterday to keep myself refreshed, just in case. Bad news, I don't know how to bust it down epic style. Even as a... God damn it! Even as a quirked up human with a little bit of swagger, I am not goated with the sauce. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here first, folks. Inko is in fact a quirked up white boy with a little bit of swouse. The very concept of busting a move is foreign to me. I've only ever seen it in shows and occasionally from game characters during a live stream. Don't be stupid, it can't be that hard. Hey, Olivia's moving and grooving, bobbing in her chair and rolling her shoulders. Wow, I am an idiot. That's just how anyone dances when they're jamming in a car. She pauses a second and notices me staring. Come on, what are you waiting for? Don't tell me you're too refined to do even this, rich boy. Wow. I'm messing with you, I know you're not. You're just a dork. Doesn't take long to match her rhythm. As we dance, her small smile slowly evolves into a radiant grin. Her annoyance after that dinner is completely gone, a thing of the past. Even when the song ends and a new one starts, we seemingly bridge into the new rhythm. Everything else fades away until it's simply us, lost to time and the world and caught up in the music now. Eventually, the track swaps over to a slower tempo. Olivia takes the cue to check the time on her phone. Oh man, it's about time. She shows me, 9:20. We still have time. Olivia shakes her head. Not much. I need to prepare. Oh man, the music just got good. I was wanting to show... Sorry, I can't, Inko. I really need to make sure this goes well. Be here for me, please. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Olivia takes both my hands in hers, weaving her fingers together tightly. I can feel her pulse beat through her linked hands, and she must be feeling mine too. Her eyes close slowly, and I can feel her heartbeat slowly fall in line with mine. Finally, she gently lets go. She turns her wheelchair and starts off in another direction, not breaking eye contact until she's nearly lost in the crowd. Well, that was that. Well, that was it. That was amazing. It's a shame we couldn't get to a proper slow dance, though. Yeah, a shame. A few people glanced my way. Get stood up. Ah, crap, I'm just standing here on the dance floor like a chump. I cut through the crowd to reach the sidelines. There's chairs set up along some of the walls to rest in. Am I just being selfish? We danced for what, an hour? It's not like we can't ever dance again. Olivia has responsibilities. She takes them seriously. That's what makes her work. That's what makes her so great. She wasn't like that at all at the start of the year, was she? Across the floor, I catch sight of Damien with his date. The two sway along, carefully stepping around each other. Damien's actually struggling, but Liz holds him tight, taking him through the motions. While the song goes on, he gets even more confident in his strides. More impressive is how he seems to handle her neck, which makes the girl's head swoon and melt in his embrace. By the end of it, it almost looks like he was the one teaching her. After a few songs, the light fades out more. Looks like I was right in my guess earlier. This must be the last song. Fireworks above the building burst in bright flashes of color. The iridescent sparks fall away with each cacophonous boom. Some into colored shapes, but most just a kaleidoscope of fading embers. While the song is eclipsed by the blasts of the fireworks, I see couples lost within the gentle melody. Even Liz and Damien are dancing, ignoring the fiery display overhead. The last song fades out, and the lights start getting warmer. It stings a little. On stage, Principal Scalar steps up to the lone microphone and gives a thumbs up to have it turned on. Damn! Scalar cleans up nice! Good evening, everyone. I hope you've all had a wonderful night. The remaining chatter gets quieter. Thank you all for coming to tonight's event. I'm happy to see so many participate in one of Sade Hammond's oldest traditions. Although this year we have to cut it just a bit short for a special occasion. As you all know, earlier this year we lost one of our most beloved teachers at St. Hammond. Iadakin taught for many years and gave his all to helping his students learn. So we have a few words of service we've prepared to send the night off. First, we'll be hearing from our Student Council President, Benjamin McKnight. Ben approaches from offstage, graciously taking Scalar's position in front of the microphone. There's a bit of polite applause, and Principal Scalar moves back. I notice a few students already leaving out the back door. Pricks. Well, whatever. Thank you, Principal Scalar. When I learned of Mr. Iadakin's passing, my whole world seemed to just break. I'd known him for 4 years, but in that time he had become a very important person in my life. He was a mentor figure to me, someone who guided, and though Ben spoke passionately, he prattled. The student council president made his point and then some, like he didn't want to stop talking. Enough so that the next speaker, not Olivia, but a familiar white and black raptor girl, only had a few minutes for her own words. She was much more succinct, giving a traditional prayer in his name. Finally, the girl took the microphone from its stand and handed it to Olivia as she wheeled onto stage. Olivia moves into the spotlight with a look of determination on her face. She takes a moment, breathing deeply before scanning over everyone still inside the room. I flash her a thumbs up, though I don't know if she can see me under that bright light. Finally, she brings the mic to her mouth and begins. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Hello, my name is Olivia Halford. Many of you know of me, the quiet girl in a wheelchair at school. But for the longest time, Iedakin was the only person to actually show he cared. The only teacher to truly teach me, the only one to really reach out. In a dark, lonely world where I thought I was all alone, he was there for me. I nod along as Olivia talks, absorbing her genuine words. That's part of why I was asked to talk today. I can't hope to stay his favorite student. I can't hope to say I was his favorite student, but he was definitely my favorite teacher. From a child, I always had a passion for art. And I've had many teachers through the years learning. After so long, I just had the impression none of them actually liked art. Rather, to them, it's another subject to teach equally disinterested students for throwaway grades. And I can say none of them went above and beyond the way he did for his students. She takes a pause to catch her breath, and I notice her eyes still half-lidded as she peers left and right. That spotlight must be poorly angled. It looks to be aimed right at her eyes. Iedakin was one of the best, and he was taken from us too soon. But he does live on, through the students he really did teach. That's how he taught, giving it his all, not getting discouraged by apathetic classes of ungrateful, unwilling students. If just one student was there to learn, he would teach them all he knew. And I'm honored to have been that for him. There's some whispers around me, and I noticed more and more of some of our peers quietly speaking during her speech. I wave my arms, silently pleading she notices me. Sadly, because of that damned spotlight, Olivia can't take my hint to reel her speech back on course. In his prime, he was known for his portrait work. Controversial as his efforts were, there was no denying his skill. And though I don't do portraits often, and though I'm not as skilled as him yet, someone like me was able to win an art contest in just a few months of his class. Teaching like that takes serious talent, and a serious heart. And through his efforts, and those he affected, he'll live on. I'll continue to make great work. I'll continue to do his name justice and carry his torch. As his apprentice, that's what he deserves most. Thank you, and have a good night. Silence. A bit more polite clapping, but also some murmurs from the crowd. Is she all right? That's it? Did she just say we were ungrateful and unwilling? No, that isn't what I meant. Murmurs grow into chatter. Olivia looks my way, confusion etched into her features. That's it? That's the whole speech? I don't know who said it, but it was said with an angry tone. That's just a chief puff piece about yourself. That was hurtful. No, of course not. I just... Olivia's hands fumble for something. The chatter is growing louder as Olivia pulls a small white ball from her chair's storage compartment. Her hands shake, the sound of paper crumpling from the speakers. Ben's notes. To continue, Iedakin was an important member of the community, and... Oh my god, that really was the whole thing! Are you serious? How insulting to Iedakin! You should be ashamed! Woman! Really, dude? My mind is scrambling. What can I even do? The damage has been done. No, it's fine. As long as Olivia can calm down, she can have a good comeback. I gotta do something. Oh. Uh-oh. Who was that? Are you mocking me? What is wrong with all of you? Shit, that isn't what I meant. The principal rushes off stage. Olivia bats her arm away. No, let go of me! A vicious growl permeates through her clenched teeth. Her silver eyes glare daggers at every person still in the room shouting back at her. Enraged, she smashes the paper in her hands back into a ball and chucks it into the crowd. Fuck you all! None of you knew him like I did. Iadakin meant more to me than anyone fucking else. Olivia, please. The speakers let out terrifying noise as the microphone is tossed aside. Olivia turns away from the angry crowd, rolling herself off stage towards a back exit. For a moment, I can see Damien and Liz among the churning sea of bodies. They looked at me with utter confusion and shock. Coming back to my senses, I run out of the hall and chase after Olivia. Pushing the side exit open, the frigid breeze of outside air hits my face. Where'd she go? I catch a glimpse of her turning the corner of the building. Olivia, wait up! Olivia, wait. Fucking hell, hold on. It takes me a moment to catch my breath. The hell happened back there? We're at the carport. There's crowds of people exiting the building. Some are waiting by the curb, probably for the valet or some other transportation. Her eyes level on me, a mixture of anger and pain. Olivia? Olivia, you just blew up out of nowhere at everyone. What's wrong? Olivia's on the brink of tears, her enraged eyes welling up with them. Why? Why didn't they get it? What did I do wrong? My teeth rattle painfully as I close my mouth. I poured my heart and soul out to those assholes. And look what happened. It was all for nothing. Those freaks. You get it, right, Inko? Yeah, I do. Listen, it's not over. Of course it is. Iadakin deserves better than this. What a disgrace. Look, there's a way to make it up. Olivia turns and sniffles a little bit. She's listening. Right now, things seem really down, I know, but the stage is still probably open. I'm sure if you just give the word with Ben and Scalar, they'll let you continue. You can apologize. Oh my god. Shut up! Iadakin was wrong. All those assholes, even you, Inko, all they cared about was themselves. Well, I mean, your speech. I took your advice, Inko. Hey, I said tell your story to them. I don't recall saying make it about yourself. So, sorry on my part. Maybe you should go back and apologize too. Fuck them! Why should I? Because it'll make you look bad if you don't. Like I should give two shits what they think about me. Well, I give two shits because it's going to make me look bad. I really shouldn't have said that. But I'm right though, aren't I? Are you seriously making this about you? It's not about me. I'm trying to help you, so it affects me. She tries to yell something, but her voice cracks and breaks into a miserable growl. I watch as tears begin to stream from her still vicious eyes. Come on, Olivia, that's all I ever wanted to do. Well, maybe I don't want you to help. Her voice is deep and stern. You don't really want that, do you? How do you know? You think you understand me? That you have me all figured out? That you know what I want? Fuck you, Inko. A hollow feeling resonates through me. She doesn't mean that. She can't. Can she? Look, Olivia, why don't we go back home? We can talk about this, and maybe on Monday you can... Yeah, I think I'm going to go home. Here, let me call... No. No. I'm going home alone. Seriously? Yeah, it's over. Over? What do you mean, over? She turns her chair away from me, rolling herself down the sidewalk, away from the venue. You can't walk home alone! Olivia, listen... Snap. That sound is unmistakable. I nearly lost my hand. Fuck off. I want to follow after. Desperately try and reason with her, but my legs refuse to move. A part of me forces myself to watch Olivia as she slowly moves down the sidewalk. As other students pass her by and toss hateful words her way. As the world seems to throw throw all its vitriol on this wheelchair-bound girl, buffeting her with blistering cold gust. As she waits at the metro station in view, I'm incapable of looking away. Must be some punishment for what I said, as I can see Olivia finally quake with tears at the station. Just as Olivia wails with agony, the train comes, hiding her from me. That wail was the last I heard from her that night, though at times her haunting cry resurfaces in my memories, returning to tear at my heart without remorse, with no reason or warning as to why. Alone. I'm afraid. I've always heard the stories of events like prom ending with merriment and talk of after parties. The ride back home was silent. I opened the door to my undecorated house, the air feeling much colder than it did outside. I didn't bother turning on the lights as I hobbled through the empty halls. My movements are robotic. Each step up the stairs is forced. The bedroom door swings open, but I can't be bothered to close it. My bed has never looked so inviting. Although maybe it's the other way around. Everything else is too cold. It's the new center of the universe. I just flump face first into it. I'm alone. The winter days dragged on endlessly during Christmas break. Something inside me just sapped any and all strength from me. Wake up whenever I can't sleep anymore, eat whenever whatever so my stomach wouldn't hurt. Stare at my computer monitor without really acknowledging what was on it. The bare minimum of existing. That one singular thought that pervaded my mind was, I want to see her. I would find myself looking at my phone's messenger app, eyes glancing over old pictures and messages I was sent. All those doodles that she'd sent that meant nothing to her now meant the world to me. Fingers tapping the digital keys with whatever words I thought, asking her if she was okay, asking if I could see her, asking for forgiveness. Only for the words to vanish as my thumb held down the delete key. In this cold, lonely room, I desperately wanted to reach out to Olivia. And each passing day, I would muster up just enough courage to write a longer and longer message. But my courage would vanish by the end, and I'd go back to simply existing, lost in an ocean of apathy in this room. It's Christmas Eve today. Got some new house robes from my parents. Had them pre-wrapped and sent over. They'll open it when they get home tomorrow night. Everyone else is having a big meal with their families. They all got their own yearly traditions. Whatever old comedy gets put on like a ritual. Before bed, the kids get to open one present early. Everyone else stays up chattering with each other a while. But not me. I'm just in my pajamas watching a show I don't even like. In senior year, next year I'll have taxes. I look at my messenger again. Tap, tap, tap. I stare at the message I had composed. My thumb hovers over the backspace key. Breathe in, breathe out. Tap. Hey. I did it at last. My heart thumps roughly as immediately after I see the typing animation on my screen. Hey. My thumb wants to mash wildly on the keys, write out an infinite number of things that just fly to the forefront of my mind. But I hold off and think until I finally decide. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas Eve. Right, Eve. Lost track of time. Same. What have you been doing? In the most literal sense of the word, nothing. Nothing, really. You? Dealing with Vinny. Decorating for tomorrow. Sounds fun. Yeah, fun. Wow, a guts doodle. She included a drawn guts looking depressed, and a strange sensation overtook my face. It was my smile. I'd forgotten what it felt like to smile in only just a week. So, you still by yourself? Yeah. My fingers had moved without me realizing. Before I could explain, I saw Olivia typing a reply and held myself. That sucks. Your parents suck. I know. Another rough thump of my heart rattled my chest. Listen, I thought about that night, and I'm sorry for what I said. I fucked up, Olivia. Please take me back. I wait a few seconds, no response. Was it too much? Too little? What am I even doing? I let my phone fall on my chest and rub my eyes. Idiot. Huh? Okay. I'll give it another shot. I jerked straight up. Oh, thank you, Raptor Jesus. I swear I'm going to church every Sunday from now on. Thank you. Can I come over tomorrow? There's no one here. No. You probably shouldn't. There's a pause between her replies, time during which I feel my breath leaving, my heart slowing its heart slow in its beating. That came out bad. Look, I'm mostly over what happened between us, but it still hurt. I need some extra time. Don't want to make things awkward. You know? Some of that squeezing feeling is back. I really jacked myself, didn't I? Guess I deserve it. If this is my price to pay, yeah, alright. See you at school? Sure. I decided to flip on an old Christmas movie. One meant for kids, but I remember watching it once with my family. As I doze off, it's just a little less bitter. We texted more and more over the winter break. By the time I saw Olivia again at school, it almost felt like how things used to be. Almost. I had a lot to make up for, after all. But I was back in her good graces. It's more than I could have asked for, honestly. The rest of the school year seemed more like a formality, and instead I put my efforts on just being there for Olivia. After all, it was just the two of us versus the world once we graduated. Another day of work, another walk home through the shit show that is urban rush hour. I sigh as several car horns continue to blare at each other with reckless abandon. At least it's Friday. The words linger in the air as a faint evening breeze washes over me. Experience has taught me that walking home from my office building is faster than trying to drive through this mess. I briefly stopped to observe the source of the massive buildup. They've been doing construction on this intersection for the last 3 months. Damn it, I'm off at work early today. Something about corporate reorganization that's usually code for downsizing. At least I'll get to see Olivia in her prime. We're always so busy these days. But tonight can be special. I don't even remember the last time we went out together for a date night. So she's sure to have a lovely dinner date. It'll be like old times. Another 15 minutes of dodging cars and homeless people, I'm finally at my destination. The Volcadera Gallery of Arts. Olivia had spoken with Elena, and they'd come to some agreement to start producing and selling her works at Elena's gallery. And over the years, the arrangement changed, and Olivia became a part-time assistant to Elena. It's a nice gig, but it doesn't pay the most. Of course, it's just until her career really takes off. After that, it's beachfront life for the both of us. If the schedule she gave me is right, Olivia should be showcasing her work right about now. The inside of the gallery is dry and cool, a contrast to the hot and humid weather outside. Independent conversations echo throughout the room as I walk past the front desk. Nobody dares to question me. I think her showcase is in the east wing, right next to Iadakin's old section. As I follow my vague memories, I come to a wide open section of the gallery. I spot Olivia not too far away. Looks like she's talking to someone. I approach her slowly to overhear the conversation, trying not to interrupt. You've made several comments earlier in the interview about your inspiration for your latest work. Do you want to elaborate on this? She's holding a tablet, tapping away as she speaks. A journalist, then. Yes, I can. Recently, I've been looking into more warmer tones. My usual palette favored cool tones that were evocative of evening theming. But for this series, I wanted to tackle what comes after the nighttime vistas. At least from daybreak to noon, Olivia finally notices my presence and turns her head to me. Inko? Did something happen? What are you doing over there? I wanted to surprise you. Oh, that's nice. Is he your husband, Miss Halford? No. Oh, no, we're just dating. Would you mind if I got some comments from him as well? It may be useful. I don't know. I guess it'd be fine. Excellent. The woman turns to me, pushing her tablet well within my personal bubble. Miss Halford said you're Inko? Inko G. Nito. We've been an item for 3 years now. 3 years? Since high school, then? Yes, we met and started dating our senior year together. So, since you've been with her for a while, you must be very familiar with her process as well. I'd say so, yes. What could you tell me about Olivia's presence in the art world, then? Her work really stands out, yet her pieces aren't that widespread. Well, I can see Olivia's head shaking. It's a personal talk we've had more and more often these days. The tablet pushes further into my space, urging me to speak. It's not that Olivia doesn't want her work to spread. It's just the majority of people that approach her have been from varying advocacy organizations for disabled individuals. I don't see how that would be a problem. It isn't, honestly, but before I can continue, Olivia forces herself between the journalist and I. I think that's enough for now. The reporter reluctantly nods, politely excusing herself in the presence of Olivia's leer. Look, Olivia, Olivia pulls me aside around a corner, whispering angrily. What are you doing? I told you time and again, I'm not doing it that way. Okay, sorry. You shouldn't even be here. Shouldn't you be at work? I got to go home early. Relax. I wanted to see you. A gentle puff of air slips from her lips. Thanks. Hey, we haven't been somewhere in forever. Now that I have some time off, do you want to have dinner someplace nice tonight? You seem stressed. Olivia untenses herself a little. Dinner? Wow, I guess it has been a long while. Yeah, I think I'd like that. Great. Anywhere in mind you'd like to go? She closes her eyes in contemplation. No, nothing in particular. I'd be glad to relax a bit, whatever. All right. You're getting off work at the same time today? Yep, 5 p.m. Look, this interview's really important. This girl's from a pretty major publication. I can't have this go wrong, all right? I really think this is my big chance. I get the idea. All right. Okay. Just relax, okay? You're doing great with the interview. Thanks. You'll do great. Tonight we can celebrate. Yeah. All right, you should go. I'm going. On my way out, I wave back at the confused journalist while Olivia rolls back her direction to finish the interview. I walk home with a bit more pep in my step. Man, I really need this date too. I'm getting a few butterflies again. I open the door and flick a light switch, revealing our dignified flat. There's not much furniture, with most of the floor reserved for Olivia's art supplies and space to maneuver her wheelchair. Honestly, it looks a bit like an extension of the gallery she works at. Some might call it messy, but I'd like to think of it as homely. On the way to our bedroom, I pass the kitchen and catch a glimpse of the sink. Still need to wash the dishes and sweep the floor. Yeah, never mind that now. There's something much more important. I make it to the master bedroom, opening up the expansive wardrobe that lies just inside. What to wear? An hour of hygiene and fashion later, I'm all cleaned up. I take a seat on the living room sofa, waiting patiently for Olivia to get home. It's a little after 5. She should be here in 10 minutes or so. I haven't actually decided where I'll take her. It's gotta be barbecue. Somewhere like, man, we've been living here for ages and I don't actually know where anything is. My phone's old proprietary map boots, and I check around for restaurants within walking distance. Handful of falafel, looks great, herbivore themed, so can't. That means then there must be... Quick check of search settings confirms it. Only carnivore locations. There we go. A refined list of nearby locations. One in particular is even marked as new. Simone's. Just opened a few months ago and it looks pretty neat. Checking their website, I see that they still have available tables for tonight. And the menu looks exquisite. Alright, that decides it. I checked the time. 5:15. I should have figured that foot traffic would have been bad today. It's Friday, after all. Olivia should be here any minute. Man, is it that bad? I should check up on her. Interview over? No response. Is it still going on then? Jeez. I'm starting to get worried. A pit starts to gathering in my gut. I'm just hungry. No, I'm not eating before a date. Come on, Olivia, get home already. That's it. I'll just call her. If it interrupts the interview, it interrupts the interview. I find Olivia's contact and please leave your message for... Shit. Come on, is her phone off? Man, I guess a sandwich wouldn't hurt. My knees pop when I stand. I guess I was sitting a while. While I busy myself with sandwich crafting, I can feel the worries bubble further. Maybe I should just go back to gallery. No, if she'd left, it'd be way easier for us to just pass each other. With nothing to do, I flip on the TV. There's a new documentary series out that just fills the noise nicely. I hardly pay attention to it, just getting bites into my little sandwich until it's all gone. Guilt pangs me. What else was I supposed to do? I sigh and look out the window. Outside, the unmistakable wail of an ambulance. No, of course not. Don't be stupid. Quit worrying. You alright? Dang it, Olivia. Can't this have waited just one day? What am I thinking? Knock that off, me! Just need to have some faith. Getting worked up for nothing, and we can laugh about it over our dinner tonight. Yeah, I'm just worried over nothing. I'll just sit back and relax until Olivia arrives. Holy crap! I flip her around the couch. Fuck! From the loud thumping, I can already guess. She's not happy. Olivia's tail slams on the floor in frustration as she wheels herself into our living room. Olivia, what happened? I was getting worried. I was at that damn interview for hours! That fucking reporter. Holy shit, I need to punch something. Your interview didn't go well? What do you think? Olivia stops herself and exhales deeply. Sorry. No, it didn't. She loved my work. We were right there, ready to make this happen. And she shows me her notes. You know what they said? Differently abled, passionately enabled. I tell her to drop the angle, and she says she's not interested in the article otherwise. She was just there to make her shitty little story about the disabled artist to ride my situation to stardom. She tries to say it's mutually beneficial. So for hours, I'm trying to keep the conversation going, to show her my process, anything to just get her to say yes. I was right there, Inko. Right there. All I needed to hear was a yes. For once. God, why does nobody get it? It was all for nothing. I just... Fuck it. I'm sorry I'm late. We can go on the date now. I'm hungry. Everything's closed, Olivia. Fucking fantastic! None of this would have happened if she had just done it. No, I look like a desperate idiot. I'm still stuck at this place, barely making above minimum wage, and I don't even get the date. God, I'm just doomed to mediocrity forever. If it matters that much, maybe you should just accept it. I didn't mean to mumble that. I hope Olivia didn't notice. She noticed. What the fuck was that? She's giving me a chance to change what I said. I've gotten a few of those over the years when I broke some unspoken rule of hers. And I'd always capitulate because I figured that's what a good boyfriend would do. Except today. This was my only early day in a while. The first time in years I could have felt like her boyfriend for once. Something boils over. No. 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 It wasn't supposed to be like this. I can't bring myself to say anything more. I just sit in silence when Olivia starts tensing up. What does that mean? You're supposed to support me. We're there for each other. That's what all this is for. I've been supporting you, Olivia. I love you. Then why? Her breathing is getting heavier. I see her claws poking out, pressing into her armrests. Those scared me once. She won't use them. Olivia, listen to me. This is the first time in years that I could have taken you on a date. That we could have gone anywhere you wanted. And we would have been back by now having fun. And it was spent on more of this stupid, stubborn nonsense. She sits aghast. Who are you? I'm the guy who's had to deal with this crap for 3 years now. I like you, Olivia. I love you. I want to do stuff with you. Can't you make it easy to deal with you? Oh, like you would know. Your fucking parents aren't even around. They'd rather get shit-faced every night than deal with you once. My parents didn't abandon me to some other poor family to raise instead. Her brow furrows and her eyes widen. Before I can even bother feeling guilty about the statement, she roars. How could you? You know the situation I was in, you prick. And I'm just trying to make my shitty situation not shit. And it wouldn't be that way if you didn't demand everyone else play by your rules. You're no different than those so-called phonies that abuse their disability, except you're broke. My fucking God, is it so much to ask for one person who gets it? Am I the insane one here? I don't need you turning on me too, you spineless sack of shit. Is it really just the entire world conspiring against me to make sure I'm painting under a bridge with condiments and shit within the next few years? Is it too much to ask for one fucking person to not use me to climb the social ladder? If you're so concerned about it, then let them help. Then let them. It's been 3 damn years, Olivia. Face it, your career isn't taking off because you refuse to let anyone actually see it. Because you're so hung up on your stupid fucking wheelchair. Fuck you, you useless sack of shit, Skinny. Shit. That was too far. What are we doing? What's happened to us? It wasn't supposed to be like this. We stand motionless, just staring at the carnage of the vase. The water leaks across the tile. The flowers, a birthday gift from me to her, lay withered on the floor in pieces. Olivia finally meets my eyes. Her expression is a horrid mix of shock and remorse. The fire has died. All the heat is gone. In its place is simply 2 burnt-out individuals, and the reality that we ignored for so long. Her head falls, and she rolls away to the office room we turned into her studio. The door creaks slowly before shutting softly. Grabbing a towel from the kitchen, I try to carefully collect the broken pieces of the vase. Not careful enough, though, as my palm is cut on a jagged edge. Thankfully, the towel staunches the small cut enough that I can clean up the rest of the damage. I set the damaged flowers on the sink, since there's a chance some of them can be saved. The vase is a lost cause, though. As I look at it all, I feel the sound of sniffing reaches my ears, and I look to the closed studio door. An idea comes to mind. There's one last undamaged tulip here. I could take it to her and apologize for my harsh words. Maybe she'd even apologize too. Maybe. But I don't even know anymore. Setting the last living flower into a cup, I fill it with some water. It looks horrible. The petals are damaged, the stem is bent. Some of my blood mixed with the water, making it look disgusting. If it were a picture, it'd be the perfect representation of us right now. But I gave that up. I gave a lot of things up for Olivia. It's like she doesn't even understand that, though. I placed the glass where the vase once was, and lay down on the couch once more. This is our life now. This has been our life for so long. And I don't know where this life is going to take us. And it's with that horrifying final thought that I drift into a dreamless sleep. Ending 2 of 4. Apparently labeled Simp. My morning alarm lulls me from my sleep and into the world of the living. I ended up spending the night at Olivia's place. Randy and Sophia thought my parents would actually be worried that I stayed with strangers for the night. When my folks hadn't answered their phones, Sophia was left fuming. Randy didn't look as bothered, though, as the two calmed down after I made up something about a business trip. Honestly, I'm probably right anyway. On the upside, I got to spend the night with Olivia. Last night, we even turned the living room into some kind of blanket and pillow fort. It felt childish to huddle up on the floor with Olivia and watch her play old computer games on the outdated TV, but I had more fun than I'd like to admit. But now that Fridays rolled around, it was time for school. Olivia's wheelchair was out of commission until Randy could go get a replacement, meaning she'd have to miss out today. Given the state of both her emotions and the wheelchair, it pained me to have to go without her and leave her all alone. Honestly, I don't want to be alone in my cold, empty house either. Miss Sophia's one hell of a cook. Last night she made a delicious meatloaf. Guess I know now who Olivia gets her culinary skills from. Huh. I think the game broke. Yeah, the game broke. There we go. Well, ending 2, I mean, it was better than 1, but it's definitely not a happy ending. I'll give it that. All right. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and when I come back, we're going to work on ending 4. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, we're back. And we're going to start the final run through Ending 4. As the school year progresses, the days start to feel like they're moving along much faster. A part of it may be the change of the season, however slight that change may be. Well, the calendar says it's officially fall. The only thing I've really noticed was the increasing number of clouds in the sky. Better safe than sorry, though, which is why I brought my fancy compact carbon fiber umbrella. Still, things have started to be routine for me in the mornings. Wake up, throw on my clothes, consider eating breakfast before realizing I've wrecked my stomach, walk to the station with a featherlight umbrella in hand. And wouldn't you know it, I end up having another chat with Mr. Ferris on the ride to school. Hello, Mr. Nito. How are you this morning? Doing fine, sir. Thank you. And how are you? I'm doing well. So, my niece told me over the weekend that you and Olivia were in a predicament of some sort. Oh, yeah, Olivia was being picked on by someone, but it's not a problem anymore. Well, that's fortunate to hear, and strange, considering the substantial funding the school gets for anti-student harassment programs. What good is all that tax money if classmates are still ragging on each other? If it means anything, Olivia knows how to handle herself. I was there to support her. That's fine, but the issue is this sort of thing shouldn't be happening to begin with. That aside, Liz has gotten somewhat enthusiastic regarding Olivia. She's surprised at how animated she's gotten. Ever since that get-together at Randall's place, I think. I'd wager you'd have something to do with that, no? Maybe a little. Yeah, it was certainly rocky in the beginning, but we've been warming up to each other. It's nice seeing a different side of her, even if it's brief. I don't know, can I take credit for that? We all have unique chances to make a change, and if you're good at grasping them, then that in itself is something to be proud of. How do you know it's really a chance to do anything? He lets out a deep, reverberating chuckle. Well, to flip our usual script and let you in on an old phrase, a friend of mine once told me, if you see a fork in the road, take it. Yeah? Thanks, Mr. Ferris. Like my mornings, the school days have become routine as well. Slave through PE with Damien, see Olivia's new doodles and sketches in art class, watch Liz lose her mind through tutoring Damien at lunch, talk shop with Ben, though now I have to avoid Mia like the plague because she surely have to kill me. All said, I think St. Hammond has been the best school experience out of... Man, I've lost count how often I've moved. Must be the fresh ed trauma. As for today, it's been raining pretty often recently, so Coach Sully has made us play more dodgeball in the gym. Mia was definitely gunning for me with the way she launched them at me with the speed of a catapult. I rest in Ed Hawkins' class, popping my spine against the curve of my chair. Apparently today's a short day because of some assembly, so the period will end much earlier than usual. It also means we got most of the period to slack off, do homework. I glance at the desk next to me in hopes of catching Olivia's latest artistic masterpiece when I notice she's not drawing. Instead, she's only fidgeting. Hey, Olivia, you seem a bit nervous. Everything all right? Oh, yeah, sorry, it's just that I've been hearing rumors about the school's shared drive might have been corrupted. Wait, really? Yeah, really. How would something like that happen? Not sure, but I'm scared that it might have messed with the art contest submissions. I think you should check your entry on the website, just to make sure it's okay. Technology, don't fail me now! With urgency, I take out my phone and type in the school's website. Fast fingers led me to the art contest tab. Can this loading bar go any slower? Finally, the page loads in, and... oh. Looks like the submissions have been closed. What? I hold the phone up for Olivia to show her the page. The submissions have been closed since voting started last week. Oh. Sheesh. I thought Mr. Iodakin had spooked me. Olivia's all seized up. Well, that's quite reassuring. With the submissions closed, there's no way any hacker is messing with them. Olivia doesn't seem convinced, still drumming her fingers on their desk. Hopefully she'll feel loads better when the preliminary winners are revealed. Speaking of which, when are we... As the bell sounds, the class begins to pack their things, and Iodakin corrals everybody into a single file line. Alright, everybody. We have an assigned row, so stick together. Before I join the rest of the line, I look back at Olivia, who seems to be stalling. Come on, I'll walk with you. It seems to stir something in her, and she glances up to me while hastily shoving a notebook in her bag. Yeah, I'm coming. As we head out the door, I notice Olivia shuffling her hoodie a lot. It's not a long walk to the auditorium, and despite Iodakin's best attempts, most of the class splinters off to sit with their friends. Having expected this, he shrugs and makes his way over to the back of the auditorium where the other teachers are. Olivia and I are left to the struggling crowd trying to filter into the cramped theater of the school. Yeah, it's going to be difficult finding some seats. It's fine, I have a spot. Olivia wheels herself down the pathway, to which I follow suit. She heads down the aisle until we're at the front row seats. There's a vacant spot where a typical seat would be with a faded handicap sign. Olivia parks her chair into the empty spot, to which I take the seat next to her. Best seats in the house, right? Can't complain. As the hall fills with more students, my anticipation rises. Oh man, I can hardly wait for the announcements. So, do you think I have a chance? Huh? Oh, maybe? Photography isn't super popular, but... Olivia folds her hands on her lap, staring straight ahead as her voice trails off. I knew that, but I'm still hopeful. Hey guys! I have to remind myself that this is normal. How long is Liz's neck? Yes. I can't believe it's finally here. Gosh, I'm so excited. Me too. By the way, where's Damien? Hey guys! I'm over here! Damien is in the far back of the auditorium, waving and yelling his hands in the air to catch our attention. He's gonna get in trouble for that. Frills! Sit down! Damien immediately stops and takes his seat. With tempered expectations, we both sit in silence for just a few minutes before Principal Scaler walks on stage and gently taps on a standing microphone. Okay, everyone, got a whole bunch of important announcements to make, so I'll make them quick so we can all have an early lunch. As soon as the idea of an early lunch is brought up by Principal Scaler, the entire room goes silent as a vigil. I guess when it comes to an early lunch, it's serious business. Over the next 15 minutes, Principal Scaler goes over the important events coming up in the school year. Most I would consider standard things, like pep rallies for the sports teams, or bake sales to fundraise for upcoming field trips, and even something about the new clubs being formed, such as the Japanese Anime Appreciation Society. Not the best acronym. JAAPS. Ooh, yikes. Not the best acronym, if I had to say. Otherwise, it's all mostly boring housekeeping stuff when one got right down to it. I almost wonder why such announcements warranted an assembly when the mood suddenly shifts with Scaler's next big announcement. Now that we got the main stuff out of the way, I saved the best announcement for last. St. Hammond is proud to announce the 5 semifinalists for this year for the annual Fresh Start Art Contest. Cheers and applause roars loud enough to make my ears ring. Yet I'd be lying if I said I also wasn't excited for the reveal of just who made it to the semifinals. Maybe I was giving myself a bit too much credit, but I really wanted to be among those semifinalists. I can almost taste victory, in fact. I turned to face Olivia and prepare to cheer alongside her, but I'm stopped in my tracks when I notice that, unlike the rest of her peers, Olivia seems to be uneasy about the prospect. Almost scared, even. Before I ask Olivia why her sudden change in mood, Scalar continues her next words, cutting my train of thought off. And here we have the semifinalists. The pieces of 5 skillful students who had beaten all the other competitors came up, followed by the names of the victors right above them. Alas, I see no photography submission in sight. At least they gave it a shot, right? Oh man, I didn't make it in. Liz's neck droops down like a melancholy noodle. I can't help but feel pity for the bummed out Brachiosaurus. Checking my phone, I see... Tell Liz to come back here, bro. Psst. I'm sure Damien's got that handled. Despite my sullied mood, I look back to the semifinal winners and can't help but be amused by them. Each artwork is impressive in their own right, their colors blending wonderfully and the figures beautifully designed. It's easy to see why these were voted as the winners. The last one especially catches my eye. The scenic landscape with a setting sun looks stunning. If not for the slight stylization of the skyline and fantastical color palette, it could probably pass off as a real photograph with some filters pasted over it. I'm no art critic yet, but if I were, I'd label it as a masterpiece and easily the best out of all of them. Let's give our winners a big round of applause. The auditorium fills with the usual kind of clapping one would expect in an event like this. Polite with an understanding tone of disinterest, though one person felt compelled to constantly make a piercingly high whistle. We will be displaying the winners' art pieces in room 237. You're welcome to view them during lunch and after school today. Oh, neato. Principal Scalar continues with the rest of the assembly, announcing other events for the school and other minor reminders. Behind me, I see the teachers start sucking themselves up for the Herculean task of getting some 200 hungry dinosaur teenagers out of the room and towards lunch without getting anyone killed. Principal Scalar finishes and waves back to them to signal it's time. Alright, we're going to start adjourning for lunch. You all know how this goes, so just no going for the exit. Being in the first row, we're the first to get up. I follow behind Olivia until we make it into the hall. Hey, Olivia? She stops and turns a bit. Jeez, is she still anxious about the cider beer? She looks a little pale. I wanted to check out the winning paintings a bit more. Want to come along? She considers for a moment. No, go on without me. I need to use the restroom. Alright, I'll see you at the lunch table then. Olivia nods and starts off down the hall towards the flow of students towards the lunchroom. Let's see, the principal said it was room 237. First thing I notice walking into the classroom is the amount of people checking out the gallery. While I didn't expect it to be filled to the brim with eager students, there's a decent amount of people here, about a baker's dozen or so. Maybe more will come when they finish up their lunches. Well, I'm here now. Let's take a look at the lucky winners. The pieces are all set on easels in the back of the classroom. Some desks and chairs are moved closer to the front to give each one its own space. One by one, I take a moment to give each canvas a thorough review. The auditorium screen really didn't give the art justice, because now I could really take in the detail of each one by being up close. The color palettes, the brushwork, the subtle nuances. Yeah, I can definitely see them all having a good shot at getting first prize. But now, it's time to see the one I've been eager to look at since it was first shown. From what I recall from Mr. Iodakin's class, it was made with acrylics, Explains why the colors of it seem more vibrant. It stands out in defiance to the other paintings in the contest, most of which were either violently absurdist and meaningless, or muted still lifes of ordinary objects. It's a meadow of mystifying colors, the organic lines drawing the viewer deeper into the piece, as I feel as though this would be a place I'd wake up to within a fantastical dream. There's no rigid structure or forced metaphors here, just a fantastical merger of expression, creative expressionism, and real-world beauty. I feel my fingers itching for the familiar weight of my DSLR. This is a piece that I want to immortalize in my portfolio. It's hands down the winner of the contest in my eyes. I simply must find out who made this. It looks like this breathtaking show of artistic talent was created by the semi-finalist winner... That's a problem. Inko, I'm glad you swung by. Looks like you're admiring the art contest entries. I told you that St. Hammond's artistic programs were unparalleled. That's not mine. What's not yours? I try to say more, but the words won't leave my mouth. Ben's eyes follow mine to the bottom of the painting in front of me, and I watch as he makes the same realization I do. Inko, you didn't... Did you paint this? I had no idea your style was so developed, so humble. If I had no... That's not my entry. It's not? No, mine was a photograph. But what's your name doing on this one? Must have been some kind of mistake. A million scenarios come to mind. They must have gotten the name wrong somehow. If they did, I think the real artist would have come forward by now. Then the submission website must have been hacked or broken. But our school checks for that kind of stuff. If it was, we would have known. Then, Inko, you're sure you didn't submit somebody else's piece by accident? Of course I didn't. Why would I do something like that? You're the only one who can log into your account, Inko. Suddenly, everything stops. My account. Did somebody... Look, relax, alright? We can get this sorted out. Just don't panic. Ben lowers his voice. But Inko, just to be clear, what? You didn't get a bit of extra help, right? Ben looks at me through the edge of his glasses, eye to eye. There's some real stakes in this contest. Cheating is taken very seriously. Especially fraud. The word echoes around inside me. Fraud. Makes my bones chill. There's ingenuine, faker, liar. They're all bad in different ways, but fraud is just dripping with frigid condemnation. No, I swear I submitted a photograph. Ben relaxes his shoulders. All right, just making sure. Sorry to alarm you. It's perturbing how he can go from deadly serious to jovial like a flipped switch. You're gonna be all right? Yeah, sorry, I need some air. Hey, feel free. I'll let Scalar know, okay? Yeah, thanks, Ben. No problem. Take it easy. Ben offers me an earnest smile, waving at me as he steps out of the room and down the hall. After some time, I follow him, shambling down the hall as I try to make sense of what happened. I thought everybody actually liked my photography, but all they thought was that I was some kind of expert painter instead. I don't even know how to express it. I feel empty. Maybe my hard work was finally paying off, but I submitted the right entry, so what happened? Did somebody change it? And if so, how? It's such a good piece, too. What even is there to be gained by putting my name on it? I wander aimlessly through the halls. The thought of missing lunch passes through my mind, but there's a different sort of emptiness pervading my stomach. Why is this rattling me like it is? Man, it's not like I'm in trouble or anything. Ben's helping me sort this out. I'm at a loss of what to even think right now. Oh, crap. Olivia mentioned something about server issues before. I couldn't see my submission, but was that just it? Maybe Olivia was right to be worried. Well, duh, why else would she be so nervous? My aimless walking leads me outside the principal's office in the gala. There's that one cityscape painting from the start of the school year. The very first painting I ever saw here, and still one of the best. A vibrant cityscape that morphs the rigid structure of urban planning into a soft, inviting utopia, as if viewed from the eyes of a child. The sky above the city is a beautiful shade of crimson, with radiant clouds clustered along its length. If the art contest submission was the best painting I've ever seen, then this one comes close. I can only imagine the accolades she must have gotten for painting this back then. You know, for a while, I got to have that experience. Got to step into the shoes of an artist much better than myself. Maybe that was the intent? All the praise, approval, everything I've been wanting. Just for a while, it was given to me by an anonymous stranger, whoever that may be. Actually, this gives me a bit of an idea. If I'm clever, and Olivia's up for it, this can be a cool way for her to get her to show off her painting more. Everyone would like that. Maybe that's what she needs. I can act like a personal publisher for her so she doesn't have to deal with people. Wait a second. I peeled down the empty hallway. I need to find Olivia. She couldn't possibly. But why me? Why would she? Thinking about it only increases my worry and desperation to find out who I hope to rapture Jesus isn't the culprit. I haphazardly check all the places where Olivia could be, but can't find her anywhere. My hunt for the baryonyx leads me to the second floor of the atrium. Feels like there's a lead brick in the pit of my stomach as I internalize my current situation. The soft pattering of rain hitting the glass window grabs my attention to see a gloom-covered Volcadera outside. My eyes wander along the school's pathway, covered in mud thanks to the earlier rainfall. Wait a minute. Those look like tracks in the mud. I burst through the main entrance doors and am met with the feeling of droplets hitting my head. Outside, a dark overcast has rolled in. The forecast called for on and off rain during the day, but pretty gnarly clouds. Makes it look almost dusk around. Crap, what am I wasting time for? I follow the trail with urgency, fearing that the rain will wash it away. Looks like it goes down the whole pathway. I ignore my clothes, becoming progressively damp and the water collecting on my shades. Eventually, I round the curve that leads to the bridge and see a distressing item at its end. A wheelchair. Olivia's wheelchair. Empty of the occupant, toppled on its side. A new fear grips at me, born from the mental imagery provided by the sight. Those cruel thoughts push me up the steps faster than humanly possible, ever as my rational mind tries to reassure me. Running across the deck, my breath is caught in my throat when I reach the middle. She's on the ground, head slumped down. There's damage and soaked school supplies scattered all over the walkway. Oh God, is she okay? My foot shifts, trying to force me closer. Slowly, her head lifts up to the sound of my shoes squelching on the floor. Inco! Her tear-stained eyes stare at me with a dead expression, and her voice sounds weak. Olivia. I feel like I can finally breathe again. Slowly, Olivia pushes herself up, and I notice she's lying atop a pile of paper shreddings. The feeling of relief slowly fades away, and I remember why I was looking for her. We stay silent, staring only at each other as the rain continues to bear down on us. She simply sits there, letting herself grow more and more soaked in the rain. Do you want to talk? No, not out in the open. I grab my compact umbrella from my backpack and unfurl it. Doesn't do much to dry Olivia off, but at least she's not getting more soaked. The umbrella is placed between us and the elements against the ledge, forming a personal canopy above us. Here. Now we're alone. Space next to Olivia. There's space next to Olivia to take a seat. It's odd. We've sat together before, but sitting on the ground in the rain, and the room is just a little claustrophobic. There's bits of paper melted onto the pavement, soaked by the rain. Though torn apart and waterlogged, I can sort of make out a tree, a rough sketch of one anyway. Like the one that stood prominently in my false submission. So you did do it. Inko, please, I can explain. I didn't have a choice. What? I know what I did was wrong, but I didn't have any other way. It wasn't a choice not trick me? She avoids looking at me, focusing on the scraps of paper scattered about the floor like confetti. It wasn't to trick you, I get it. You're mad at me. I'm not mad. I'm just confused. I thought we were good friends. I wasn't expecting you. She pauses to give her throat some respite. Her usual water bottle isn't anywhere nearby. A shaky breath escapes her mouth. When you came around, I thought you were no different than the others. That you were some self-centered, pretentious midwit who only cares about his image. That's when I got the idea of using you to swap out your art with mine. You didn't seem like the kind of person who cared about how he gets attention from others, just that he gets it. Her description of my character feels really reductive, but the ache in my chest tells me that hits a little close to home. But that's not what I think of you now. Iyadakin's the one person I can trust. So when he went to bat for you, saying we'd make good friends, I was worried. What's so special about this guy? I honestly got scared he'd be wrong. That you'd be just like everyone else, and I'd be setting myself up for failure. But worse than that, Inko, I was afraid he'd be right, and I'd have to face what I'd done to myself. And now I've gone and done something like this. Switching my contest entry? She nods, swallowing hard. I wasn't thinking. Suddenly, everything was out of balance. Everything I'd created, all my work, my own little world was suddenly changing, and I had no control of it. I just had to do something. I didn't know it was like that. I'm sorry. She stops to process my words and continues. I knew I'd get caught. It's stupid. I was hoping for it, even. Someone to figure out that it was swapped so it could be changed, and everyone wouldn't be none the wiser. She turns to face me with her silver eyes welled with tears. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. I just don't want to go back to being the person I used to be. The person who didn't care about hurting you. Her head tilts downward with a violent hitch of her breath. Ivory claws extend and grip at her knees in a painful display, and yet Olivia chokes back any sound she'd make. Her body shudders with every heavy breath from her, and I realize that every last defensive barrier she had was completely gone. Olivia laid herself bare, leaving only the crying girl desperately trying to silence her pitiful tears. Alright. It already says Ben's story true, but we haven't seen this dialogue option, so... But why do all of this? I'm going to hate myself for thinking this, but she still hasn't really told me why she did it. I don't want to push the issue too hard, but if not now, when? I just want to know, why go through all the trouble? What were you trying to accomplish? I immediately regret my words as the pained grimace on her face drives home the mistake she made. Even if I'm in the right to ask, I feel like the villain for pressing her, but... Out of respect for Olivia's feelings, I stand steady, because to back down would be to denigrate her like all those people in her past had done. I wanted to see what people thought of my art without knowing that I was the one who made it. Why would you want that? Isn't it obvious? It's always the same thing. Her voice takes a deeper pitch. Oh, wow, you're so talented in spite of your condition. This time it's a higher, shriller tone. Amazing! It's like you aren't disabled at all. Her voice returns, this time weighed down with contempt. For all their kind words, it always came back to those empty platitudes. I never felt like they cared about me or my interests. It was always just blind praise because I'm doomed to never measure up to the same level of expectations. The worst of it came when I found out I couldn't even fail on my own. The sound of her talons tearing more paper on the floor enhances her heated words. Even when I intentionally do something wrong, someone's always there to pick up after me and to assure me it's good in certain lights. She rips more off the page with every sentence. These are just old sketches from throughout the year. Nobody else has to live with that paranoia. That every positive word spoken and action taken to help you is just someone acting out of obligation or insecurity. It got so bad at one point I was almost forced to accept these freaking accommodations. I just ended up... She dropped what little remains of the pages unceremoniously, cutting everyone out. I'm never going to come back out on top, and I'm never going to be allowed to fail. Nobody's allowed to feel anything but pity for me when they meet me, and guilt when they even consider just not giving me a free pass. Nobody has any agency. That's just how things are. The bell rings from a distance, signaling the end of lunch. Within my mind, I can vividly imagine the sounds of our classmates, grumbling complaints as they shuffle to class. Instead, I choose to listen to the rain. How the soft pitter-patter of droplets land atop my umbrella before slipping gently to the ground around us. Internalizing that sound, alongside the dimmer ambience and overall wetness, has turned the tiny park I'm accustomed to into a near-alien location. I wonder to myself if this is why Olivia came out here. In a small way, all of her work seemed to revolve around average places, but altered with unnatural and beautiful overlayings, creating from the familiar, yet adding in the fantastical. I look over to Olivia, who also seems to be lost in thought. It does sound pretty tough. You going to be alright? No. Honestly, that's just the start of it, but I don't want to. No, you wanted to know, right? I want to tell someone. Anyone. Right now, it's just Iedakin, and I'm sure he's sick of it. Alright. This crap even affects my family. You say that like they don't think they are. You say that like you don't think they are. They aren't, though. I can't change that. She sighs. You're right. I should be a bit more grateful to them, but at the same time, it's... like, I know all too fucking well I could just hang out at the Paynes for as long as I need after graduation. They're just too nice to not, and the arrangement with my actual father could probably last indefinitely. I could just detach from society and leech off everyone around me forever, and it's still just pity, and it'll still just be pity and guilt. But you saw them at the pool party. They love you. I know, and I hate it, and I want to love them back, but I just can't. Not now. I've already wasted so much. Who am I to suddenly turn around in my last year? I just want to get out of their hair. Not waste their time anymore, otherwise. E2 was not heart-shattering. E2 wasn't even painful. E2 was sad. But not in a make-you-cry way, in a I feel bad for them kind of way. Apparently, the community calls E2 the simp ending. And I can see why. E2 Inko basically loses his spine. He stops being his own person. He just lives for Olivia's happiness. They get into a fight after the memorial because people in the crowd took what she said the wrong way, and she eventually... they decide to call it off. Inko gets depressed, and he apologizes, and Olivia takes him back. In E2, she gets a job at the art gallery, and when it picks up, it's 3 years later. They're living together, they're still dating, and Olivia is having an interview. And it turns out that the reporter who was interviewing her was making the focus on her disability. Something that Olivia doesn't want. Eventually, when she got home, Inko boiled over and had enough of being a punching bag. Of being, well, a simp. And it led to a fight. No one got hurt, at least intentionally, but Inko and Olivia realize that they aren't happy together in ending 2. It's unfortunate, but it's just what happens. Some things just don't work. Which is why we're doing ending 4 now. I can't keep doing this. I need to power through this. I need the good ending. I need them to be happy. I know they're fictional characters and it doesn't really matter what I do, but I need my canon ending. I need the happy ending. And I will not stop until I get it. I'll be the one hurting them, wasting all their patience and kindness for years like I already have, and I'd never be in the wrong. Who the fuck wants a free ride through life like that? And that's all I have waiting for me, realistically. Damn it, why am I telling you all this? Olivia clutches her throat. Her voice is gone, strained and weak. Alright, I'll get up and stretch.
Take a fucking sip, babes.
And hydrate. There we go. Ooh. There we go. It hurts to speak at all, but she's just been letting it all out. Hell, what am I doing just watching? I'm such an idiot. I rummage through the insides of my backpack again until... Aha! Here it is. Pulling out a water bottle, I offer it to her. She eyes it on the ground indifferently, then goes to drink it. The whole bottle is finished in one go, and she drops it on the growing pile of trash. Thanks. I give a silent nod. She looks off into the distance again, picking up her train of thought. That's why I had to do it. I had to know if I was really good at something for once. Genuinely good. No false praise, no parasocial relations where I'm verbally filleted so everyone else can feel better about it. I had to know my art was real. That I could be something for real. That I have a real way out. Iidakin assures me all the time it's good enough. Fuck. Why didn't I listen to him? He probably knows everything by now anyways. He usually does. Honestly, taking all of this in at once is challenging to digest, to say the least. You said you expected to get caught? Yeah, I said I wanted to be. I wasn't even sure other people would see it. If you caught it fast enough and switched it back, I wasn't even sure other people would see it. If you caught it fast enough and switched it back, thinking it was a bug, then you started getting all this praise out of nowhere. Yeah, I did. So it's a bit sad in retrospect. Yeah, around then it really settled in just how badly I messed up. I tried to get you to notice by showing me the submission yourself. Then you just go to the office and get it changed. Nobody would get hurt, and end of story. But, of course, you still had your own saved. You're always just so prepared for anything. She gestures to the crushed water bottle. The weeks go by, you get more praise, and I get more nervous. Then today, and Olivia's hands finally fell into her lap, limp and spent. Here we are. It's my turn to say something, I guess. I just don't know how to process all of this. It's not like friendship comes with instructions. My own thoughts are muddled. Pushing me to find some way to comfort the girl before me. Yet, to comfort her would be to demean her like people have done in the past. It's so confusing, and frustration and pity mix haphazardly in my stomach. It's nauseating. Pity for the girl before me that has wronged me, not out of real malice. Frustration at myself because Olivia was right, having unveiled an uglier side of me that I wasn't aware of. I have to do this. Let her fail. My thoughts land on what Olivia said earlier in the conversation. You're going to tell Principal Scalar? Olivia flinches a bit. The principal? Why? About what you did. You said you expected to get caught. You can't tell them officially anything but that. Olivia shifts uncomfortably in her spot. Why not? If they found out, it's all over. Isn't that a bit extreme? Honestly, it'll be the end for you, too. It's my turn to flinch. Olivia's getting worked up again. New fear starts spiking through her eyes. I don't need to ask. Olivia answers anyway. You didn't talk about it until now, after it's nearly guaranteed to win. With the stakes, it'll look like you were complicit. Or worse, like it was your idea. You'd be a fraud. There's that word again. Fraud. No. That word all over my record in my senior year. When I'm about to have a career? Fraud. But even so, isn't it the right thing to do? I can handle it. Don't worry about me. Please, Inko, no! There's more! I told you, I'm not eligible to even enter! I already won before, I got the notoriety and money. The winning piece is featured on the cover of Vulcan Era Monthly, and even gets an article. That's more than a scholarship, it's a foot in the door! They can't do anything about the money, it's long gone, but if everyone knows what I did... And it gets to those magazines... She clutches the sleeves of her hoodie and stares me dead in the eye. I need it to graduate. I fucking hate it, but I need it. That's my only way out. My only way to actually go somewhere. You're putting all your eggs into that one basket. There are no other baskets. I just can't risk it. I know, I just carried on about why does nobody let me fail, but this... It's serious. They can't know. Please, Inko. I can't lose everything over this mistake. I just can't. I can't. Fraud. God, not that. But isn't it? Olivia grabs the sides of my jacket and yanks herself close. The motion tips the umbrella over. It slides a few feet away in the breeze. Almost makes her lose her balance and fall over onto me. Her breathing is erratic. Inko, listen to me! Please, I can't lose this! I can't be damned to nothing! This is all I have! You can't go to someone about this, I'm begging you! She's tugging me towards the ground, closer to her. My jacket's starting to tear. I can feel her anxiety about how her hands are quivering with fear as they grip tightly at my coat. It's my fault, okay? Not yours. You don't need to make it your problem. Please. Okay. Nobody else has to know. It'll have to be our little secret. Olivia exhales and lets go. All at once, she slumps down. I have to hold my arms out to stop myself from falling, too. Olivia ends up slumped over my lap sideways. Hey, you okay? No, I'm really not. The gator girl tries to push herself up from my lap. Her attempt only ended up with her twisting on my legs and turning her face and chest upwards. She must be really exhausted, as even in her attempt to blow her wet hair from her face is unsuccessful. God damn it, is this what it's all come to? I got away with it too. Fuck, I'm just like Ben. You have the energy to get up? Not yet. Olivia? What's wrong with Ben? How are you like him? She exhales hard. Ben... It's all his fault. All of it. If not for him, I wouldn't be this thing. Some worthless heat. Unable to do anything with nothing and nobody. None of this would have happened. Sounds like something I shouldn't be prying into. You don't need to tell me. Yeah, I don't. But I did this to you. I should be honest. Can you get off my legs first? I'm starting to lose feeling. Me too? Fine. Can you help me up at least? I take Olivia's shoulder and help her back to her sitting position by me. She just leans back against my shoulder. Sorry, it's been a long day. I guess it's fine for now. Where do I even start? That Ben. I don't even remember how we became friends. We definitely hung out a lot in my last year at middle school. He didn't care that I was in the chair. Didn't treat me any different. He was cool. What's the issue then? Olivia bops my chin with her scone. Let me finish. He was cool. But in freshman year... Back then, Ben was only in the student council as a secretary. I was looking forward to that yearly art show. Worked all summer for the perfect performance. For the perfect piece. Dreamscape. Disdain was heavy in her tone as she said its name. Yeah, it won. It wasn't supposed to. Once again, her eyes were teary, though with rage this time. My mouth clicked shut as she glared at me. Her eyes closed, and her tone was once again sorrowful. Ben started advertising himself as my friend, like it was some part of his own personality. The sigh that escapes her carries years of repressed anger. Even his friends started doing it too. Like being around me was an act of charity that made them better. He eventually told me straight up, I'll give him that. Her voice shifted again, but instead of a voice to lampoon someone, it was an eerie facsimile of Ben. I'm universally down on my luck. Not even a week later, people started walking up to give praise to my submission. It was the first time that in a while I'd gotten a compliment for my work. I thought my submission was going to win. It was exciting. Until Damien showed me an article in the school newsletter, written by a certain student council secretary. Half of it was basic crap about the art submissions. The other half was about me. Ben had written the longest segment about the talented poor girl in the wheelchair and practically worshipped me for my determination. Surprise, surprise, it wins by a landslide. And even when my piece won, all I could remember was that feeling, just being handed a victory as charity. My whole summer, all that effort just overshadowed, and for what? A safety net that I didn't even earn. He really thought I was going to thank him. That was the worst part, honestly. As if after using me as a stepping stone to climb the social ladder, I couldn't take it anymore. I told him to get out of my life, and he just gave me this look. I'll never forget it. Genuine confusion, like I was alien for being upset. And what he said? This is your only chance of succeeding out there? I just wanted to give it all up. But by then, the money, the exposure, his fucking safety net, I just took it. He was right. He was right, and I hate it. I really, really, really fucking hate it. So that's what's between Ben and Olivia. I figured it was something, but sheesh. After that, I just couldn't. I shut everything out. Everyone. Everyone was fake. Everyone didn't want to know me. Just what I exist as. Even my own family. Hell, it's all his fault. All of it. Well, what? That's it. That's the truth. I just want to graduate and get away from here. From him. He ruined my life. Because of him, I'm not Olivia. I'm Olivia, the poor, sad cripple. That title is forever fixed to my name. Come on, that's not true. You're right. It's not. You're Olivia. No, that's also not it. I'm not Olivia. I'm God's funniest joke. I nudge the umbrella back over to us. Goes back into the spot, propped up between us, recreating the canopy shielding us from the elements. Olivia looks to me to gauge a reaction. That was the sort of speech given by someone that's had years to think about it and hold it in. It was one she's been waiting to give to anyone willing to listen, if she could just trust them. All of her pent-up angst against the guy that ruined her life. Released at the moment she just couldn't take it anymore. It can't get much worse than this for her, but she trusts me. What she needs to hear right now is... you can still take back the reins of your life and own your mistakes. I take my sunglasses off and lean forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. She takes a moment to register the new sight and looks right at me, anticipating whatever I'm about to say. You're not a joke, Olivia. I appreciate you trying and all, but it doesn't matter. The damage has been done. All that shit is what made me into a nihilist. I wouldn't say you're a nihilist, Olivia. Plus, I don't think that's what that word means. You still enjoy some things. Got a better word? Defeatist. Well, there you go. That's besides the point. Ben did something horrible, but he didn't take your agency. Are you saying that I ruined my life? Is that it? Annoyance bubbles up within me as she argues back. She wanted to get caught in the act. Yet Olivia looks at me as if I just spat in her face. Just what the hell are you getting at, Inko? What am I getting at? What am I getting at? The fact that you can't keep using Ben's shitty choices as a crutch. Her breath catches. You need to take responsibility for your own life. Who you are and what you want to be. My words catch Olivia off guard. And they kept coming. Unbidden now. You say that you're a nihilist. You draw these amazing pieces that reflect these realistic fantasy worlds. And you say that no one wants to know you for you, but you know you have the pains. Iadakin, Liz, me. Can you really blame any of that on Ben? Even the art contest. Ben didn't yank some evil string of fate to make you swap out the submission. You made yourself do it. I know it's hard. I have trouble with this too, but please, for all of us, take responsibility for your feelings, Olivia. Oh, shit. Damn it, mouth! My tirade has left Olivia staring at me, mouth hung open, aghast at what I had said. I hiss in realization and try to backtrack. Sorry, that was... fuck you. Stopping completely, Olivia raises her head from my shoulders and she glares at me. Her eyes are heartbroken, they're enraged, looking for something to lash out at, but they're trusting. Fuck you for being right. I know all of that, damn it. And you're the second to say it. Her eyes water and her head returns to my shoulder. Damn it. Damn it, all it go. I'm stunned as she presses further against me, even using her arms to tuck her legs closer. You and Iadakin had... Fine, you're right, but how do I start? I have no idea what I should do. Her voice sounds so weak, but there's conviction hidden within it. Honestly, she should have just mauled me for what I said. It's what she wants. I can do this. Well, what do you think is wrong right now? You'll have to be more specific. All right. What about Damien and his family? She hums in thought. And then there's Liz, too. All of them would probably like to hear your thoughts. Yeah. What would I say, though? Whatever you're feeling? Hell, just being more open in general would be something. I can feel her frowning, but also nod against my shoulder. Fine. What else? Mr. Iadakin? She scoffs. He probably already knows. What are you thinking? Yeah, he reads me like a book. But he'd probably like to hear you say it. Yeah, he would. And? And me too. And me too. You got your turn. You've told me just now. But I'd like to hear more about you. You're my friend. Alright. Starting now. I can feel her rumbling growl before she sighs. I'm sorry, Inko. For all the shit I've put you through since you got here. For being a really shitty friend. For you having to put up with me. I chose to be your friend, Olivia. So don't apologize for that. Olivia looks up at me through the corner of her eye. Ben can't take your agency, and you can't take mine. I'm choosing this. You're silly. Her words were strained, and not from a lack of water. The regret in her voice was raw, along with the honesty. Thanks. And I forgive you. And once again, silence. I fumble with my sunglasses, debating whether I should bother with them given the rain. Might as well, since they're prescription after all. We just lay back, listening to the patter of the rain against our little tent. Just her and I, secluded from the world that's done so much to crush her. And she's really leaning against me. I crane my neck so I can turn to look at her. She looks at peace now. Even with the smeared mascara and wet hair. I'm starting to lose the feeling in my arm, though. Watching her like this is... Is that a snore? I guess she would be pretty tired. It's been a long day, for the both of us. Even if it's only fourth period. Did I do alright? Things turned out pretty okay. I'm anxious. The best I can do is be there for her. In this case, it's letting her have my shoulder for a bit. Pressed up against me. My eyes slide closed, and I try to lose myself in the pitter-patter of the rainfall. Oh my god. Olivia jerks herself up and starts coughing into her fist. Fuck! How long? About 5 minutes, probably. Jeez, sorry. You know, I remember when you got onto me just for sitting near you back at the party. Shut up! Looks like you're improving a bit. Olivia bonks the umbrella, making it splash a bit onto me. Hey! Anyway, Olivia stretches her arms. Things go quiet again. Olivia finally breaks the silence. I know you say you forgive me and all, but I still feel like shit for putting you through all this. Now everyone's going to expect you to be skilled at painting. They'll call you a fraud. Yeah. Just try not to think about it. Damn it, it's all my fault. Olivia rests her arms over her knees. I'm surprised she manages to bury her long snout in them. An idea hits me. What if you taught me for real? Olivia raises her head from her arms. Taught you? Painting. For real. It's like you say, I have expectations to fulfill. Would you teach me how to paint like you do? I don't know. Tell you what, I'll forgive you if you teach me. You already said that. Olivia looks down in contemplation. Alright, I'll teach you how to paint. But you should know, I'm a lousy teacher. You've seen my working class, I'm a lousy student. I got the feeling it'd work out. Hey, don't make it weird. Yes, Professor Halford. Stop making it weird! I chuckle as I'm playfully shoved by her. After that, after everything was said and done, things became quiet. With the solace of my umbrella, we relaxed together. At least, until Olivia begins shifting uncomfortably. I sit and watch as she takes her calves and shifts them to the side with one hand. Her tail comes around and presses into the paper-filled floor before her, keeping her upright as she starts to lean forward. Finally, with the strength of her tail and one arm, Olivia lifts her hips from the floor and swings her shins fully beneath her. She smiles as she kneels over me. Just gonna sit there? Crap. I guess I was gawking stupidly. But this is so fascinating. Seeing the girl maneuver herself in these odd yet well-practiced ways. I'm kind of jealous, actually. Wish I had a tail to do something. Some of the things she could. I pressed my hands down on the floor and pushed myself up. I don't know why. I thought to stand, but instead I shifted myself into a kneeling position too. We're face to face now. And there it is. The first hug. For a split second, I feared the worst as Olivia drew me into a hug. I don't know what she would do, but this... I like this. For how strong her arms are, how they're wrapped around my chest, it feels exceptionally tender. My own arms have enveloped her, returning the embrace in a similarly soft way. And as her arms loosen, I draw back, though I don't want to take my hands off her. That was... nice. Don't make it weird. Sorry about that. Through the sound of rainfall hitting the umbrella, my eyes suddenly pick up the noise of what sounds like squeaking? I look down to see that there's something shuffling in Olivia's pocket. A little beast emerges from its hiding spot with a squeaky yawn, to which Olivia offers her hand for it to use as a platform. Hey, little guy, I nearly forgot about you. A nice nap? That's a rat. Oh, right, you two haven't met each other. Inko, this is Guts. Guts, meet Inko. Oh, hi, Guts. I awkwardly wave at the apprehensive-looking rodent. Olivia lifts Guts onto her shoulder, like her hand is an elevator for him. You brought him to school? Well, yeah, I just really needed him today since, all that crap that's happened. She gives Guts a few scritches beneath his chin. I bring him sometimes when things get rough. Nobody noticed? You haven't. Touché. Iadakin did, once. He just told me to not let him run around the school, otherwise he'd be considered a health hazard or something. The tardy bell rings out in the distance. We're late for our next classes. I'm sure Iadakin would understand. You should probably get back to class. Here, hold this. I give Olivia the umbrella so she and the rat can stay dry while I fetch the wheelchair. By now, it's settled into the mud. This wheelchair has definitely seen some better days. After dusting off the dirt and pooling water as best I can, I make my way back. Thanks. She offers the umbrella back, but I make sure to hold it above her. Keep the wheelchair steady with one hand as Olivia climbs into the seat, using her tail to keep herself up. We stand in the rain, in silence for a moment, only sharing content glances. So what do we do about the contest now? That's a good question. Ben was there when I saw my name on the painting. He already went to tell someone. So, like you said, no harm, no foul. What about your own submission? I ruined it. I scratched the back of my head. Yeah, it wouldn't have won anyway. It's just a picture. Oh. I thought it was pretty okay. Hearing those words from Olivia sends a strange flash of heat to my face. It's not unpleasant, but those honest words from her really do cut through me for some reason. Thanks. A loud squeak draws my eyes to Guts as he stands atop Olivia's shoulder. You too? A wry smile stretches across Olivia's face. I think it means Guts is saying it's actually so-so. Hey! Cut him some slack, Guts. Inko doesn't have any time to make anything for the contest. He's got some high standards. Yep, that's why I've gotten so good. The sheer absurdity of it. I don't know which of us broke first, but our laughter fills the air, heard only by it. By us as the rainfall cuts off all other noise. So, what now? I don't know. I don't want to go yet. Still pretty worn out. For now. A smile crosses my face as a wicked idea comes to mind. Well, too bad. What? I walk around behind Olivia, grinning like a mad idiot. Inko, what are you doing? Inko? Inko! Her head tries to follow me as I stand right behind her chair. I figured that pushing your chair around is really tiring, so how about I help you out? Olivia blushes and looks away. Fine, just for today. Returning to the campus was certainly awkward. Passerby shoot us looks. It's not the most common scene to see a girl in a wheelchair just roll on in, sopping wet and tracking mud in. More likely, though, it's because said girl had taken to using my umbrella to hide herself from those looks. She was already extremely red in the face. It was a conundrum. Drop the umbrella and let people see her? Or keep it up and draw more attention? I shall name it the Nito Theorem. She's gonna kill me if I ever attempt to publish it. But making her way back to Olivia's current class, she simply shook her still concealed head. I didn't really have much of a choice. From all that I knew, her last classes were on the upper level. And she was in possession of the elevator key. I was in possession of one of the weakest knees in St. Hammond, at least according to Coach Sully. So, I wheeled her to my current photography class. On the way over, she kept bending her head back to peek at me, like she's making sure I'm still there. Knocking on his closed door, the Pterosaur professor didn't even bat an eye at the poorly hidden girl. He simply stepped aside and let us through. Ben was looking our way, but I chose to pay him no mind. After everything I've heard, Olivia didn't even register he was there. She simply rolled herself to the back of the classroom and through a door into what I always guessed was Iadakin's supply closet. You know what? I'm an idiot. It's a dark room, isn't it? The stares of my other classmates abated, thankfully, as our teacher continued his lecture. Taking my own seat, I focused on Iadakin. As much as I could, at least. My muddled thoughts kept me distracted the whole period. Just before the bell rings, Iadakin stares me dead in the eye. He points a stern finger directly at me, and then to the floor to signal, "You, stay." Once everyone else has left, he closes the class door and locks it. So, care to explain? Explain, sir? He opens the door to in the back and signals Olivia to come on out. The mud, the trench clothes, the declaration of sanctuary. I was having a bad day. She's looking a bit better. Still drained, but she's not shivering. Her rat sits on her lap, and Iadakin extends a finger to scratch under his chin. I can see that. He takes his seat against a nearby desk and waves a hand for Olivia to go on. When she does, he shifts. When she doesn't, he shifts his hand to me. I look between the two of them. Mr. Iadakin's expectant leer, and Olivia's pleading eyes. Ultimately, I shake my head in the negative. I just helped Olivia get out of the rain. Of course. He slouches further atop the desk. Can I tell you some other time? Sure. Whatever it was, looks like you've recovered pretty well. Olivia doesn't answer verbally, instead giving him a bashful smile and a nod. Was it about your work again? Yeah. Oh, this girl. He turns to me and points a thumb at her. You know, the work she's so concerned about absolutely wrecks the grading curve in my class. For the sake of other students, I had to put a limit on extra credit assignments. Really? Yeah. Never before would I ever even consider such a restraint. Why punish someone for working too hard, I would think to myself. Then, 4 years ago, this little green goblin comes rolling into my class. Half a semester and more than a few angry calls from parents later, my hands were tied. Young lady simply does too dang much. Olivia smiles, but doesn't look up from her pet. It was that much better than all the other students? Well, no, I don't grade by technique. If I did, you'd be in big trouble, Inko. Olivia's work is just very good even then. But the main thing I admire is how motivated she can be. I haven't seen someone so enthused to just paint in years. Certainly haven't seen anyone so enthused I had to change the rules like that. You were worried it'd stop me. Was I? That definitely sounds like me, but it didn't stop you. Not even a little. Heck, that year you even got me to see things differently. I don't think I ever did anything like that. Yet you did when you came into my class the Friday before Mother's Day. Take a look at this. I'm handed the quill pen, and the first thing I note about it is how soft the feather portion is. It's the special pen you always use. It's actually from my wife. Oh. Inspecting it closer, I can now see more intricate details. From the faded engravings on the shank to the maintained but worn point. It's well made and well kept, yet the feather and brass showed its age. She came in that afternoon with a whole stack of crumpled painting drafts, so frustrated she couldn't get it right, and so determined to make it perfect. I say, any of these would be great. Your aunt would love any of these. And she fires back, if it's not good enough for me, why would it be good enough for someone I love? I did not have an answer. So I tell her to take a step back. We take a few hours to go over fundamentals once more. I send her home to try getting it right over the weekend. And come Monday, she returns and hugs me first thing. That Friday night, though, what she said was on my mind. I talked about it all night with my wife. Then, that morning, I decided to make a change for myself. My wife was molting at the time, so there was always a new feather or three in our blankets each morning. I took the biggest one, preserved it right, got a bit of help to make it into a real pen, and I've used it ever since. It helps me It helps me remember to do my job right, for the people I care about, and for the people my students care about. I think what it was is that it's that childlike reasoning that comes so naturally for the youth. That reasoning, it makes a type of innocent, earnest dedication, something I think I lost for a while. Don't give me so much credit. You haven't lost it, have you? Good. Don't lose it for me, okay? Okay. Iadakin yawns and stretches. You feeling all right to go to your next class? Yeah, I'm ready. Great. He claps a hand over my back. We should do this again sometime. Mr. Iadakin ushers us out of his classroom as the late bell trills, handing us a note he rapidly scrawled on. Miss Prockling didn't seem enthused to see us come in late, but she sighed as she read the late note from Iadakin. As I took my usual spot, I felt something odd in the corner of my eye. Looking up, it was to see Olivia looking my way, with that smile on her face. One that spoke so many words, yet I couldn't figure out what. All I could do was turn to match it, before focusing on Miss Brocklin's latest lecture. Alright, so I'm under the impression that the story doesn't change all too much up until chapter 10? And I'm just going to double check the score here. So we're going to chapter select all the way up to chapter 10 for ending 4. Even though we're pretty far into the fall season, today is a nice day out. There's a storm coming in later today with a cold front, so the temperatures outside are bearable enough to relax in. One last respite before the unforgiving cold of winter settles in. I decide to celebrate by eating lunch outside. After a good bit of prodding, Olivia joined me. Inco, it's too cold. It'll freeze my veins solid. Yeah. It's 70 degrees and you already agreed. Calm down. We step out into the chilled air. She pulls the drawstrings of her hoodie taut, yanking it shut again. When I try moving her along, she starts dragging her tail on the ground. You're secretly enjoying this, aren't you? That hoodie isn't hiding your silly little grin. There's a table by the edge of the yard that looks pretty good. Now it's just the two of us. Alone. Sitting at a picnic table in complete silence. Ingenious one-liners flow through my head like a slam poetry champion, yet I can't work up the will to say anything about the wedding tour. Guess there's always later. So, Olivia. The gator lifts her head from her roast beef sandwich, staring directly at me. What's up? How about this weather? Seriously? Yeah, seriously, I'm not used to coastal towns, so this is a nice change of pace. Well, it's pretty chilly. Part of why we're the only ones out here. It is pretty empty out here today. Well, maybe it's like a human dino thing. More acclimated to snow. Even with the hoodie, it's a lot colder than I'd like. Oh? Why'd you agree to come outside with me? Well, you wanted to, and you... Olivia's lips quiver a little as she tries to work out the words to say. Her mouth isn't up to the task, and a flush of scarlet spreads across her cheeks, makes her pouting lips glow. Hey! Stop looking at me like that! I mean, where are you from, man? Where are you from, then? The Midwest. The Midwest? Only loons come from the Midwest. Oh, come on, that's not true. Alright, then. What's it like, then? A lot of empty promises. Nothing worth talking about. What was St. Hammond like before I showed up? Oh, horrible. Everybody here sucked. Well, they still do, but seriously, most of the faculty had a stick up their ass and the student body was holding on for dear life. I'd do anything to get out of this place. If I gotta take you and Damien with me. Wow. Colorful. Olivia and I freeze the familiar voice. The sound of stone grinding on stone echoes throughout the courtyard as we turn our heads towards whoever said it. Principal Scalar just stands as still as us, her face burning red. Though her jaw is moving, teeth grinding Though her jaw is moving, teeth grinding exceptionally loud as she looks at Olivia. Next to her stands a large whale dressed in formal attire. I guess Mr. Ferris is still doing that inspection. Did he hear... What were you saying just now about student morale, Principal Scalar? He doesn't even look up from his clipboard as he's jotting down something with a pencil. I said had. Ever since Principal Scalar took over as our principal, things have gotten better. Olivia's words do little to make Scalar's face lessen in both color, intensity, and heat. Yeah, I have to say, this school's way better than my old one by at least a country mile. So, Mr. Inco, would you say that your time in St. Hammond, since your transfer, has been both fruitful and comfortable? I mean, compared to my old school, I've met good friends, had an excellent teachers and classes, and have had an all-around good time. Also, the cafeteria food is great here. It actually tastes like food, not microwave reheated gruel. Mr. Ferris gives me a nod and writes something on his notepad before turning to face Olivia. What about you, Miss Olivia Halford, was it? Got any comments regarding St. Hammond? Do be honest, please. Olivia shoots me a quick glance before taking a deep breath. Well, the school needs more handicap access ramps. Also, the elevator in the main building is busted. Sometimes I get stuck for a few minutes. Also, our PE teacher steals hats from students and hoards them in an equipment shed. I can almost feel the heat emanating from Principal Scalar's face as soon as Olivia finishes lodging her complaints. Wouldn't want to be around her after Ferris's visit is over. For his part, Mr. Ferris only nods and writes more down on his clipboard before turning back to face Scalar, who does her best to turn her grimace into some kind of smile. Seems like there are some issues left over from the previous administration. Are you already taking care of correcting the issues Miss Halford pointed out? Principal Scalar nervously clears her throat. I've already sent a request to the district to have the elevator looked at by a technician. Mr. Ferris nods and writes something else on his clipboard before clicking his pen and stuffing it into his front suit pocket. I'll have to talk to the superintendent about that request next time I'm at the office. What about this PE teacher Miss Olivia mentions? Oh, Mr. Coach Sully. Ferris raises an eyebrow. It's his legal name. I know. He checks the page, then sighs a bit. Right. Ferris turns to face me. Well, that's enough about St. Hammond for the time being. Mr. Inco, how would you say things are going for you? Not just as a student, but as a grown adult. Honestly, at the start of the year, I'd have told you things weren't looking too good. But I've met some really good friends here at St. Hammond, and I feel like things will be okay for us. I can't help but look towards Olivia as I say that. She stares back in a faint expression of surprise, but it quickly melts into a warm smile. Yeah, that sums it up pretty well. Ferris looks up from his clipboard towards us, a smirk forming on his otherwise flat face. I'm glad to hear you two are doing well. The Leviathan finishes jotting down something on his clipboard, finally turning to Principal Scalar. I think I have everything I need for the time being. So, Mr. Ferris, why don't we adjourn to the faculty lounge? Of course, we can go over your future budgetary plans over a nice cup of coffee. The inspector turns away, Principal Scalar lagging behind him with a look of pure misery on her face. I wish he'd done this freshman year. With a huff and a frown, Olivia stabs at her lunch tray, treating her Caesar salad like a voodoo doll. Well, look at the bright side. She levels her silver eyes on me, but remains focused on treating her salad like its namesake. It's senior year and we're halfway through. So we only have to put up with this place for a couple more months. She lances the largest piece of chicken, twisting her spork roughly. And? Then what? I guess, I don't really have any concrete plans after school. What do you mean? You mentioned all that stuff about making a name for yourself. I mean, yeah, when I first got here, that was the goal. But honestly, I haven't considered what I was going to do to get there. It's my turn to toy with my meal. You? I plan on getting an art degree. Whoa, really? Online, of course. Oh. Not like I have any other options. The only time I'm worth anything is when there's a brush in my hand. Only classes I'm really passing, too. I nod my head in understanding, but she's talking about her future, but it sounds more like a resignation than a declaration. I at least have something, even if the path to my goal is vague. The morose mood leaves me at a loss for words. Damn it, I was hoping to actually use this time to, I don't know, wanted to talk to Olivia and ask her something. Or something like that. Stupid Mr. Ferris and his workplace politics dampening my mood. Had to wet the whistle. The air between us is awkward as we pick at our lunch. Even after the bell rings, we're forced to finish eating. It's still weird. Even when I asked Olivia if she would like a push to history, she just remained silent and thought. Olivia had been quiet for about 5 minutes now. Even though 5 minutes isn't that long a time, Olivia had grown so much chattier as of late. So the silence felt just a bit off-putting to me. Part of me couldn't help but wonder if it's a cold shoulder directed at me or just remaining nerves from the last conversation. I used to just thinking about it. So, penny for your thoughts, Olivia? Oh, right. Sorry, I guess I'm not here right now. What do you think about it exactly? Olivia lets out a sigh and turns her head upwards so that her eyes meet mine. I really got to thinking about what we were talking about earlier. How it seems like neither of us knows what we'll exactly be doing after school's over. Oh, right. Yeah, that. I hadn't really given much thought to the fact that I had essentially dropped a bombshell on both of us. Now that I really stopped to think about it, the idea that neither of us really knows what to do after graduation is concerning. Most seniors at least have a small idea of what they'll want to do after graduation. At least, I think. Hell, Liz made a full chart and timeline for herself. I mean, I always figured I'd go to college. That feels so basic, for lack of a better word. There should be some kind of grander plan on what to do with the next big step in life. University, a career, maybe even starting some kind of family. Those are the kinds of plans that come to mind. They're all just simple platitudes at the end of the day, though. Is it even worth making plans? The more I think about it, the more likely it is that something stupid just comes out of left field and wrecks everything. If you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans and all. So maybe I can really do this and So maybe all I can do then is live in the moment. I always hated that sort of thinking. Just being a sitting duck for life to take pot shots at me. Just live pretending death can't show up and take me at any time. Hey, it's Olivia! Oh, shit. And friend. Olivia stiffens in her chair. Oh, hey, Mia. Olivia's words are a hiss as she tries to face away from the crimson-scaled girl. Her hands shakily strain against the wheels of her chair, slowly turning it too. Got a couple questions for you, Olivia. Would you like to humor me for a bit? What am I saying? Of course you don't mind! The parasaur saunters up and with a sway of her hip, pushes me aside as Olivia takes Olivia's reins from me. What the hell? You're insane if you think we're going with you anywhere. We? She looks down at Olivia and back at me. We. He's funny. We're just going for a little girl talk. No boys allowed. Sorry. You're up for that, right, Liv? She puts a hand on her shoulder and cocks an eyebrow back at me like she knows something. So yeah, we'll just be a moment. Don't worry that pretty little head of yours. I'm left gawking and confused as the two head off in a different direction. Olivia doesn't seem to know what to say or do either, so she just goes along with the parasaur wheeling her away. Part of me wants to give chase, but the side eye that Mia sends back at me forces me to stop. I feel useless as I watch the two turn the corner. My thoughts of what I want to do going after the pair are betrayed by my body still frozen by that icy glare from Mia. Damn it. I'll just get to class and ask what this was about later. By the time I get to Brockling's history class, I'm half expecting to find Olivia already waiting for me. Some kind of remark primed and ready to be spoken to me. But instead, she isn't here. I reluctantly take my seat, tapping my foot impatiently. When the bell comes and goes, there's still no sign of her. Shit. I shouldn't have let Olivia go with her alone. The hell was I thinking? I really don't want to cut class, but I can't afford anything bad to happen to her. Nope, I can't sit and do nothing. I shoot my hand up in the air, causing Miss Prockling to pause mid-lecture. Yes, Mr. Nito? Miss Prockling, can I be excused? Why? Class barely started a few minutes ago. Because I... shat myself. I'm halfway out the door already. Where did they go? There's not a soul to be found anywhere. If I were a bitch, where would I go to... Where would I harass somebody in secret? Shoot, whatever's between them, I hope it isn't turning physical. I mean, she wouldn't, would she? My hands clench tighter and tighter as I focus on walking faster. Finally, something snaps me out of my trance, the faint sound of squeaking metal. I've heard that sound before. I turn towards the source, just beyond the door of the nearby classroom. Judging by the paraphernalia covering the door, I think it's the algebra room. I grab the handle and haphazardly throw the door open, praying that I'm not about to rudely interrupt a teacher for the second time today. Looks like shit. I should be happy it's done. Two heads turn to me in a mix of anger and surprise. And they're the heads of the girls I was looking for. It's like a sudden three-way standoff. It's definitely not intended to be a factor in whatever this is. Really should have thought about that before barging in. Thank Raptor Jesus, she's okay. What the fuck are you doing here? I should be asking you two the same question. Oh my god. Look, Baldy, now's not that time. Don't talk to him like that. Yeah? Or what? I told you to not be followed. You were there when we left. He just heard you screaming like a maniac. I've been forgotten already. Hey! Why are you two in an empty classroom yelling at each other? The two fall deathly silent, unwilling or unable to speak. I notice a piece of paper in Mia's hand. Looks like something's drawn on it. The style is different, but it's unmistakably one of Olivia's works. Mia, why do you have her drawings? The Parasaur stops blinking for a few seconds before shoving the paper in her jacket. Before I can question any further, Olivia speaks up. Inko, why did you come here? You seemed like you were in trouble. How touching. Well, we're all in trouble now. We? Yeah, dumbass. I don't have time for this. Hot Wheels Filament. What's the big issue? Olivia claws at her armrests again. She looks about ready to cry. Hey, where'd all your vicious bravado go? Are you afraid to tell him? Afraid of what he'll think? Shut up! Precious. Fine, I'll say it. Mia turns to me with a malicious grin. I know all about what this prick did during the yearbook art contest. Now, ordinarily, I wouldn't give two shits, but then it hit me. Holy shit, she can just get away with it. Now, how crazy is that? She pauses, goading me to say otherwise, but I bite my tongue. Like a shark smelling blood, she begins to circle me, continuing her taunts. Then, one thing leads to another, and now we're helping each other out. After all, if the school found out, it'd leave a permanent mark on her unemployable ass. What? Yours too, probably, since you're involved and all. My teeth creak painfully from my clenched jaw, and yet the blood drained from my face. I'm talking about her record, you mouth breather. Art's your big break, right? Skipping the whole rigmarole, that's the gist. The gist of it is simple. So Olivia draws some BS group projects for me and some friends of mine, turns them in, and I make sure the whole incident goes away. I manage to earn back some of the feeling in my consciousness, just long enough to defy her. But that's blackmail and cheating. It's wrong. Oh my god, that's fucking precious. Mia blinks a few times before turning back at Olivia, then back to me, then back to Olivia. What are you, disappointed in her now? I bet you made her pinky swear she would never do something like that again. She leans closer to me, faux whispering. I'm sorry to break the news, Inko, but your friend here is a liar. Don't listen, I wouldn't be. She was threatening me. Threatening? Honey, if we were swapped, you'd see my ass hang. All I'm doing is making things better for the both of us. Not my fault you tried to get away with cheating. You'd think a cripple like you would have more shame than that. I watch Olivia's eyes start twitching. Mia's starting to really get to her. I can't let her keep talking to her like that. Mia, just stop it, okay? She really doesn't need this right now. Can't you both just walk away and pretend this never happened? Shit, Inko, you're good. You hear that, Olivia? Wait, but I didn't mean... Olivia's staring at me with a look of betrayal that threatens to tear my heart in two. God damn it, why can't I stop talking for once? Mia waves me off, turning to face her target once more. I'd bet you'd love to walk away from this, but the thing is... But things just don't work out that way, do they? Oh, that's why you didn't want Inko knowing you're still a dirty cheater. Shut up! Oh, relax. It's not a big deal. No, I'm sick of this. You already admitted it. Art's my big break. You're only doing this because Art's all I have. Your record is fucked. You lose nothing if we get caught. It's Tuesday for you. But me? It's all I have. You're embarrassing yourself. You know I can't lift or run or dance or carry or fucking anything you do on a daily basis without even thinking about it. I can't ever do anything else. I can't ever do anything else because of these fucking legs in this fucking chair. Why can't any of you just leave me alone? I just want to draw, for God's sake. Mia rolls her eyes and takes a step closer to Olivia. That's a nice outburst and all, sweetie, but I really thought you were smarter than this. Olivia wipes away at her eyes with her sleeve. What? Mia takes another step forward. Think, handbag. Would I really go through the trouble of making you do this junk for middling grades? If your work were crap, you wouldn't have a record to hold over you. Everyone knows you're the best artist in this place. You're just a retard about it. Olivia's mouth hangs open, but no words come out. You're the kind of idiot to let this sort of comment get to you, so let me be the first to say. Congratulations, Olivia. You have a fan. Anyways, Inko. Oh, crap. Distractions aside, you're in on it now, too. You don't want Olivia to starve now, would you? Her words, not mine. Say a damn word about any of this, and she's doomed. You understand me? Okay, I thought things would change up to here, but apparently not. Chapter 15. Alright, I've read this a couple of times now. Tuck her in properly. Skip. Alright. Ending 4. Ben's story true. Alright. Slowly, I opened up the door and inched myself inside. The principal was sitting behind her disorganized desk, blanketed with numerous sheets. and between me and her, Mia and Ben looking back at me from their own chairs. You wanted to see me, Principal Scaler? Yes, Mr. Nito. There's some matters we need to discuss. She motions to the third chair in front of her. I take a seat as instructed next to Ben, who's more or less acting as a personal barrier between me and Mia. Mr. McKnight has informed me that there was an incident between you and Miss Moretti earlier this month. One in which school property was severely damaged. Yeah, it was near the start of the month, so why now? I look at Ben and Mia. I'm sorry, there were more pertinent issues at the time, Inko. I had to keep pushing this back to handle things like the audit paperwork, and an excessively heavy breath leaves Scaler's mouth. You should have given me the reports as soon as it happened. Miss Scaler looks at Ben and as he frowns. This needs to be resolved by the end of today, Benjamin. Her eyes turned my way. Please, so that we can finish this as soon as possible. While she spoke, my focus was on Mia, and the smile that crept across her face. From what Miss Moretti has told me, it was you who instigated it in the first place. Care to explain? What? Principal Scaler, Mia was the one who... We are aware that she caused the damage, Mr. Nito. Oh. The older woman leans forward with pen and paper in hand. What we need to know is how this incident happened in the first place. I think we should hear Mia's side of the story first. Oh, you son of a... Since she was the one to inadvertently cause the damage, after all. The red scale girl nods, holding out her hands as she begins. Miss Scaler, I was just trying to talk to Olivia that day, when out of nowhere, Inko shows up and starts getting on my case. I was trying to tell him that me and Olivia were working on a project when... Bam! He just whips out his camera and blinds me with it. What? Didn't she slap herself in the face with a tail-mounted glitter bomb? And because I couldn't see, I kept running into things, even knocking things over. I didn't mean to do that, Miss Scaler. I know I have a temper, and trust me, Ben's been helping me work on it. But you can't blame me for going around like a headless chicken. She can't be serious. I look to the principal and see that she's just listening to her lie through her teeth. And this ain't even the first time he's done this. I tried talking to Olivia back in September, and he pulled her away. I swear, he's been out for me ever since the first day of school. Principal Scaler, that... Shh! My jaw slams shut bitterly as the principal denies me the chance to defend myself. Her eyes turn downward to a particular stack of papers atop her desk, carefully scanning one page and flipping to the next. The silence in the room is unnerving as she flips through page after page, finally breaking the quiet by clearing her throat. Now, Mr. Nito, you can give your side of the incident. I recount the events as Olivia and I had done with Iodakin, including the part where he saved us with a stun baton. From the moment Mia took Olivia away, to finding them in the classroom, to where she slapped herself in the face with a glitter-covered poster. Leaving out the nature of the blackmail, of course. Getting everything out into the open is relieving, and I'm able to remain calm and collected the whole way through. While I spoke, Mia leered at me with eyes promising a vicious death. Ben, on the other hand, is looking increasingly uneasy that I'm not playing along. He's not glancing my way, but his eyebrows furrow in a way that it's clear he's silently begging me to help him out here. Mia focuses her vengeful stare at him as if to say, What are you doing? Inko, I'd like to remind you that it's your word against hers. There's no proof of anything you're saying is true. Did she ask for evidence, or did she ask for my side of the story? True, but Mia never hurt... Ben, I'm not interested in these mind games. She's been targeting Olivia and I all year. You want to defend Mia. I get that. Why does that involve throwing Olivia and I under the bus? Still here, dickwad. Mia? Scaler manages to shut her down with an authoritative gaze. I don't even care why you're trying to screw me over, but is there even a reason? The hell are you even doing, Glasses? You're letting this schmuck walk all over you. I'm waiting. It's complicated, okay? Is it? If you haven't figured it out yet, can you leave Olivia and I out of it then? No. Okay, fine. You want to find somebody to blame? Someone to take responsibility away from Mia? I know your guy. The guy responsible for everything. Ben raises an eyebrow. Well, yes, that would be ideal. You. None of this would have happened if you hadn't hurt Olivia in the first place. What's... He knows what I'm talking about. And here you are, 4 years later, still up to the same tricks. Olivia's stuck at home, her wheelchair's busted, and she's heartbroken. Oh, I didn't know. Is she all right? And you're just bringing up this interpersonal drama. Please, have some self-awareness. I have more important things to do than worry. I have more important things to be worrying about, clearly. I don't care to be a part of whatever house of cards you've set up here. Damn it, Ben sucks in a sharp breath through his teeth, sucking heavily as he lets that air escape in a long sigh. Sorry, Mia. The plan's a bust. The fuck? How? I can't do it. Not like this. There's other things I can do for you, just not at anyone's expense. The plan? Mr. McKnight, you mean to tell me Mr. Nito's right? Yo, String Bean, you know the stakes here. She has lots more than me to lose. All I gotta do is tell Teach what Olivia did. Shit, she would. She would. Just one thing after another. You know we're talking about the damaged property. I'm telling you, it's at the bottom of all of this. I'm not taking the hit. I'm innocent. If I gotta squeal to prove it, oh well. No! Scalar throws her hands up in frustration. She's resigned to just being along for the ride, reaching for her lunch bag. Ben, I have to. I said no. There are other ways. Not good enough. This needs to come out. Mia, you do that and I dig out some of the skeletons in your closet. Ben covers his mouth. The fuck did you just say to me? You heard me. Ben stares Mia down like she's about to slash his guts open. He's trembling, but he doesn't relent. Oh, you'll regret that. You'll fucking regret that, McKnight. I ain't doing this shit. Have fun trying to bang Inko's girl or whatever. She turns around and stomps out of the room, completely ignoring all three of us. Another bout of silence overtakes the room. Scalar, Ben, and I look between each other. Well, that was eventful. Between E.A. Atkins' report, Inko's account, and whatever that was, I think I have enough to work with. But we didn't finish... Oh, come on, Benjamin. Don't you have some soul-searching to do? He stares at her, bewildered. Seriously, Ben, please try to figure this out. Go back to class, the both of you. He doesn't move. I have to take the first steps towards the door, glancing back and motioning for him to do the same. Eventually, he follows me out of the office. Hell yes! And once we're out, I think to thank Ben. But why? He's the one that accused me and dragged me in there to begin with. He's just fixed his own mess. Ben runs his hands through his hair. Oh shit, I'm in trouble. You alright? I don't know. Look, I'm sorry about all of that. Everything's just getting so complex. I feel like I'm losing it. Always juggling so many things and have so many people have different rules. I can't let it start to get to me. Just gotta keep it up, right? What is it? Good question. I can't say. Sorry. I'll be fine. You should go. With a nod, I start heading back to class. Wait. Oh, for the love of it! Will you make up your mind? I turn back, catching Ben's flinch. Is Olivia going to be alright? I'm going to visit her after school. I told her I like her. She told me she likes me. Oh, congrats. Thanks. Then when you see her, could you tell Olivia... Tell her I'm sorry. About then, I didn't mean for it to hurt her. His fingers are clasped together in supplication. And while he looks sincere, I think you should tell her yourself. Once you see her again. You're right. I will. Give him a thumbs up and continue to lunch. By now it's lunchtime. I mean, I can hang out with Damien and Liz. Definitely needed after all this. After school, I took the metro back home to shower and put on some new clothes. As it turns out, my parents really were on a business trip for the weekend, as indicated by a sticky note on the fridge. Randy opens the front door to let me in. Ah, there you are! Damien mentioned you'd be coming over later. Hey, Randy. Say, Inko, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind shoveling the snow off the driveway when you can? Would really appreciate it. I'll even pay you a couple bucks for it. Ah, no need for the payment, sir. As thanks for letting me come unannounced again. Thanks a bunch. Really. As Randy leaves, I collapse into the couch and let my head rest against the comforter. God, that whole thing with Ben and Mia really took a lot out of me. The weight of my heavy thoughts drag my head sideways until I can see Olivia's bedroom door. My eyes linger there as I consider getting up to see her or just giving her some time to come out. She has to know I'm here now, right? She probably does. She probably doesn't want to do her silly knee walk thing again. I wonder how mad she'd be if I caught it on camera. A presence that cuts off my view before sitting right next to me. Hey, you alright, Inky? You're kind of out of it at lunch. For a moment, I consider telling Damien about what happened. Honestly, the last thing I want to do is bring that sort of drama into what I consider my safe haven. Yeah, I'm alright, Damien. Just had a rough time at school and hoping to take my mind off it. That's pretty understandable. I mean, but with everything that's been going on and all, if only you knew. In an attempt to comfort me, Damien pats my shoulder. Tell you what, I'll finish up my homework, and then we can chill over a game of Rock Ring or something. That sound good? Yeah, that sounds good. Sweet. Alone again. My stomach is aflutter with butterflies as I get up from the couch. Olivia's room is just a couple steps away. I have hugged that gator repeatedly, and I have obtained 3 of 4 endings. We're working on the 4th. Hell, the gators even smooched me, so, you know, we're doing pretty darn good. Once I reach it, I feel like I'm in the shadows of a colossal monolith. Come on, Inko, all you gotta do is knock. Damn it, arm, just lift up! Stop shaking! I'm awake, Uncle Randy. It's me, Olivia. I hear a quiet shuffling before Olivia speaks up, more loudly this time. Inko? Yeah, are you okay? Decent? Damn you, brain. Can I come in? Yeah, just watch your step. Watch my step? My hand's still shaking as I make contact with the knob. With a deep, calming breath, the butterflies finally start slowing down, and I'm able to push the door in. And see blackness. Olivia? The room is extremely dark. The only source of light is coming from the entryway. Interesting. We've never seen Inko actually appear in this cutscene like this before. Well, yeah, he is incognito. He's meant to be an everyman, someone you can just project onto without issue. I have to take my sunglasses off in an attempt to see through the darkness better. Olivia? The heck happened in here? Why is it so dark? Olivia? No response. Oliv? Gotcha! Oh, my leg! Hi. Her clawed fingers grip onto my ankle tightly and it takes all my coordination to stay standing. What are you doing? Olivia, what are you doing? Let go! Why are the lights out? How is it so dark? Reasons? I'm turning them on. Oh boy. I flipped the switch. Olivia's laptop lies shut on her bed, alongside a drawing pad. Someone's been sketching by the light of a digital screen. It looks normal enough. How dark is the... Olivia? Yes? Why is your window painted over with black paint? The light coming in offended my blackened heart, and my window became a canvas into the new darkness in my life. Yeah, it's dumb, I know. Olivia, are you alright? Olivia crawls back to her bed and flumps onto it, continuing her deep sigh the whole way through. Hey. Yeah, this morning after you left, I got the idea for it. Whole speech and everything. Something stupid about my old sketches. It was a moment of passion. A while later, I realized how silly it was, but the paint had already dried. At least the atmosphere is good, right? She sighs again into her mattress. Shit, this is embarrassing. I looked at the covered window. I don't see why you'd be embarrassed. Padding over to her bed, I take the vacant spot right next to her. Shut up. Even as she says that, Olivia rolls herself closer to me. And very in character for you. Quit it! Yeah, I can already tell. This is the best ending. Her hands bat at me, though with no strength or animosity behind her blows. I'm able to simply slap back at her hands until I catch one. Hey. Her fingers curl around my hand. It's very you. Her cheeks puff out in an adorable pout that I can't help but smile at. I like that, alright? You're lucky that I like you, or else I'd chomp your leg off. She growls at my smile, clearly annoyed by her own lack of intimidation. I guess I got used to it. Built up a tolerance for it, so now I can see how Olivia really is. You like me, and you'd still do that. Her bluff called, Olivia buries her face against my thigh and growls louder, but her fingers still cling tightly to my hand. Her head tilts just enough that she can peer at me with a solitary silver eye. While her maw is muffled against my leg, I sit clearly and hear her say, "Missed you." My free hand comes around and gently combs through her hair. One of the things I've really marveled over is just how soft her hair looks. I genuinely feel as I come to find as my fingers run over the glossy green locks. You've just been in here all day? Olivia nods her head, nudging her scalp more against my hand. I see you're set up there. Yeah. She hefts herself upright again. I've been drafting that painting all day. It's starting to come along. The laptop was just for light and music. She passed me the oversized pad. True to her word, the sketches are looking more and more refined, each one getting closer to the one that she's going for. Once it's done, I was thinking I could ask for it to be shown at the eulogy. Oh? Yeah, think they'll let me? They better, with all the effort you're putting in. Yeah. Want to hear something weird? I've had a long day. Hit me. This painting? I think it's special. When I woke up this morning, I felt lost. Lost enough to block out the light in my room. Then I just remembered my promise, and I got to work. It still hurts, but when I'm working on it, it's like it hurts less. Like it's what I should be doing. Like I'm doing it right. That's not weird at all. Really? Come on now. Alright, it's super weird. I think less of you though. But really, she bites her lower lip, thinking about something. It's missing something. She gestures to the page I'm on, the most recent sketch. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's vague. There's no detail. At the fountain, I tried. I really did. But I can only remember so much, and info, hey. Absolutely. I'll take the best dang picture you'll ever see. Thank you. First, though, how about I let the sunlight back in here, alright? Yeah. That's probably for the best. How would I go about doing that? I move the washcloth across the window pane, slowly but surely scrubbing away the dried paint in chunks. Good thing Olivia keeps spare bottles of paint thinner on hand. Or at least Mrs. Payne has Olivia keep spare bottles. Ever since an accident involving a much younger, more rebellious Baryonyx smearing paint all over the walls. As I continue scratching some of the errant flakes of paint with my fingernail, my ears perk up to the sound of a digital camera going off. In my peripheral, I see Olivia holding her phone toward me. Taking a picture when I'm not looking my best? For shame, Olivia. Ah, hush you. You look fine. What's so special you need to take a picture for? Nothing. Just using you to mess with unstable human women by posting on my catch on their forums. That's neat. What? What? She's trolling boards! She's trolling boards! No! Olivia's perfect! Most of the paint is gone anyway. I tossed the rag aside. I mean, this game was made by 4chan Annons, so only makes sense. I tossed the rag aside and scrambled to take a seat beside Olivia. She cackles to herself as a new post with the photo shows up. I've never heard of this place before, but it does look like a forum specifically for women. That is to say, non-dinosaur. Isn't this that lizard lounge site Liz doesn't like? No, this is the rival site only for human women. We're always messing with each other. Olivia posts features that picture she'd just taken, appended with the text, "My now skinny whores, your days are numbered." Is a reply calling her a dirty trigger. Oh my god! Olivia, I don't really appreciate being used for this sort of thing. Nah, don't worry about it, it's cool. See, they just IP banned me. You got banned just for that? Nah, I can get around that super easy. And then I get to do it all over again. Their tears sustain me. Okay, that's enough internet. That's it. I'm taking you outside. Hiss. I shake Olivia's leg to get her moving. Come on, you've been stuck in here all day. Come to the world of the living. Though I insisted to Olivia that I don't mind carrying her, she opted to shamble her way towards the couch on her own. When she reaches the couch, she pulls herself right into the cushions long ways. She sprawls out and exhales. Well, we're out here. Now what? You dragged me out here, you tell me. I didn't think that far ahead. You're insufferable. There's some of Damien and Viddy's games by the TV. There's some classic co-op games in there if you want to try one out. Oh god, the old Tumblr B War, Jesus Christ. Oh, that takes me back. You sure? I don't really play games much. Yeah, it'll be fun. Sort of like repayment. You carry me to the couch, now I carry you to victory. Har. I stand before Damien's chosen collection of entertainment. There's definitely some plain DVDs mixed in here. I pick one of the more worn-out looking cases and show it over my shoulder to Olivia. She gives an approving grunt, so it seems I picked well. The disc slides into the console, and I start setting up the TV. Is it not working? You gotta smack the left side. Then he left some magnetic toy near the screen once. Smack! The TV comes to life, its flickering screen displaying the console menu. Percussive maintenance. I pick up two of the controllers on the floor, and... What are you doing? What? Oh, I'm used to playing like this. She rubs her head on the cushion next to her, inviting me to sit normally. So, what's cool about this game is... Hey. What's cool is the co-op campaign has its own story. We could just play through that, because there's no way I'm letting you near the online scene yet. And with a few quick button prompts, the game starts. She contemplates skipping the cheesy introductory cutscene she's seen dozens of times by now, but lets it play out for my sake. When the game starts proper, I'm faced with a very specific problem. I am not good at video games. He's literally me! I'm good at watching them and listening to other people play and other people dissect them, but I do not play them. Okay, just follow my lead and shoot anything that even looks like it's moving. Right, how Olivia's already getting ahead in the game. I try to follow, but now my screen is pointed at the floor. Huh? Did I do something wrong? Maybe the other stick, and now I'm moving but still looking at the floor. Hey, start shooting already! Okay, I try one of the trigger looking things on the back of the controller. Some arm manifests on my side of the screen and throws something at the floor I'm looking at. Then there's a splash of bright orange, and I died? I look down at Olivia, and she's looking at me with the utmost horror. What? There's no way you are this bad. I told you, I never play video games. Fine, we'll do the tutorial and then start. With a few presses on her controller, we're back at the menu, and then in some blank space area on screen. From there, boxes on the screen, along with some AI voice, read out instructions for everything. I digested them slowly, having to double-check the buttons on the controller as it went, but after it was finished, I felt somewhat confident I wouldn't throw a grenade at my feet. Hopefully. We went back into the co-op campaign, when Olivia felt confident I wouldn't ruin the run. And so we sat, just running through the digital hallways of some military base, enjoying the simulated violence on screen. Just for a while. Olivia has no problems. After another few matches, Damien hops into the recliner. Hey, you guys didn't tell me you were starting the Friday gaming sesh. You kicking her ass yet, Inko? Ugh, no, it's my first time playing. Whoa, really? It's the co-op campaign. Yeah, you'll get it. I'm rooting for you. Yeah, dude, you'll be an excellent diversion while I gun them down. Someone's home. I get up and answer the door. There are two incredibly bundled figures, caked in snow. Oh, great, Mormons. Hardy har. It's Sophia bringing Vinny back from school. While the small boy looked unfazed by the cold, Sophia was shivering uncontrollably, even with the extra layers of protection. Damien rushes over to get some blankets for the two. Hello, Mrs. Payne. Hi, Vinny. Inko, what a surprise! Hey, hi, Anky! When Sophia sees Olivia, she puts on the brightest smile. And Olivia! So good to see you spending time out of your room. Thanks, Auntie. Whoa, you guys started a game night? Inko, you beat her senseless yet? What's with you guys and wanting me to beat her so bad? It's funny. Oh my god. Nah, he hasn't. He's getting the hang of it, though, so you never know, yeah? Hear that, Liv? He's coming for you. Yeah, sure, when he ties both my arms behind my back. Actually, no, I'd still win. Hey, you know the rules. You gotta put up or shut up. She won. It leaves a certain sting I don't think will ever heal. The uniform, though thoroughly disappointed. The uniform, yet thoroughly disappointed grimaces on Damien and Vinny's faces tell me they won't let it heal either. There's a knock at the door. Vinny jumps up to get it. Hi, Dad! The figure stumbles in through the blizzard and removes his heavy jacket. Jeez, this weather. Hey, all. Inko! Didn't expect you to still be here. Good evening, Randy. Randy tosses down the bag of salt on his shoulder on the living room floor with a loud thud. Playing games together, I see. Oh, that means y'all got your homework all squared away. Yeah, it's taken care of. Vinny threw his in the garbage disposal, though. I didn't! See, he's denying it. Huh. Hey, War Club, huh? So... Nope, he hasn't. It's embarrassing. First time, then? Even if it weren't, he's just bad. Fine, you guys want to try? No way, this is something else. I'm watching this to the end. Vinny nods in respectable agreement. Well, I'd join you kids, but I figured it's my turn to figure out dinner tonight. Eat something warm after everybody's been out in the frigid cold all day. Your mother's nearly frozen solid. Something warm does sound good right about now. Oh, I just remembered. Hold on, I think I got something. Aha! I hold out the coupon I was compensated from the art contest. 2 large topping pizzas for $13. I'm unsure if Damien or Vinny's face lights up more than at the mention of pizza, but Randy outshines them both by the insane price drop. Also, Damien Pog! Even Olivia's heartbeat slightly intensifies. Holy moly, that real? And I pass it over to him. I've been saving it for a while. Seems like a pretty good time. Well, alright! Let's make it a pizza party then! Randy takes a moment to dial the number and make the order. I gotta check on Olivia, who just looks as ecstatic as the Payne brothers. It's just pizza, no need to hyperventilate. I so need this right now. It'll still be about a half hour. What's your favorite? Anchovies. Really? Yeah. They don't sell them much these days, though. Something to keep in mind. Randy finishes his call and gives a celebratory fist pump. You're a lifesaver, Inko! Was planning on getting together some sashimi or something. Sophia said she finally wanted to try my specialty. Phew! We got 2 large meat lovers coming in. This place is pretty fancy. They even got the stuff you like, Olivia. So I asked for an extra pie, piled high with as much as they could put on it. Olivia's face beams with joy, and the end of her tail wagging like an excited puppy's. I take the distraction to sniper from across the map. It's fair, he got you! Randy shoos Damien off his spot on the recliner. He joins us on the couch. We play a few more games, and I keep losing. But every time I would get close, she would come in clutch and completely annihilate me. Somehow, a betting pool got started. Olivia's getting a few bucks from the rest if I can't beat her even once. The Paynes encourage me as I get ever closer to actually scoring against Olivia. If anything, I want to at least get that tonight. At some point in all the excitement, the feeling occurs to me. Being in the comfort of a warm and inviting home, surrounded by such caring people, having fun with my friends, it's like I have a real family. She doesn't cover while she reloads. I see it. Hey, it's cheating! Nope, just insider information. He's gonna get you! Nope, if that's how it's gonna be, then I got one last trick up my sleeve. Nyam! If you think you're scared— Hey! Aww! I don't know how any of you are keeping up with all this. Oh, that would be our dinner. Randy heads for the door with a hand already reaching for his wallet. Pizza? What's the special occasion? Gonna treat ourselves good and eat good tonight, hon. That's the special occasion. Not that I'm complaining about pizza, but isn't delivery pricey these days? Randy returns with the boxes stacked on his arms, flash the used coupons in his other hand to Sophia. Her face dawns an expression similar to the others earlier. See? Everyone, get a plate and get some. Feel free to make a mess if you want cleanup duty. Damien and Vinny leap from their positions and have their plates in a blink of an eye. The air is filled with the delicious scent of sauce and cheese as Randy opens up all the boxes. Damien and Vinny immediately dive for the meat lover's pizza like ravenous sharks. The pepperoni and sausage pizza on the table looks appealing, but Randy passes a plate with a slice of anchovy pizza over to Olivia. Thanks, Uncle Randy. Dang, the anchovy one actually looks pretty good. I don't think she'd mind if I sampled from hers. My hand slowly inches closer towards Olivia's plate. Mine! Taking a moment to assess my hand's integrity, I purse my lips at her. Oh, come on, Liv. I just want to try it. Nope, anchovies are Gator Girl only. You wouldn't try to take something from your girlfriend, would you, Inko? She flutters her eyelashes at me while presenting a prominent pout. I just want to try it, though. More eyelash fluttering, and I can even see a moistness in her eyes. Oh, wow. She gives a whole new meaning to crocodile tears. What a devilishly clever idea spawns within my mind. After all, she wants to play the girlfriend card. How about a trade for something? The pout fades away in her confusion. Trade? For a bite? Her confusion morphs to curiosity. Maybe. What are you offering? With a smile, I lean in closer to Olivia. And closer. Closer still. Olivia's face is aflame with her blush, growing hotter and hotter by the second. With a puff of hot air from her nose flow against my chin. Her eyes are as wide as saucers now. This. My lips tap lightly on the edge of her maw. What? The gator is successfully stunned. Now is my chance! Quickly, I go in for the chill and chomp down on the slice she was holding on to. I pull away from her while chewing on my hard-won prize. The pizza's very salty, but rich with flavor. I can taste why she likes anchovies on her pizza. Olivia's eyes are still wide, her mouth cycling open and closed. Ew! Mom! Inko gave Olivia cooties! Food tastes better when stolen. Whoa, Olivia, you okay? His hand waves inches from her face. I don't even think she notices. With a sigh, Mrs. Payne leans over and taps Olivia's shoulder. That finally wakes her up. Her eyes are now shifting between me and the bite marks I left on her pizza. Eyelids lowering, she glowers at me while taking a bite of her defiled slice. Olivia makes quick work of her slice, then hands her plate to Sophia for another piece of fish-covered goodness. With everyone focused on their meal, she leans in close. Dangerously close. My cheeks warm up as Olivia whispers into my ear. You owe me more for the bite. She always had a bit of huskiness in her tone, but... wow. The sun was hanging low by the time the pizza was finished. Which meant it was time. Didn't take much to convince Damien and Mr. Payne to take me out to the fountain once Olivia fully explained why. We arrived at the deserted park just as the sun sank behind the horizon. Hurriedly, Damien, Randy, and I got to work. The male Paynes held the windscreen protector from Randy's car for me, doing their best to direct the remaining rays of light towards the fountain. The focus was just the details of it, after all. The more references for Olivia, the better. No words, just the task at hand. Constantly moving to also keep warm and serious, the only thing to stop us was the daylight finally vanishing. My memory card was filled completely with reference shots for Olivia. And a good 100 or so, and some from every conceivable angle. And arriving back, Sophia had unfolded the couch into a bed for me. It hadn't even occurred to me how late it could be, or how bad the weather could end up. I feel like I'd frozen to the core, combined with my clothes becoming damp from the melting frost. Instead, Olivia dragged me into the lumpy mattress of the couch bed, sitting right beside me so I could go through the photos with her. The rest of the household slunk off to bed shortly after, leaving the two of us in the living room. Just huddled together looking through my camera. We were the only ones still up. And while I wasn't cold anymore, Olivia insisted on keeping me warm, by laying across my lap as if she were a very gator-shaped blanket. Hey. She contorts herself around until she can look into my eyes. Yeah? About earlier? You still owe me. Come on, seriously? It was just a bite. It wasn't just a bite. Her face is on fire, but her eyes remain locked on mine. That didn't count. What? That, peck on the nose? Doesn't count. Olivia, I don't understand. That was our first kiss. Oh! I hadn't even considered that it was our first kiss. Suddenly, my face begins to heat up rapidly. It just came to me, and felt so natural to do it. Well, alright, She crosses her arms. Olivia might have looked intimidating if she weren't also splayed out across my lap while she did it. So you want an actual with interest? A fair trade? Even as I looked down at her with incredulity, Olivia maintains a serious face and posture. Locked in a staring contest with her, I feel my lack of shades has weakened my defenses. I cave in. Alright, I owe you a real kiss. And what else? I want to go on a date. An actual romantic date. The split second I get my chair back. Alright. So, the first part. Olivia's hands reach up, latching onto the sides of my head. I expect her to drag me down roughly, but instead I can feel her hand shake as she slowly guides me downward. It's awkward and slightly painful, and I have to twist at my waist to meet her, but it's worth it. It's soft, chaste, skin and scale pressing lightly together. The hot air of our breath intermingles. I support myself with my arms over her. Her arms move from my head to around my neck. Our eyes grew heavy. I don't know who faded first, but Olivia clung to me as we drifted to sleep just like that. I stir from my sleep as the morning sunlight begins peeking through the glass back door. It's quiet. The only sign of light is the breathing. The only sign of life is the light breathing of the girl holding me close. She wrapped her arms around one of mine, gently nibbling my shoulder in her sleep. She's warm. I start drifting back to sleep, lulled in by Olivia's soft breathing. My thoughts adrift between sleep and awake. There are puzzle pieces that slowly come together into a single, unified phrase that wholly captures what I'm feeling. I love her. Were you fucking here? Yes! I feel a horrible disturbance approaching. Inky, Liv, wake up! The cursed beast plants both its feet into my chest, shaking me by the collar. Olivia responded by swatting him clean off me with her tail. He's fine. Olivia sets herself up, wiping the sleep from her eyes. Morning, Inka. Saturday morning. A check of my phone says it's 7:30. 4 hours too early. Barely. I sit up, narrowly missing Vinny's second landing zone. He's got the cable remote. The TV flickers to life. Vinny starts flicking through channels at a speed only he can comprehend. Morning, Inka. Damien enters from the hallway. Sorry about the wake-up call. It's Vinny's favorite season. Winter? Hockey. Vinny cheers loudly, and I look to the screen to see a player being brutally slammed into the protective glass of the ice rink. Should we move? Nah, too comfy. Yeah. I'm hungry. Go make breakfast. What do you want? A big plate of eggs and bacon. I think I'd burn the kitchen down first. There's plenty of cereal out there if you want some. Olivia drones dramatically. Fine. Fire, you weren't here for it, man. You weren't here for the nightmare emotional trauma that was ending 1. The neutral disappointment that was ending 2, and the genuine hope and care for ending 3. Ending 4 is going to be so good. I can taste it. Gently untangling myself from Olivia's grasp, I shoot Damien a thumbs up as I make my way to the kitchen. A quick search through the cupboards and the fridge nets me the necessary components, and I manage to avoid destroying the kitchen as I pour cereal and milk into 2 plastic bowls. I give each bowl a spoon, a vibration emanates from my pocket. I whip out my phone to check what it's for. Looked like there's a new 3-hour analysis of the 3rd place speedrunning world record for Wii Golf. The thumbnail displays the record holder's face with an arrow pointing to it and text proudly advertising, "The Ponut Slurp Strap?" I'm really not in the mood for these. I'm really not much in the mood for these recently. I'll mute the notifications. And done. As I return to the living room, the scene is a lot more lively. The two brothers are commentating on the match to one another while gently shaking the couch in excitement. Olivia has sat up and wrapped herself in the blanket, only opening a spot for me once I approach. I take the seat, offering her the bowl of sugary goodness, which she greedily accepts. Not too long after we're cuddled together, she leans her head against my shoulder. Despite the ruckus, I'm able to find the perfect spot to snuggle with Olivia and enjoy her warmth. This is nice. We do our best to withstand Vinny's ramblings about hockey teams, though it seems he's more interested in which team gets the most fights rather than wins the most. I look towards Olivia every so often, worried that she might be losing interest in just sitting here. But she always reassures me with a gentle smile, one that says she wouldn't have it any other way. Sharing in her contentment, we continue to snuggle on the couch together, occasionally cheering with the brothers as they celebrate the success of their hockey team. Damien and Vinny start shouting in victory as the whole home team gets the final score. What a slap shot! Heard the excitement in the room, watching hockey again? Sophia settles herself onto the recliner, opening up her laptop. Oh, the school's weekly newsletter just came in. Turn down the volume, Damien. Sure thing. Alright. First, it says there's a basketball game this Friday against the Tailspikes. In preparation for finals, tutoring will be open after school for everyone that needs it. Damien. I got it covered, Mom. Liz is helping me out. I hope so. Senioritis won't be tolerated here. Oh, this is interesting. To all our students, you are invited to St. Hammonds High School's 201M 2023 BC Winter Formal. Winter Formal? Damien yawns and stretches his arms behind his back. Yeah, some event for seniors they got every year. Basically a dance, but more fancy. It's like the biggest event of the year. You know, next to graduation or prom or whatever. I don't think any of my previous schools ever did something like this, just regular dances. Immerse yourself in the serene beauty of the wintry night sky with music, food, entertainment, and much more. We will also be hosting a special memorial for one of St. Hammond's finest teachers who has recently passed, Mr. Trent Iadakan. Shoot, that's going to be tough to see. The event will take place at the Volcadera Convention Center on Friday, December 15th from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Tickets for the Winter Formal are now on sale online or in Miss Brockling's class in room 211. $15 for one and $30 for couples. Please read our event dress code to know what will and will not be allowed for the formal. Have a great weekend. Go Feathertails. Well, it seems like you three have something to look forward to next month. Mrs. Payne closes her laptop with a smile and sets it aside. Mom, it's about that time. She gasps and checks the clock on the wall. I nearly forgot. Vinny, get your kimono on. I'll start the car. It's called a gi, Mom. I'll probably be running some errands while he's at karate practice, so I'll be out until dinner. I'm sure Vinny didn't mean to karate chop my throat as he got up. He's just eager to get to class. The back rub from Olivia helps clear my airway quicker, at least. Well then. Damien switches on some game and slumps into his familiar position in the recliner in mere seconds. I don't even know how he keeps track of the blur of colors on screen. I feel like I'm going to have a seizure if I look too hard. You know, I've had some friends tell me that they have a hard time watching me play Pizza Tower just because of how fast it is, and now I suddenly get it. Olivia tugs at my arm. Hey, want to head back to my room and watch something? What do you have in mind? Nothing in particular. I'm sure I'll find something good. All right. Watch Gundam Finn with your girlfriend, you coward! I follow Olivia's proud march into her room. The scent of paint is still a bit strong, but when is it not in here? It's impressive how she manages to actually hop from kneeling onto the floor to kneeling onto her bed. Her tail pats the spot next to her as an invitation. She's moving on her knees. Her legs don't work from below the knee. But not for me, as Guts seems to scurry out from wherever he was hiding to curl right up against Olivia's thigh. So I take the spot opposite him, settling in right next to Olivia as she opens up her laptop. On the screen, I see a plethora of folders with incomprehensible names, with multiple brackets, alternating between kanji and English. Olivia's cursor flies between each folder, her eyes scrunched in concentration, as she tries to find the perfect show. She finally makes her choice, though what it is, I don't know. The name is all Japanese, written in English. There's like 6 different things in brackets denoting the language, aspect ratio, and other obscure details. The artist Gator Gamer girlfriend is also a pirate. Olivia is endlessly based. A media player pops up, and the first thing to pop up is the silhouette of a Pachysaurus in old Japanese attire. And then pop music started, in English. At first, I was apprehensive with her pick, but it's a really good show. I'm fully enraptured by the Patchy Samurai's story, along with his budding romance with the young human girl who maintains her family's dojo. We fully settle in, Olivia splaying out across her bed and giving me just enough space to sit with my back against the wall beside her. While I'm fully enjoying the story, split equally between intense sword fights and bouts of lighthearted comedy, my thoughts go back to something else. The formal. And how to actually ask her to it. She's already going since it's also Mr. Iadakin's memorial. Olivia already asked me out on a date, kinda. I'd argue strong-armed into it, but then again, I want to go out with her, so it was very Olivia of her. So what would be Inko's way of doing it? Looking around for inspiration, I notice that my girlfriend has let out a lot of sketch material. Balled up papers and her sketch pad right by my knee. Guts laying atop her colored pencil case. And a mechanical pencil digs into my palm. While Olivia is focused on her laptop screen, and the oddly not-so-bloody sword fight on it, I begin my greatest plan to date. First, I sketch out what's meant to be a full-body portrait of Olivia. So that's where that's from! I clip on the mechanical pencil and slowly reach over with the pad, nudging the back of Olivia's head. She swats at it, eventually grabs it, yanking it in front of her. Then her tail starts wagging a bit. Bingo. It searches for my arm and wraps around it, while Olivia furiously jots something down on the page. I lean forward and lay on my stomach, beside her, where she passes it back. She's drawn an equally rough portrait of me, with my shades missing and my jacket looking a bit more like a button-up. For a while, the two of us resume our drawing game from the start of the school year. Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Mia styled as Kronos eating his son. Over the course of the Samurai Show's run, we decorate numerous sheets from her sketchpad with nonsensical doodles. Alright, it's time. I'm sure my arm's position is shielding the page, and its drawing has to be special. Hey, I know that one. I know that artist! And I see just the spot for it. My heart flutters a bit as I look it over. Could it be a little better? Nah, it's perfect. 8! Ah! Cool S! We got a cool S! That's an insult to Kronos de Medici. I know! Using Mia for Kronos de Medici? Ugh, disgusting. No, it's perfect. I pass the sketchpad over, just as I have a half dozen times now. Olivia stares at the little doodle on the page, with her breathing picking up. She pulls the pad aside, well out of my vision. I feel the bed wobble as she furiously scribbles something down. Sure has taken a while. On screen, the Bato whatever just finished an epic duel, winning with an intelligent use of technique in his sword sheath, all without killing anyone. The pad is plopped in front of me. You in 3 seconds. Oh boy. Oof. Yeah, I think they're watching Rurouni Kenshin. I might be wrong. Olivia buries her snoot in the back of my head, nuzzling it aggressively. She's making that bellowing noise again. I'll take it as a resounding yes. You're not gonna let me up, are you? No, you're all mine. She keeps bellowing, but her focus returns to the episode. This is so cute! For the rest of it, we remain like this. I got big plans. Just you wait. 1 week later. My shoes crunch through the layers of snow beneath me. Behind me, the trail is quickly swept over by fresh snowfall. The cold bites at any flesh it can reach. My ears, my nose, my exposed hands as it carries my precious cargo. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks. God, I hope. I am alone in this frigid wasteland. And to think, this started so simply, just 4 days ago. I had gotten into a new routine at the start of the school week. Wake up, head to school, do my thing until the bell rings, then head over to the Payne residence to check on Olivia. She texted me that the drafting for the painting was finished, and now it was time for the real task of filling the canvas with color. Every time I'd come over, I'd find her sitting at the edge of her bed with a brush in hand, analyzing the canvas with the kind of fire in her eyes that only a visionary like her could have. Back on Tuesday, I got a real craving for root beer. Oh, I could go for a root beer. Olivia told me there was a gas station up the street and around the corner, and asked if I could get her a normal cola with a strange side eye. The trip was frigid, and I probably should have seen where this was going, but the soda was well worth it. Once Olivia found out I could survive the journey, she started requesting I go for more resupply missions. Then I got caught on a return trip by Vinny and Randy. Short version of the story, I am now the resupply man for the household. Curse me and my warm blood! I go out to get precious rations for my poor, freezing, shivering girlfriend and other survivors of this inhumane climate of 31 degrees. It's been a tough week, but it's been a blast. As I approach the front door, one of the survivors eagerly smushes his face into the glass window, ecstatic to see my triumphant return. The door opens for me and slams shut as I'm yanked in before the chilly air can creep in with me. I stumble forward and finally collapse onto the couch, into Olivia's waiting arms. The moment my butt hits the comforter, she spreads out the large blanket she has open and enshrouds me in their warm, scaly embrace. Can't let my personal heat and rock lose its warmth. Appreciate it. Olivia nuzzles in the crook of my neck and wraps her tail around my waist, trying her best to warm me up. One would assume that a literal cold-blooded Saurian would be a terrible way of warming up. Well, whoever they are dead wrong. Setting the plastic bag on the floor, it begins getting passed around, and everyone removes their various goodies. In seconds, Damien's chugged his battery acid energy drink. That's what I needed. Say, you up for another trip, Inko? Olivia signals to Vinny, who takes the empty bottle and bops him in the back of the head with it. Oh, Inko, while you were out, I finally thought of something. For a date? Yeah, you'll love it. It's... Knock, knock, knock. Olivia's breath catches. The two of us wait in anticipation as Randy gets the door. But we both know what it is already. Olivia! Package for you! My head jostles to and fro, Olivia's excitement translating physically to her arms quaking wildly around my collar. Settle down, settle down. Randy hefts the box containing her new wheelchair parts into the living room and sets it in front of the TV. Want me to set it up for you? Actually... Olivia lifts her head off the couch and starts pushing the box against the box, sliding it towards her room. Inko and I can do it. Alright. Olivia waves me over to join her as she pops the door open and pushes the heavy-looking box into her room. Come on! What are you waiting for? Let's get to it! We sit on the edge of the bed, with the box before us. Olivia takes a deep breath and extends a single claw. And in a single motion, slices the tape open, letting the box flaps loose. She starts picking the individual parts out and laying them around. While she does this, I pick out the instructions. Really? What? Come on, give me that. She takes the instructions and rips them into bits. Won't need that. I've had to fix my own chair since I was a kid. Why you? I break it, I fix it. Simple as. And I broke it a lot when I was younger. Okay, curiosity peaked. Hal. Olivia turns with the biggest grin on her face. Ramp jumps. She doesn't elaborate, instead waddling over to her desk and receiving a small hex key set. For the next 15 minutes, we would begin to assemble the wheelchair. Okay, there has to be a way to hide the UI. There's gotta be. Right? Apparently not. That's upsetting. Because these full screen CGs are so good, and I can't see all of it because of this. Caveman, and if you guys are watching, if any of you are out there, please add a CG gallery in the future. Please add a CG gallery with a patch. For the next 15 minutes, we begin to assemble the wheelchair. As it turns out, building this thing isn't as complex as I thought it would be. Most of it is really just as simple as connecting tab A into slot B. There's an innuendo there. We're nearly finished now. The metal frame stands proud, missing everything needed to make it comfortable. Like the seat. This bit connects to the handles here. To the handles there. Alright? So, you were about to tell me about the idea that I'd love for our date? Oh, yeah. Have you ever been to a hibachi grill? I've heard of them. They're great. You gotta try it. They sit you down at a table, right? And in the middle of the table is a big flat-top grill. Then the chef... hand me that piece right there. Thanks. Then the chef comes in with this cart full of stuff that you ordered. And once the grill gets hot, they start cooking the food right in front of you. Then they bring a whole new meaning to playing with your food. So it's pretty sweet, right? Oh, by the way, that goes the other direction. Clank. Whoops. Yeah, honestly, that sounds pretty fun, Liv. It's like dinner and a show, but dinner is the show. I've been wanting to eat at a place like that for years. Alright then. As we finish this, let's call for a table and go. Yes! Olivia's arm and tail wrap around me in a hug, her other hand preoccupied with adjusting the chair's seat to the perfect height. After attaching the armrest to the handle, I stand up in triumph over the fully built mobility chair. Well, I can safely say that your new wheelchair is completed by yours truly. You put the wheel on backward there. See, if I had sat on that, it would have crumpled and it would have killed me. Oh. She lightly taps on one of the spare parts. Yeah, so stop trying to kill me, dummy. Just to be safe, we're gonna have to go back a few steps to make sure this thing is built correctly. Wonderful. He's doing his best. Alright, it's finally done. Olivia inspects my work, nodding in approval on occasion, and adjusting a few parts. Carefully, she moves herself from her bed into the seat. So, how is it? Darn it, my legs still don't work. Yeah, you did great. It feels just like the old one. Great job, Inky. Phew. Don't sigh yet, the night's just getting started. Her tail slithers around my wrist, inviting me to take the wheel. You ready? Yeah, it'll be cold. I'll be fine. I got a personal furnace with me. Moon-silver irises turned to me half-lit, letting me know what my real role in Olivia's life is now. Furnace? Not something sweeter like heated blanket or comforter? Yeah, no, I say that and then my aunt and uncle would be giving me the talk all over again. Sorry, just a sec. Before we knew it, we're admiring passing buildings as our rail car races towards the city. One thing we noticed were the Christmas lights tangled about inside the metro, which gave it a much cozier vibe. As we near the concrete jungle, even the street lights and buildings grow infested with the holiday cheer. I can only imagine what this place will look like in the coming days. Definitely coming back later with Olivia, along with my camera. After a bit of walking and sightseeing, we arrive in the city's Japanese district. Little Trudon. As eager as I am to look around and immerse myself in the surroundings, Olivia's appetite for hibachi outranks it. We can always check it out after anyway. Heading inside, there's a distinct scent in the air that enters my nose. Can't pinpoint what it exactly smells like, but the word aromatic comes to mind. Konnichiwa! Welcome! A table for two, I presume? Yeah, I called earlier for a reservation. The waitress takes a moment to look at the tablet pasted in front of her. Ah, yes! Table for Mr. Nito and guest. Follow me. She grabs us a menu and leads us to the main dining area. As we're guided through the restaurant, I take in the interior design, seeing various set pieces, decor, and portraits of famous actors posing with who I assume is the owner of the restaurant. Entering the main dining area, the sound of lively conversation floods my ears, as does the savory fragrance of the food being cooked for the other patrons. Just as Olivia said, each table has a grill in the center, where a chef was chopping, dicing, and slicing. I can feel my mouth filling up with drool with each passing moment. We finally reach our table, where another party occupies the other remaining seats. Enjoy. So, how would you... My hand waves over Olivia around her chair's handlebars. Olivia seems to understand what I'm about to entail, because without a word, she effortlessly hoists herself up out of her wheelchair and onto the dining chair. I fold the wheelchair and place it by a nearby wall, and seat myself next to her. Nice! So, how are you feeling, Liv? How you feeling so far, Liv? Olivia smiles, her cold fingers splay out near the grill before us. Her tail curls up over the counter to join them. I join her for a few seconds, warming my knuckles. I already like this place. It's like a combo of a show, a dinner, and a sauna. I reach for the menu that sits between us. Let's see. Oh, I'm not sure if my city has a hibachi grill. I should look into that. You already know what you want to get? Sushi. They got the good stuff here. She points to something on the menu, and She points to something on the menu I don't have hope of ever pronouncing correctly. Nevertheless, it looks appetizing. What about you? I'm thinking something warm and filling. Oh, what about this dish then? She points at one of the specialty dishes titled Trudon Delight. chicken breast, hibachi steak, and colossal shrimp lightly seasoned and grilled. Kind of like a variety dish. Sounds good to me. At variety, an idea overcomes me, and I scan through the menu thoroughly. The section in particular takes up nearly the entire page. It's something I recalled from some foodie blog I read. Hey, why don't we try all the appetizers? What? Laying the menu flat before her to the appetizer page, her eyes widen at how many choices there are. Oh, like we could try sampling everything, see which is best. That'd be really expensive though, right? It would. Each plate already costs over $15. But consider the experience. I can see her practically salivating as she looks at the page. How about half then? That'd still be around 7 plates, but I'm sure I can cover that much. Okay. She cuts me off before I can cheer. But not all at once. Huh? I want to appreciate the show, too. So, 2 dishes at a time? It's a weak concession, but I already figure Olivia's planning to fill up early to save my bank account. Sure. So we debate which appetizers to pick and start with. Our voices now mingling with the rest of the ambiance as we wait to order. By the time somebody comes around, we compile the list of the most appealing sounding options. Eventually, a chef comes across our table with a large fork and blade in hand, scraping the two together in a theatrical manner before greeting us and heating up the stove. He uses a nearby container of oil to cover the cooking surface in the shape of a smiley face before setting the assortment on fire and spreading it across the stove with a blade. A second staff member drops off a cart of uncooked meat and veggies that will soon become our dinner. With this ingredient readied, the chef starts his performance, expertly spinning his razor-sharp utensils with a grin on his face. Vegetables diced and stacked into explosive minifigures, meat sizzled, flipped, and thrown through the air, fish and shrimp sliced and juggled around the chef without even looking. Even as we were served up our starting orders, we were entirely too focused on the master chef. Olivia is completely enthralled by the performance. Not that she's the only one. The dexterity and skill the chef has with our food isn't like anything I've seen at any high-class restaurant my parents dragged me to before. After a minute or two of watching the chef's culinary showmanship, the couple before us receive their order. He eases over a step to now stand before Olivia and I, his eyes carefully scanning the tiny scrap of paper before nodding. Konbanwa, my hungry-looking friends. Oh, I'm definitely hungry-looking, but Olivia? Looking at her, Olivia's eyes are the size of her plate, her lips are trembling over her smile, and her chopsticks creak within her fingers. Her first time here, I assume? Mine too. Hi, and new friends to our lovely city. Allow me to give you a proper Volcadero welcome. Before I can tell him we aren't tourists, the cook sets down a pre-peeled onion on the grill. With his sharpened blade and spatula and tongs, the onion is cut perfectly, and then its rings separated and stacked into a neat cone. When he then raises a finger with a smile, I can't help but lean forward. He holds up a bottle of clear liquid and squirts it onto the... I reel back at the sudden heat erupting from the onion Kano, fingers tapping just above my eyes. Oh shit, my eyebrows! You're fine, Inko, relax. Confirming the few bits of hair are still on my head, the chef laughs and slides the onion creation around. Warm enough of a welcome? Quite. He laughs as the onions are added onto our first appetizer plate, a sampler of various garnished fish and meats. Olivia is quick to take a sizzling piece of steak and chomp on it, chewing on it even as her eyes water from the heat of it. The chef notices and uses his spatula to slide Olivia a glass of water closer to her, which she uses to quickly cool her tongue. I'm happy to see you so eager to enjoy my cooking, but a good meal is best savored slowly. My hand rubs Olivia's back in comfort, but she still smiles and reaches for another cut of steak. Totally worth it. One by one, more of our appetizers are given to us. While I would normally go into detail about each one's unique flavors and how it affects my palate, Only one thing really comes to mind. It's freaking delicious. Olivia seems to have the same sentiment, currently scarfing down the rest of her salmon rolls. Any couples here tonight? For a moment, I glance at the girl beside me, enjoying her own little moment as she chows down on her food. We are. Well, it's the holiday season, which means... The chef hovers his prongs over her head, with something green placed on its end. It's mistletoe. A kiss between the gentleman and the Wani girl, yes? Tender. Tender. A lingering pleasantness fills my heart as the chef tosses the mistletoe on a steak, revealing its true identity as garnish. Hey, what does Wani mean? It means gator. Oh. I guess I do look like a gator. Yeah. I'm always thinking of you as that green gator girl. Really? What, as opposed to the green baryonyx girl? Do you see Damien refer to him as the red Dilophosaurus guy, too? Oh, hey, I'm Inko. Wow, I just heard a noise. Better crane my head towards the direction of the pink Oh, Jesus Christ. Delapilobillatosaurus and blue Aphelodontosaurus. Ugh. I get it. Good. Everyone, I just met a Triceratops. In fact, I met two. Shut up. I use my chopsticks to fling an onion at her. She deftly chomps it out of the air. Okay, who ordered the scallions? Oh, that's us. With one last bite of shrimp, we finished our meal. The chef spins his utensils and gives us a bow, bidding us a wonderful evening. I managed to slip him a generous tip as thanks for his hospitality. As the waitress hands me the bill, she asks if we'd like some complimentary ice cream, which Olivia happily accepts. Some desserts does sound good right now, so why not? It's not long until we're cutting open sweet, flaky shells of fried cake batter to get to the cool and tasty ice cream cores of our free deep-fried ice cream. Cold be damned, I need something sweet to cap that off. Actually, hey, will you be alright for a while? I got an idea. Alright. Trust me, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll take that stretch. Give me a sec. Oh. Okay. Oh, that was the whole back. There's a general store right across. Excellent. Across, hopefully they have what I have in mind. I'm back. Your ice cream is starting to melt.
Take a fucking sip, babes.
I was considering eating it. Rude. After I went out and got you these, just for you. I am hydrate. I hand her the plastic bag. Pocket warmers! How considerate of you, Inky. She stuffs them into the pocket of her hoodie, cracking them as they start the heating. I grab her wheelchair and unfold it next to her, offering a hand to help her into it. There's still a whole city out there. Want to go see it? She takes my hand, interlocking her fingers between my own. Absolutely. This is so cute! I knew ending 4 would be worth it! Back outside, I finished the last of my dessert and let out a sigh of satisfaction. That was delicious. I couldn't agree more. Though I'm not sure how fond I am of having the smell of hibachi on my clothes. Better that than the cologne you always use. You notice that? Her head suddenly turns away, focusing instead on the open-air market in the distance. Well, we're in Little Trudon. The weather makes foot traffic near non-existent. The town is ours. Where do you want to go first? She looks positively giddy, looking around the stores, looking for the best place to start. That way. I've got a great feeling about it. With Olivia as my guide, we make our way towards the shopping center. Man, as if the main part of the city holiday lighting wasn't captivating enough, Little Trudon is just as whimsical. Fairy lights wrap around the street lamps while paper lanterns hang along the streets, illuminating our path in a reddish hue. Holiday cheer and cultural tradition meshed perfectly together. We're here. Here, looking to be some kind of Arabian bazaar from a movie, except built into a building. The walls, and even a ceiling. Through the ceiling is though the ceiling is plastic and semi-transparent. But the walls are cut into, with cheap canopies jutting out from the tops of the openings, and so many colorful knickknacks hanging from them, and over tables equally filled to bursting with a plethora of items. Every other stall I see is a seller stationed right next to a cheap heater, waving and shouting at anyone who passes by. While the streets looked devoid of people, the shopping center was packed to the brim. That's the one. The one? I just know it. Lead the way. As we get closer, I can't help but notice the variety of interesting items being sold. Cheap-looking toys that light up and make music, t-shirts with various decals and vulgar jokes, and jade jewelry that looks like it was handmade this morning. All of which have signs of marking their prices that, frankly, reflect their quality very poorly. Further down the shopping center, we reach a section of the indoor market that almost looks like a convenience store. Shelves upon shelves of exotic produce are placed along every wall of the store. In the center are displays showcasing snacks and candies with ineligible signs and cutesy mascots. The ceiling's now covered in greenery, more paper lanterns and banners adorning more Japanese text. Olivia's eyes light up with glee upon seeing the wide array of Oriental goodies. You know, let's make this our Christmas shopping. She nods and grins. We start scanning each stall slowly. Immediately, I'm drawn to one that is exceptionally vibrant from all the toys on show. Some of the plastic figures are even making noise, a certain rattiness to them. Still, I'm sure I can find something for Vinny. Recalling our first meeting, I look for any Power Raptor figures I can find on the table. Aha! Picking up a package figure, I wave to Olivia over her sugary treat hunting. Think Vinny will like this? She quirks an eyebrow briefly, then gives me the flattest stare I've ever seen. No. Ah, why not? Inko, that's such a shitty bootleg. Like, it's not even named right. I look at the package of the small green figure. Powerful Raptorials. Huh. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is cheap knockoffs. If you want the good stuff, you gotta look in the back. The back? She rolls her eyes, but motions for me to follow. Olivia reels herself past the table and deeper into the stall. The first thing I notice is how there's even more boxes of toys along one wall. And opposite to that wall, covered with a lot of swords and knives and pointy lethal things. Instead of looking at the toy wall, Olivia's eyes are glued to the weapon racks. I don't think Sophia would approve. Oh, yeah, no. It takes colossal effort on her part to turn herself around. Partially from how cramped the space is, but mainly how her eyes lingered on a particular sword on the shelf. Looking closer, it kind of looks like the one from the show we watched together. Neat. Maybe... Nah, Sophia definitely wouldn't approve. Didn't take long for Olivia to pick out a pair of toys to gift Damien's little brother. Though I don't think wooden weaponry counts as toys. Our purchases were made, we moved on to the next person on our list, and the next stall. We ventured through the halls deliberately, throwing ideas back and forth on ideas for the rest of the pains. I was astonished to find a jacket close in design to mine, but for a fraction of the price, and just the right size for Damien. And Olivia pointed out a neat little statue of an insect carved out of amberstone. She said it'd be perfect for Randy, so I added it to the pot. That left Sophia, and Olivia had brought us to a stall filled with textile materials. I hadn't known she was a seamstress, but Olivia explained that it's one of her favorite hobbies. Not knowing much on the matter, I let Olivia go and talk with the shopkeeper about what she was looking to buy, while I stayed close to the front. Near the cash register, I spot one of those tiny novelty prize dispensers. One in particular catches my eye. It looks like some variation of whack-a-mole featuring little gator heads. They're cute. She would love one of these. Just so happens I have 5 quarters. I turn the crank, get a spherical capsule in exchange. What you getting? Olivia, got this for you. Ooh. Place the little toy in her hand. She brings it closer to examine. Look, you can bop it with a little hammer. Ine. Ine. Ow! I know just the place for it. This is going right in my little treasure hoard. The thought brings a smile to my face. Did you find what you were looking for? Yep. She pulls out a few colorful bottles from her chair's compartment. These babies will look great on the canvas. And they had just the colors I needed, too. Whoa! How's it different from the regular paint from the store? It just is. But it just is. Okay. I also got Auntie a roll of faux silk. She's always wanted to work with silk. An hour later, we've seen just about everything. Looks like it's just in time, too. All the friendlier stalls are starting to close down. I don't want to get caught in tight alleyways in the city after dark, so Olivia and I call it a night and start heading back to the metro station. We make one last turn to come to the entrance, and whoa! It's a large circular clearing, the widest space I've seen around here. Probably meant for performers and such. In the center is a huge Christmas tree, with colorful strings of lights connecting it to the surrounding stalls. How did we miss this coming in? Whoa. We both have to crane our necks to see the star on top. It looks mosaic, each panel a different color to create a star within a wreath, the entirety of it aglow from a singular light source from within. The colored lights bounce off of us as we approach. They color Olivia's snout in reds, blues, purples, even some more vibrant greens. Even her breath, coming out as vapor, is lit up like it's part of the Christmas tree. For a moment, we stare at the Christmas tree in silence. All I can hear is the subtle ambiance of our surroundings. It's serene. Was this a nice break? Yeah. But you know me, I'm itching to get back to it. We look back at the tree. It's bright. Merry Christmas, Olivia. Christmas isn't till another few weeks. I know. Just felt like saying it. Yeah. Merry Christmas. Olivia's hand finds mine, our fingers intertwining slowly and our palms pressed warmly together. She doesn't speak, but her eyes convey so much. I carefully set down our shopping bags and take a knee beside her. She leans over her chair's armrest, bringing her head close until she can rest her chin on my shoulder. I can feel her lips move in a silent whisper as she nuzzles against me gently. A smile comes to my face as she mouths her appreciation for our first official date. Following her example, I lean my head back against her. My jaw moves, but no words come out. After all, we don't want to disrupt the peaceful silence. But still, I know Olivia understands my wordless thanks as I feel her lips quirk into a smile. We stayed pressed together for some time, at least until my knees couldn't bear the stone floor and her scales couldn't handle the cold. Allowing the comfortable silence to continue, I stand up and slowly take us back to the station. The ride home, we're lucky enough to get the whole train car to ourselves. Olivia huddles close the whole way back. It's December. Winter in Volcadera Bluffs is officially here. And as if to celebrate the occasion, tonight is St. Hammond's Winter Formal. Hard to believe it's already here. It really crept up on me. Whenever I'd remember the event coming up, I'd just force it out of my mind. The whole thing has me pretty anxious. It's like a date, but on a whole new level. There's more formality to it. I'd better not mess this up. Anyway, I find myself with a new difficulty in my life. Over and under and around and under and tug. I reel and loosen the lethal neckwear from my collar, tossing the devilish cloth onto the floor in frustration. Scanning over the step-by-step instructions once more, I try to find where I went wrong on my latest attempt. I consider going tieless, but damn it, it brings the whole outfit together. And I want to look good for Olivia, because she'd be doing the same. Picking the slim fabric back up, I notice just how badly wrinkled and ugly it is. Time is running out, sadly. We still had class today, after all. Forget it. I have another shirt that works, without the tie, and still looks good. Dumping the fashionable noose in my hamper and swapping outfits, my thoughts travel freely. Everyone in school was excited for the formal. Yeah, but I don't think it was a bow tie. I think it was like an actual, regular tie. Then again, I don't wear ties myself, so I don't know what a Windsor knot is. Just gonna snooze that. Everyone at school was excited for the formal. Though Olivia, she looked excited too. But there was something just beneath the surface. Anxiety, probably, for Mr. Iadakin's vigil. Only Olivia, Ben, and I seem to remember that, the rest of the school having moved on by now. Ben had kept pestering Olivia about her speech, insisting to know what she'd say. The only thing that kept me from pushing away the Stuco away was the fact that Mia would still give me the evil eye from the distance, in her janitor outfit. Ha! She deserves worse, but at least she's out of our hair. A check at the time says I don't have any time to try again. Tossing on the pièce de résistance, the coat, I exit my room and head down to my foyer. For one final time. Tonight's gonna be the best night ever. Probably. Definitely. I'll make it the best night ever for the both of us. I head through the foyer towards my front door and wait, Dad's home. Still dressed in his work uniform, hunched over the bar with a half-filled glass. He hasn't noticed me. Well, not that it matters. As I open the front door, I hear a low grumble from behind me. Back by midnight. Without looking back, I head out. The chill that washes over me is deflected by my formal wear. I can only imagine how hot this outfit would be in the summer. Then again, I did wear a jacket constantly for the first month of school. Speaking of, I can't decide whether or not I want to keep the sunglasses with my outfit. It's hard enough to see outside as it is. Somehow, though, it feels wrong to take them off. Hoping not to waste any more time, I begin to walk to the metro. I really don't want to be late, especially not for Olivia. The same ride I've taken countless times this year, but this time it has a sense of finality to it. The rocking motions of the cabin are both calming and nauseating at the same time. And I find myself teetering between positivity and negativity. I mean, they're prescription sunglasses. If there's one night that I need to go well, it's tonight. No dodgeballs to the face, no falling into pools, no harassment from anybody. I pray that Iodakin's eulogy goes smoothly. I find comfort in the routine walk from the metro to the Payne residence. As I stand outside the house, I realize I forgot to bring any flowers. But this isn't prom yet, so I think that's okay. It's December, and that means festivities. The house is adorned with a row of colorful Christmas lights. Guess who had to put those up, too. It was worth it to see Vinny and Olivia smile like that, but man, at this rate, I'm gonna get jacked doing these chores for them. After a quick knock at the front door, I patiently wait for an answer. Hear some voices on the other side. Something about being too cold, I think. It was pretty funny the first time, but they do this every time I swing by. I didn't think the weather had bothered them that much. A moment later, Damien swings the door open. Hey, Inko, looking snazzy. Thanks, this is all new stuff. Think Olivia will like it? Eh, probably. But she'd probably just be just as excited to see you wearing any old suit. Well, it's the effort that counts, right? Yeah, like I wanted to wear a t-shirt that just looked like the real thing, so I could be cozier and not have to deal with the ties and other stuff. But Mom threatened to beat the snot out of me if I did for some reason. Thought I'd get away with it. Thought I'd get away with doing it anyway, but then Liz threatened to do the same. That's right! Fire and Tara haven't seen Liz yet! Girls, right? Anyway, come on in. It's getting it is dang cold. He slams the door behind me, and when I step in, the inside is decorated for the holidays. Sophia must have spent hours decorating, as the living room is a tapestry of Christmas spirit. It even suffuses the air with the internal heating mixing with the scent of sweets baked with cinnamon. I'll have to ask her later to take pictures of this beautiful holiday scene within the living room. Behold, the greatest character design! How long is Liz's neck? Yes. She's a brachiosaur! I'm pretty sure one of the design documents for her character is her neck is you will never see her full neck. Liz and the Paynes are sitting in the living room. Hey guys. Inko, is it true you ordered it'll only be here for 30 seconds. Because Amazon wants their money. Oh, I've dropped frames. That's interesting. Oh well. And again, I have been going for near 6.5 hours. Alright, ads running. We're just going to wait until that finishes.
Take a fucking sip, babes.
Way ahead of you. Excuse me. Okay, and we're back. Inko, is it true you ordered a... Shh. I think it's supposed to be a surprise for her. Oh. Thanks again, though it's crazy getting one of those. Yeah, Olivia's gonna love it. I really feel like we should have pitched in more, though. Don't worry about it. It was my idea. Alright. Nice suit, by the way. Why, thank you. Damien nonchalantly takes his seat on the couch next to Liz and wraps an arm around her like it's no big deal. Damien looks at me and flickers his eyebrows. He knows what he's got. What a player. I should try that with Olivia. Miss Payne can't hide her excitement any longer. Oh, that's precious! My little boy's all grown up now! Mom! Now, Damien. It's your parents' God-given right to tease you. One day, you'll be doing the same to your kids. Blech, you guys better not be like this all night. Where's Vinny when I need him? Vinny's with his karate team. They're having a big sleepover. Not risking our little rascal messing up anyone's outfit before their big night. Oh, Lord. Yeah, the idea of acid being on my evening gown? I just die. Damien sniffles dramatically. Oh, stop it. So, don't worry. Olivia's just getting ready. She worked on her dress for the whole week for it to look perfect. Worked on it? You mean she made it herself? More like she helped me making it for her and added her own personal flair to it. A homemade dress? Oh, wow. And if Olivia helped, it's going to look amazing. Oh, Inko, I see that look. My face ignites in embarrassment as the rest of the room laughs at me. It's just some ribbing, Inko. Don't want you to feel left out after all. Gee, thanks, Randy. There's more laughter, but I can't stay angry at the Paynes. Instead, I take the last spot on the couch and lean back, mindful not to crease my suit too much. Ugh, excuse me. For the next couple of minutes, we simply wait and relax. Well, Damien and I relax. A blush slowly spreading from Liz's cheeks down her neck. Kind of reminds me of a thermometer. Damien shuffles close to her, her red face coming down closer to him. He whispers something into her ear. After whatever he said makes the Lizmometer hit 1,000 degrees with an alerted yelp. His parents are just grinning as she squirms under their gaze. Don't feel too bad for her, though. This is what she wants, I think. Still, what the heck did Damien tell her? Oh, scratch that. Is Damien even doing this on purpose? Why are y'all staring at the red garden hose? I turn to Olivia's voice and... Oh? Need to check something. Okay. Wow. Oh, I knew you'd look amazing, Olivia, but to go so far! A hand slaps my back hard enough to make me stand up and yelp. Randy grins unapologetically, then motions me towards Olivia. Olivia, you look... So many words fill my mind to describe her. I feel my mouth flapping uselessly as I try to pick one. I look... Gulping in a breath of air, I finally pick... Beautiful. The single word is enough to make Olivia's blush reach as far as her shoulders. And yet she smiles, even twirling her chair side to side so I can take in all the angles of her dress. What? Okay, I think something bugged up. What the? No, what? What the hell? No, come on! Why did it go to ending 3? Ugh! Okay, I'll have to flip through. I'm not sure which is which. Variant D. Okay, that's not it. 18. What the hell? I'm sorry, I know I should be reading this, but I feel like I'm missing something. Shit. Okay, 4. Okay, yeah. Things are weird. I'm skipping ahead. Okay, the hibachi scene. Christmas shopping. The tree. Okay. I think I see what happened. It's not that I didn't get ending 4. It's that somehow it jumped to ending 2. I think this is the actual progression that's supposed to happen. Not sure how that happened. Not sure what happened. Okay. It's officially winter in Volcadera Bluffs. As if to celebrate this occasion, tonight is St. Hammond's Winter Formal. Hard to believe it's already here. It really crept up on me. Whenever I'd remember the event coming up, I'd just force it out of my mind. The whole thing has me pretty anxious. It's like a date, but on a whole nother level. Like there's some formality to it. I'd better not mess this up. It's a big night for myself and Olivia. I'm at her place now. She sits beside me on the bed, hard at work finishing the painting. I hold her other hand while she carefully brushes. On occasion, Olivia glances nervously at the clock. Each tick is another second possibly wasted. She's really working down to the wire. Not to say she'd let the deadline creep up on her, of course. Quite the opposite. Every day after school until bedtime, she's been hard at work. She's been working hard at it. And now it just needs the finishing touches. She was so anxious today, just completely beside herself. Pestering me during lunch and throughout class together about how she wants to finish it right away, to the point I had to talk her out of ditching class. She settled for dragging me back to her place the split second class ended. Good thing I thought ahead and brought my formal clothes the night before. Brand new mauve blazer by Jacquard Baronique, freshly tailored slacks, pressed to perfection, and polished black leather dress boots to give myself that extra height. Tiny errant flakes of paint jump off the canvas beside me. Each one gives me a mini heart attack. She told me not to, but I can probably sneak a glance out of the corner of my sunglasses. As I try to get a peek, however, a claw gently flicks my cheek, followed by a little growl. No peeking. Come on, you said you needed me here for support, and I can't even see it? No peek, just sit. Sit and watch peak fiction. She gestures to the TV set up to play Manic as background noise. You think you'll finish in time? Absolutely. Careful not to wear out your fingers. I can make it. I just need you here. Just being near her was enough as support. Though her tail would slither its way to me, it, along with Guts, occupied my lap, and my actual support became evident as my hand ran over both scale and fur, eliciting cooing noises of comfort from my girlfriend and her pet. Really, I felt more like a glorified pet sitter, watching over the oddest friendship between snake and rat. But it was part of her process for this, so I obliged, content to wait and see Iadakin's tribute in time. Plus, Olivia really did have good taste in shows. I'm a little disappointed I won't get to finish this one tonight. Alas, we have more important matters. Okay, I think it's ready. She holds up a finger to my lips, appraising her work, scanning for any minute flaw. Yes, this is it. Oh, can I see? Not yet! It needs to dry. But I need to wash up before my big date. She holds out her arms, absolutely splattered with purples and blues. And get changed. So, out. Wow, I'm being kicked out to the street, no longer useful. Darn right, go mingle with the plebeians for a while. I squeeze her hand and get up from the bed. Come on, I want to show you my dress. All right. 'Tis the season to be jolly, and the Payne's place lives up to the same. From roof to floor, the house is decked out for the holidays, completely changing its atmosphere. Warm, nostalgic, inviting, comforting. Even outside, the house is adorned with an array of colorful Christmas lights. The rest of the Paynes and Liz are lounging in the living room. Hey, everyone. Inko, is it true you ordered a... Shh. Pretty sure it's supposed to be a surprise for her, hon. Oh, my bad. Thanks again for covering most of it, Inko. It's pretty exciting to get one of those. Yeah, Olivia's going to love it. Though I can't help but feel like we should have pitched in more. Don't worry about it. It was my idea. Nice jacket, by the way. Why, thank you. Just then, Damien takes a seat right next to Liz, casually slinging an arm around her. Damien looks my way with flickering eyebrows and a smug, toothy grin. He knows he's won. With small moves like that, I should keep him in mind to use on Olivia. Sophia looks like she's about ready to burst with excitement and can't hold it in any longer. Ah, my little girl boy's grown up to be a man. Mom. Now, son. It's every parent's God-given right to tease their kids. One day, you'll be doing the same with yours. Yippee. You guys are going to be like this all night? Where's Vinny when you need him? I didn't want your little brother being left out and having some fun tonight, so he's having a big sleepover with his karate team. And let's be fair, I'm not going to risk that little rascal accidentally making a mess of anyone's outfits before their big night. As much as I love the little guy, the last thing I'd want is acid damaging my evening gown. You know, I think I'm coming down with something. Oh, stop it, you. For the next couple of minutes, we simply relax and wait for Olivia. Well, Damien and I relax. With the way he has his arm around Liz's waist, a blush begins to steadily grow from her cheeks and down her neck. Kinda reminds me of an upside-down thermometer. Damien scooches her closer and uses his other hand to guide her flustered face towards his. He leans in and seemingly whispers something in her ear. And whatever it was, and whatever it is that he said made the Lizometer hit 1,000 degrees with an alerted yelp. His parents are grinning from ear to ear as she squirms at their gaze. Despite the embarrassment radiating off of her like a fireplace, I don't feel too bad for her. Pretty sure this is what she wants. Though, what the heck did Damien say to her? More so, is he doing this on purpose? Why are y'all looking at the giant licorice whip? A scratchy voice draws my attention, and I turn to see... Holy shit. That's a dress. I'm genuinely floored. The dress, the accessories, the makeup, elegance springs to mind. Regal, too. But what escapes my lips is beautiful. The others are also complimenting her, but she pays them no mind. She only looks at me, as I am her. Bashfully, Olivia looks away last, and I clear my throat. My cheeks feel exceptionally warm, and Olivia is practically aglow. You look beautiful, Olivia. Thanks, Inko. Auntie Sophia helped with the dress. She twirls her chair about, allowing me to take her in from all angles. Oh, please, Olivia, you worked hard on that. You worked on that dress, too. Only with the fitting, Auntie. Her twirling finally stops, so that she can bring her chair closer to me. And I find myself on one knee, hands and arms helping to ease her from her wheelchair onto the couch. It's been second nature for a while. With Olivia seated nicely there, I just retake my spot just beside her. A satin-gloved hand finds its place in my palm, and Olivia's head leans lightly against my shoulder. I feel as though my face is aflame with heat. Yet, I don't mind. It as the girl beside me presses closer. Now, don't get cozy, you two. Your ride to the formal should be getting here any minute. Olivia's head leaves my shoulder so she can look into Sophia. Aren't we taking Liz's car? I wouldn't mind, but with these clothes? Nuh-uh. Inko thought of a better idea. We all pitched in, though. Olivia's looking at me now, squinting ever so slightly with scrutiny. What did you do? Well... I did that. Damien and Liz are already moving towards the door. I get up and take hold of Olivia's wheelchair, stabilizing it for her. Inko, what? Good night, Randy, Sophia. I'll have her home tomorrow morning. Inko! Have fun, you two! Don't do anything we wouldn't. Randy! Olivia's head is still turning wildly between us all as I wheel her to the open front door. The gator head finally stills, and I'm sure her eyes are as wide as saucers as she sees what's parked in front of the house. Figured for such a big night, we deserve to ride in style. What about the tomorrow morning bit? Oh, we're gonna hang out at my place after. Is that why I'm missing my favorite PJs? The limousine driver is already at the passenger door, holding it open for us. I gently push the wheelchair towards the vehicle as she continues to stare at it in awestruck silence. Okay, wow, alright, this is... If I may? You may. I carefully take the painting from her with both hands and place it against the back seat. Once Olivia is satisfied, it's her turn. Oh wow, it's even nicer than on the website. Hey Inky, the bar's free game, right? I throw Damien a thumbs up. It's all paid for, amigo. With a little help from Liz, of course. Awesome. Damien's already pulled 2 glass bottles of cola from the tiny fridge. Hiss. Pop. Using his tooth like that was impressive, not gonna lie. He cracks open the second one with relative ease. For you. He gestures his bottle if I'd like one. Sure. Careful you don't spill on the painting. Even a drop lands on that and I'll murder roll you. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Can I see it? No. No one lays eyes on it until we set it up in the memorial room. I promised myself that. Whoa. Made that painting without even looking at it? She did? Wow. Shut up, the both of you. I don't know. I like that her face is this close. It sells the moment. I lean back to the plush seating, letting my arm rest gently over Olivia's shoulders. She leans her head back into my shoulder in response, a low coo escaping from her mouth. The skyline of Volcadera is painted in evening glow as we relax to the low, rumbling asphalt on rubber. Christmas lights dance and flicker across the face of the buildings, turning what would be a normally bland color palette into something much more vibrant. The whole ride there, we shared drinks and stories of the past semester. It's like the party already started. I heard they got a big-name disc jockey this year. I can't wait to dance. I'm dying to check out the buffet they've been posting about on the school site. I didn't know you checked that. Special occasion. They got everything tonight, man. You name it. Burgers, pasta, steak, tacos, cakes, even some of those yummy leaves for Liz. I'm glad you thought of me. I'll be gunning for the buffet room first thing. You guys will be joining us for dinner, right? Maybe, but first, I want to get this painting on display as soon as possible. Thanks for helping me do this, Inka. Ooh. Excuse me. I smile and squeeze Olivia's hand. She squeezes back. The shining moment finally comes as our limousine pulls into the open carport in front of the venue, drawing the attention of the crowd. We wait for another minute or so in anticipation before the passenger door opens wide. Taking initiative, I step out into the open as the driver sets up the wheelchair with a flourish. Our ride makes a great set piece and naturally draws the attention of everyone nearby as I ease Olivia into her chair gently. Whoa, that's Inko and Olivia! Her dress looks amazing! Man comes in a whole-ass limo and I get here in my beat-up wagon! Olivia's smiling nervously while she carefully removes the painting from the back seat. I forget sometimes not everyone is so acclimated to this sort of attention. Have a good night. Have a good evening, sirs and madam. Sirs and madams. I thank the driver before we make our way to the entrance. A decorative red carpet stretches from the driveway and right into the venue, giving our walk a sense of glamour. We approach the sign-in table where a sizable line of other partygoers looks our way. Figures. Oh, I'm an organizer. With the painting for the memorial, you are sort of too. What's that mean? It means we can just waltz right in. Sweet! Circumnavigating the line, we see a familiar blue dino handling the sign-in and looking exceptionally exhausted. Though he smiles as usual when he sees us, his shifting eyes and rapid finger tapping indicate otherwise. Hey you guys, you've made it, and in a limo, no less. Gotta travel in style. Couldn't agree more. Ben makes eye contact with Olivia, and it's nice to see you up and about again, Olivia. I mean, I didn't mean it like that. Hey Ben. The tired teen double takes, clearly surprised that Olivia actually replied to him at all. Damien takes this moment to scribble a bit on a clipboard Ben was holding. Alright, we're signed in. Come on, Liz. Oh dear. And this is why Liz's character design is my favorite. Be seeing you guys. Whoa! Ben clears his throat, as though to dislodge the shock causing his airway from Olivia speaking to him for once. How have you been? Olivia scans him over briefly. I'm holding together okay. I feel like making this really helped. Would have liked Mr. Iadakin to see this, but her snout motions down to the frame she's clutching tightly to. A heavy breath escapes Ben as his shoulders sag. Yeah, He sucks back in that breath, squaring his shoulders. I'm sure he's happy with it already, Olivia. My date looks down at her lap, her eyes shut tight. But she has a soft smile and nods. Well, gotta keep the line moving. Don't want to keep everyone waiting out in the cold. Right. Ben hands us a clipboard along with a pen. Olivia and I sign in, and I hand it right back to Ben. Great, you're all set. Thanks, Ben. Of course, enjoy the night. I offer Ben a slight wave as Olivia and I continue forward. The memorial room is probably in one of the side halls. They should have given us a map. It won't be that hard to find. Olivia smirks as I take the head, letting her hold on to the covered art piece closely. Just as I predicted, the memorial room isn't hard to find. It's a smaller room, well lit, with little furniture. On the far end, a framed picture of Iadaken and some of his old pictures from his classroom. Some from him, some from his students. There's a few other students in here. There's a few other students here paying their respects. Olivia taps my wrist with her tail, and I let go. I walk alongside her as we approach the portrait. I wonder when this was taken. Can't have been that long ago. He looks just like he did earlier this year. Olivia slowly rolls up to the memorial, still clutching the covered art piece. Is there an easel around or something? I was told there'd be one. Oh! There's an adjustable hanger on the wall with bits to attach the painting to the painting hanging in a little baggie. Wow, they thought of everything. Yeah. Can you put the hangers on? I'll hold it steady. Sure. I get the baggie, and Olivia stands the painting on her legs. All right, take the cover off gently. Olivia watches as I carefully lift the cover. From this angle, I can't make out anything other than the same blues and purples. She breathes a sigh of relief when she sees nothing got damaged on the trip over. Okay, I fasten the hangers to the back of the wooden structure. I hope it's good enough. It will be. Done. Olivia gently raises the painting, carefully hanging it up on the wall like it could come off at any second. Finally, we both back away and the finished painting is revealed to me. My hands clasp Olivia's shoulders in support. Olivia's head turns down toward the floor for a few moments before a smile curls on her face. Finally, I can appreciate the painting fully. It's amazing. It's definitely the fountain, as well as the park we found it at. But its colors are brilliant, exuding a heat to it with warmer colors than Olivia's used in the past. Where her previous works had a dreamlike quality to them, this one brings the warmth of the sun to mind, as if you were basking under the sun's light during the summer. Well, do you like it? Do you? I do. I'm proud of it. I was going to say something about how my opinion wouldn't matter if you did, but that's a better answer. I'm also proud of it. It's beautiful. You knocked it completely out of the park. I think we did. We? Yeah. Without you, I really don't think I could have finished it. Silver gray irises turn from the new painting and focus entirely on the portrait at the center of the display. With the sounds of the dance still in the background, the pervading silence within the room overshadows it. Olivia's gloved hand covers mine, still on her shoulder. Standing before our teacher's mural, I bow my head and offer him my quiet thoughts, thanking him for teaching me, for being more than just a teacher, but a friend, and for looking after the girl I fell in love with. When my eyes open, I see that Olivia's head is still bowed forward. A singular droplet seeps from the corner of her eye. I gently wipe it away with my thumb before it can possibly drip down onto her dress. She smiles in gratitude after, and her eyes reopen. Olivia? I'm okay, Inko. Automatically following her as she spins her chair around, Olivia faces towards the doors. Come on, we gotta get to the buffet. Why? I'm sure they'll have enough. Damien's gonna steal all the good stuff, duh. She turns a wry smile my way and speeds up her wheeling. I doubt Damien could, but I can imagine him trying. Olivia becomes a veritable plow, uncaring for the other partygoers as she leads us to the buffet. It's not too far, and thankfully, no one ended up actually being run down by her. All for this, and for all the sour looks that she was receiving, Olivia didn't care. Her attention was focused solely on what lay before her. The cafeteria isn't far away. Tables line the area, some for seating and others containing nothing but food. It smells so good. I already grabbed a pair of trays from nearby, along with two sets of utensils. Olivia motions to take her seat, but I shake my head. Let me handle the food. Why? So you can actually move. You'd be putting your dress at risk in trying to hold the tray and keep up with the line. With a roll of her eyes and a sigh, Olivia's hands drop back into her armrest. Fine. Olivia drew herself just outside the line, scoping out the particular dishes that she wanted. By the time I got to the end, Olivia's tray was covered with heaps of grilled meat. Girl knows what she likes! I decided on a more eclectic sample of dishes. Wanted to savor my meal, as opposed to Olivia's plan to devour hers. She holds our meals while I push her ahead to hunt down a table. Thankfully, the search is short, as a particular red hand waves us in the near distance. Once we get situated at the table, Damien greets us with a sauce-stained grin, while Liz nurses a tall glass of ice water beside him. The two looked happy, yet exhausted. Having fun? You know it. Just stopped for seconds. Busting a move ain't easy. Seconds? Already? I told you if we got here any later, the cafeteria would be closed. I'm not even going to question how you eat so much and still move around the way you do on the dance floor. It's all in the method. Oh, please. You two plan on hitting the floor? Absolutely. I'm getting a dance tonight out of this guy. You say that as if I'd consider turning you down. Damien's eyes closed for a moment and thought. I feel like Oh! You're painting! Did you get it set up? Yeah, I hung it up in the memorial room. You can see it now. Really? Hold on. It looks really good! Thanks. All words finally said, Olivia and I start our meals. While I savor the tender meat of my steak, a deep vibrato reverberates in my ribcage. I see you all are enjoying the evening. We all turn to see Liz's uncle approaching. Damien smiles and waves, but I notice he scooted his chair away from Liz. The older man finally reaches us and pulls up a chair to sit down. Yeah, Damien's been so sweet, Uncle Mike. The mustachioed whale nods, smiling at Liz's date. Yeah, totally. Just nothing but fun, Mr. Ferris, sir. It's the first time I've heard a fake laugh from Damien. I didn't know you'd be chaperoning, Mr. Ferris. Well, of course I would be. After all, it's my darling niece's first proper date. I'm starting to feel bad for Damien as I watch him sink lower into his seat. Though Liz does come to his rescue. Uncle Mike! The older man laughs as he fends off his niece's attempts to headbutt him with his massive hands. I'm not being serious, Lisbeth. Mind your head. Liz relents, scooting herself right next to her date and wrapping him in a hug. Damien sputters and looks between the two family members. Ah, by the way, Olivia, I just visited the memorial with Miss Scaler and we saw your latest piece. Olivia pauses on her last bite of mallard. It's quite a work, Miss Halford. Olivia's tail reaches up and giddily shakes my hand around. Thank you, Mr. Ferris. In fact, when your principal saw it, she immediately wanted to showcase it in St. Hammond's Gala. Specifically where Dreamscape once was. Oh! It's your painting, so it's up to you. I'd figured I'd come and let you know before you try and take it later tonight. Olivia ponders it while her fork spears at a particularly slippery piece of greasy bird. I don't mind, but I'd like to take it with me when I graduate. Mr. Ferris nods, taking a small notebook from his pocket and writing some notes into it. Of course, Olivia. How's the brisket? I may spring for some when I get around to dinner. Try the roast duck as well, it's amazing. I think I will. Have a wonderful night, everyone. He starts to turn, but stops to look at Damien, and stares. Damien nods his way, and with that, Mr. Ferris leaves us to our meals. I'm by no means a fast eater, but I managed to finish my own meal before Olivia finishes hers. I lean back in my chair, stretching my arms back. Across the ballroom, I see Ben heading behind the curtain on stage. Say, that reminds me. Hey, Olivia? Finish what's in your mouth. What? Has Ben talked with you recently? No, we saw him earlier when we saw him earlier was the first time I talked to him in years. Weird. What's so weird about it? He told me weeks ago he wanted to apologize to you for everything, and I said he should tell you himself, in person. He said he would, and it hasn't happened. Maybe he forgot. Maybe he has been very busy lately. Well, we got some time, right? Why not go say hi? Olivia finishes off the last rib on her plate, gnawing at it as she calculates this decision internally. Alright, I guess. If you think it's a good idea. You guys go ahead. I'm about ready to get back to breaking it down. How about you, Liz? Don't want to tire you out. Oh, I can go for a bit longer, yeah. I'm here to party the night away. I collect our plates and quickly walk them to the collection spot for them. Olivia has moved to the side, freeing the table for another group to take. Taking her chair's handlebars, I take us around the dance floor. We clearly see Liz as we pass it, though Damien is hidden by the press of bodies. Her face and neck are once again scarlet. Jeez, wonder what Damien is doing to elicit that kind of look from her. Once we pass the crowded area of the room, I see a solitary set of double doors. Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy! And at the stage's side. That must lead to the backstage area, then. He should be back there. Only one way to find out, though. Olivia's hand grasps the door handle, and I draw her chair back into it. Back to open it. Reaching over her, I keep the door open so she can wheel herself in, following right after her. Inside the backstage area, it's a lot quieter. Despite the DJ blasting music just a few yards away, the curtains must be really thick. Well, and the speakers aren't facing us anymore. A few lights are on so staff can see, although barely anyone's around at the moment. Across the way, sitting on a crate and swirling a glass of soda to himself, is Ben. He doesn't notice our approach and jumps a little when he sees the two of us. What are you two doing back here? This place is off limits. Olivia wanted to say, hey, check in on you. Okay. Hey, this place is still off limits, right? Right now, I'm on the only break I get all night. You said you and Olivia wanted to see me? I don't want to hold a grudge anymore. What? He put his cup down, suddenly more attentive. That's surprising. I told her about our conversation from a month ago. She said you never went to see her, so I got curious. Oh, yeah, I did say I would, didn't I? Sorry, I forgot. I've been, busy. Alright, let me gather my thoughts. Ben runs his hands through his hair, thinking of how to string his words together. Olivia, I'm sorry about all those years ago. I thought I was doing something to help you out. Instead, I pushed us apart and hurt you. Made you doubt yourself. Made you feel cornered, so you felt you had no choice but to shut everyone else out. I didn't know it would affect you that much. And I've been regretting it for years. I'm sorry. Beyond the muffled beats of music playing just beyond the curtain, a silence hangs in the air. Thanks, Ben. It means a lot to hear that from you. I still want to ask, why? Why? Why did you do that to begin with? Ben flinches and looks aside in hesitation. I felt bad for you. Wanted to do something nice. And? No and. That's it. Dang. Sorry if the answer isn't satisfying. It's fine. Not sure what I was expecting either way. I just know that it's well past time to forget about all that. So, we can be friends again? I'd like to take it one step at a time. Okay. Maybe sometime in the future. It's a lot to process, even this conversation happening. For me. I get you. I thought we'd never be able to just talk it out like this. Yeah. I hear the steady march of heels approaching. I get worried for a second that it's staff here to kick us out, but it's just Mia. There you are. Good Lord, Ben, I've been looking everywhere for you. You've just been lazing here the whole time. I'm out there looking like a chump with no date. I told you already, if you want your... Oh, you two. Mia? You're not still mad about that, huh? Oh, of course not. Don't be stupid. As far as I'm concerned, it's water under the bridge. So, how have you been? Make any new pictures lately, Olivia? I just finished a new one. It's hanging in the memorial room. I saw it. Looks good. Hey, how come mine didn't look like that? I'm joking. I haven't gotten a chance, unfortunately. Oh, it's great. I can hardly put it into words. It's a piece by Olivia, that goes without saying. An odd air of calmness settles on us as we stand here in the low lighting of the backstage area. Even Mia seems to have fallen into its grasp as she leans against the box Ben is sitting on nonchalantly. Well, only one semester left. Yep. Then we're all out into the real world. So we're all cool with each other? Sure. Stay out of my way and I'll stay out of yours. Deal? Deal. Great. Then we can cross this finish line without incident. You want to graduate without any more antagonism. That's always what I've wanted. Just other crap makes it the only option. I don't get it. I don't expect you to. Ben chugs the last of his drink. Well, this was nice, truly. Yeah, and we should get going. Right, Olivia? You guys enjoy your night. Thanks. Be seeing you. See you, Ben. Ciao. I push Olivia out of the backstage area and into the bright, loud ballroom again. That's pretty good. Honestly, I still, for obvious reasons, dislike that any of my friends are around Mia, but what can I do? Well, what can you do? That's just how life is. I've got the people I've got, and that's what matters. My chain of thoughts is broken by Olivia's tail tugging hard on my wrist. What, Olivia? You okay? She doesn't respond verbally, simply pointing to where the shocked, wide eyes are staring. Following her gaze, I see... Is that Mr. Ferris? Couldn't be. But then again, he's the only whale in attendance. Am I seeing things? Nope. I can't turn my eyes away to see Damien and Liz. Mr. Ferris is busting it down extremely hard. Like, genuinely worried for the dance floor hard. How is that even possible? Uncle Mike's actually an avid dancer. There's avid dancer, and then there's bringing that amount of heat to the floor. Did he always know how to do that? No, actually, this is the first time I've seen him dance like this. The crowd around Mr. Ferris has finally broken their silence, cheering him on as he thrashes the dance floor like crazy. Ah, I see now. Mr. Ferris finally got some swag. Mr. Ferris is busting it down special style and is goated with the sauce. I can't help but feel some pride as I watch the older gentleman spin with reckless abandon on his head. Oh, I guess he's... Oh! Mr. Ferris plants and takes a knee, showing off his freaky whale teeth with his gasping smile. Whew. That was... Whew. Exhilarating! Liz's head vanishes for a split second and returns with a full pitcher of water. He accepts the pitcher, drinking it greedily like it was just a mug. Ooh, thank you, sweetie. That was awesome. You gotta teach me. Gladly, though not anytime soon. He practically collapses on the chair beside us, sipping from the pitcher some more. Why don't you all take my spot? Left a sizable opening on the dance floor, after all. So he did. Our peers are still in the middle of uploading their phone recordings to Mr. Ferris. And the music is still pumping. Once I started wheeling Olivia to the floor, her shock vanishes completely. It's just what good writing is. And switches to excitement. Damien and Liz aren't too far behind, and soon enough, we're among the throng of seniors dancing to the fast pulse of the music. I feel myself completely captured by it, most of my limbs flowing with the rhythm. Though I keep one arm on Olivia's chair, causing her to also fall into my rhythm. We dance together like that, Olivia's arms and tail moving together with the swaying of her wheelchair while I dance alongside her. Song after song, that's the only measure of time I have left, as all I care to do is move beside Olivia, sharing the overwhelming cheer as she moves beside me. At a certain point, my throat's too dry to ignore. Olivia caught me rubbing my throat and decided it was a good time to break for soda. So we're sat on the outskirts of the dance floor, resting against each other and catching our breath. So, good night so far? Yeah, absolutely. Probably the best of my life. Wow. Of her life? My thoughts go back to the parties I had gone to. There'd been dancing and talking and lots of people, but when I compare tonight to all of those small house parties, too much? No, actually, I think you're right. This has been one of the best nights of my life, too. It's been one of the best nights of my life, too. I've gotten to do just about everything I was hoping. Everything? My chin rests atop her hair, the sweet scent of her shampoo concentrated in her tiny hair bun further relaxing me. Olivia's hand clinging tightly to mine, and I reciprocate. Mm-hmm. You? Almost. There's just one thing. The pop music dies down, and the lights start to dim, signaling the start of the slow dancing. Just a sec. After that, the party's going to be over. I feel her head turn, her bun pushing my cheek and making me pull away. Olivia looks wistfully towards the dance floor, where the crowd has diminished to only the couples swinging gently to and fro. She's clearly thinking about something. Something. Right. I stand up to face her, taking both hands. Olivia? Would you like to dance? Yes. Yes, please! That would be perfect. Olivia practically jumps back into her wheelchair from the seat. Come on, they're only playing a few of these sappy tracks. Her tail drags me by the arm to an open spot on the floor. Alright, how are we gonna do this? A hum of mirth slips through Olivia's smile as she takes my hands in her own and takes the lead of our dance. My date sways side to side within her chair, slowly falling into the gentle rhythm of the romantic music. Her grin grows wider as I match her pace, stepping left and right in tandem with Olivia. Her beautiful silver eyes are almost hypnotic as I find myself lost in them. As I feel as though I could linger in this moment for the rest of my life. It's Olivia's voice that dispels the trance she had over me. So, for the briefest moment, I hear the worry in her tone. This is good, right? I present her with my most reassuring look. Absolutely, Olivia. Olivia's eyes turn downward. Yeah, but there's still hesitance in her voice. My fingers squeeze lightly to draw her eyes back to me. Olivia, what's wrong? I've been practicing, just for this. Yeah? Yeah, 'cause I've been thinking about it a whole lot, too. It's been bothering me that we can't really dance, you know? This is perfectly fine, though, Olivia. I mean, I want this to be the best it can be. Without letting any dumb condition get in the way. And you do too, right? Except I don't mind one bit. We can't dance like everyone else, so what? We're still dancing. Olivia smiles, though it carries a hint of mischief. Trust me, alright? I want to show you something. She breaks away from my embrace. Huh? What? Just keep your eyes on me, Inko. She's using her tail to support herself. Oh my god! Come on, Olivia, you got this! You got this! Damn, even Ben's a little shocked. You gonna take your girlfriend's hands or what, dumbass? Start dancing! Ending 4 was worth it! It was worth it! It was worth it! It was worth it! Oh! Yeah, it's raining. It's raining in my house, inside, exclusively from my eyes. I'm exhausted. I'm thrilled. And I love her. She really went so far just for me. No. Just for us. I'm thankful I have these glasses. I feel a prick of tears at the corner of my eyes. The final song ends, and the lights brighten once more. The crowd around us shifts. Some people are leaving, probably to go home now. But others take their place, looking towards the stage for whatever ending ceremony there might be. Ben approaches the mic stand on stage, leaning into the microphone after making sure it's turned on. Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for coming tonight to the annual St. Hammond's Winter Formal. And a huge thanks to our student council team for putting this whole thing together. I hope everyone here made some memories they'll treasure forever. With that last dance, our time here is up. You're all free to go. Good night, stay safe, and enjoy your winter break. We'll be seeing you all next year. He waves once more and returns backstage. Some students start milling out towards the doors to their cars. Damien and Liz find us through the crowd. Hey, that was amazing out there. Thanks. You guys ready to bail? Yeah, the limo's out front. We got him till midnight. Heck, we can stop somewhere if we wanted to. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, snap, like ice cream? In this weather? In any weather. Olivia? I'm steaming hot. I could actually go for a root beer float. Sounds like a plan. Olivia's tail trembles from the overexertion, but still snakes around my wrist, all as always. Gotta turn this back down again. She huddles to herself as we leave behind the Grand Con Center and out into the freezing air of the city. True to my word, the limo awaits just outside down the walkway. The driver gets out on seeing us and goes to open the door for us. Damien and Liz hop in, sighing in relief at the heated seating. I start helping Olivia in. Just like her tail, her legs are quaking from exhaustion as I help her make the jump from the chair to her seat. We're all collapsed on the cozy seats, the euphoria from the dances finally wearing off and leaving us with the exertions of them. It's pleasant soreness, though, as Olivia rests against me with a yawn and tired smile. Damien hands out the last of the bottles of blissfully cool soda, which we nurse slowly. And now, all that waits is a calm evening with my friends. Once more, my head lays atop Olivia's, feeling her soft hair tickling my cheek pleasantly. She nuzzles back against me, her eyes slowly closing. Tonight was definitely the best night of my life. Wait, wasn't I supposed to give a speech? What? I swear, there were supposed to be speeches for Iadakin. Ben was gonna do one. I had something ready. Oh yeah, what gives? We tried to argue for the extra time with the venue owners for it. They wouldn't budge, so we had to cut the rest of the formal short. I checked my phone. 9:53. Huh. Something up? Maybe, but we all got dismissed anyway. You guys can go check on it if you want. I'll chill here. Should we? Olivia looks back at the entrance. Some people are still leaving, but I can see most are still inside, probably waiting for their ride since the formal ended early. Yeah, I'm curious. All right. Hey, don't start driving yet. Sorry, we're gonna be a little while. Forgot something. Of course, we'll be right here. Thanks. Olivia and I get her back into the chair, and I push her back through the cold of into the con center. Inside, my classmates are standing awkwardly around, calling their folks. I guess we have time to find Ben. Guess we'll have to find Ben again. All right, backstage? Maybe. Let's check. As we pass through the crowd, the principal takes the stage. The mic isn't turned on. She annoyedly gestures to have it turned on and tries again. Excuse us, we're having some technical difficulties at the moment. We should have one final event tonight. Apologies for the confusion. Please wait while we get things organized. She's definitely annoyed at something. Something's up. When nobody's looking, we slip back into through the staff-only door. Now, where would Ben be? He's not back in the main backstage area. There are a few other workers walking around, dragging the dining room chairs into neat stacks. They don't pay us any mind. Best not push our luck and ask them where Ben is. Maybe he already left? Doesn't sound like him. Yeah, well, where else? There's a number of storage rooms, but no dice either. Just as we're about to give up, Olivia points out the last door in the back. It's like the memorial room, only far in the back. There's a few tables and a fridge. That must be the lounge. And it's occupied already. Thankfully, we found Ben, though it seems like he's being accosted by Mia. Doesn't seem like she's noticed us as she looms over Ben. This is unbelievable. I really don't ask much of you. Could you, at the bare minimum, not be a jumpy spaz in front of my friends? I'm sorry. You better be. Tonight was important, and you ruined it. Mia, I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. You know I can't help it. Listen, I've been good like you wanted. Just please, I need my... Up. Mia holds a finger to Ben's mouth. She jerks her head our way and directs a silent threat of violence at us. People are listening. What are you two retards doing, eavesdropping like that? Crap. Hey, Mia, we were just looking for Ben. Oh my god, why? Clearly, it's not a good time. In fact, you picked a very bad one. Show's over. Scram. Go home. I was saying, Mia, please, I need... Shush. How much longer are you going to hold it? You promised. I said, shush. I'm serious. Holding? What are you keeping from him? I waited like you wanted. You said you would... Alright, you know what? We should talk about this on the way home. Come on now. Mia, it's over. It's been a whole month. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. Please, I feel... Shut up already! What did you do to Ben? Nothing that concerns you, wheelie bin. Now come on, Ben. She huddles him by his crest and starts walking out the door. Naturally, we follow. Oh my god, I'm going to kill the both of you. I thought we agreed to stay out of each other's way, Do you want a kick in the face? You said Ben would regret not throwing Olivia and I under the bus. Fuck off. Ben, are you okay? Do we need to get security? You are not doing that if you know what's good for you. She quickens her pace, stomping across the floor while Ben is struggling to keep up. We're about halfway across the backstage. No. Olivia, don't. I just need something she promised. Everything's okay. Dude, you look like you're about to have a heart attack. I'm fine, I just need to... Ben, you shouldn't be talking now. We're going home, and we can talk about it then. Ben can't keep up with Mia and trips. Fucking idiot. Get up! Get up! Yeah, you should get security. Like hell you are. Fuck, I'm surrounded by idiots. Mia, I can't wait any longer, please. I need it to be normal. Shut up, you fucking idiot. Oh, shit. Ben lies still on the floor. Mia's fist is frozen where it made contact. She pulls it back and stares between it and us. She knows it was a mistake. Her low impulse control finally got the better of her. Oh. Ben shudders on the ground. His glasses lie snapped in two parts. He fruitlessly tries sticking them together like jigsaw pieces. Ben, are you alright? You know I didn't mean that, okay? My glasses... Hey, let's get you out of here. Nobody can see you like this, right? No one. You two. If you ever tell people what you saw here, I will personally... Ben! Scalar opens the curtain right where we were at, lit up by a spotlight aimed at that spot. Goodness gracious, I've been looking for you everywhere. Where have you been? Did you forget about the memorial? Miss Scalar, No excuses. Get out here. Scalar grabs Ben by the shoulder and yanks him through the curtain. All right, now we can get... There's still a sizable crowd, and he murmurs, cut, clear out, in dead silence as everyone gawks. Fuck. Scalar jerks her head back to the gap in the curtains and rips it wide open. We're exposed to the bright stage lights, and Scalar rips her gaze between Olivia, myself, the broken glasses, and then the person trying to hide them. Mia. She's caught like a deer in headlights. Ben's fresh wound is bleeding bright red. It drips on the floor below. When he whimpers in pain, Miss Scalar finally looks back to him and fully takes in his condition. The droplets spattering are deafening. The audience's eyes are on Mia. Mia? Are you mad? Benjamin? You stay here. I'll get you some help, okay? He simply whimpers more. As our principal practically leaps off the stage to search for someone. A thousand calculations run through her. Judging by the worsening, drained expression, none of them are good. There's murmurs in the crowd. Our peers talk amongst one another, pointing and questioning. Slowly, the din of words grows louder, voices raising as their words turn towards the stage. He okay? There's blood. What did she... Of course she did that. What the is her problem? Finally, the questions turn into accusations, all directed at the Red Dino. So cruel, uncalled for, a total bitch, fucking abusive. The words click with her, and she starts to move. Ben, I can't do this anymore. She starts yelling, loud enough that it carries to the other end of the room. What? I can't take this abuse anymore. Just look at me. You made me like this. All those years making me put up this act, doing your dirty work, harassing all the students you don't want to deal with. You think I want to hurt people? I thought you loved me. I don't want to do your dirty work. I can't do it. All of this because you can't have people knowing about your condition. Mia, no, please. Mia yanks an orange bottle out of her purse. The rest of the color drains from Ben's face. He falls to his knees. Mia, please. You're a fucking psycho. I don't want these anymore. You're a liar and you ruined my life enough. She throws the bottle at the floor. The contents within scattered 100 directions, all across the floor. Ben doubles over, covering his mouth. Now everyone else knows. Mia has tears streaming down her face. She starts towards the exit. Ben's on antipsychotics? No way, it's a bunch of bull. What are the pills? The bottle rolls over to me. I don't know why, but I pick it up. I can't pronounce what's supposed to be inside, but I can read Ben's name printed clearly on the label. They're antipsychotics. So that's it. That's horrible. Ben had betrayed her when he didn't do her bidding. She had to tighten his leash by keeping it from him, to remind him who's in charge and keep him from making the same mistake again. Mia, I love you. Don't get away from me, you freak. I'll do anything. He reaches out for her. Mia! Mia ignores him. The floor vibrates from the unmistakable sound of Mr. Ferris lumbering over. In spite of his size, the massive older man cuts Mia off. Fuck. I believe we need to have a talk, Miss Moretti. He reaches out to take her by the shoulder, but she ducks low, his grasp barely grazing her as she bolts past him and shoulders the backstage door open. Just like that, she's gone. Scalar returns to the stage with a first aid box in hand. She retakes the mic, her troubled words tumbling freely. I'm terribly sorry about all of that. We had planned to do some eulogies in honor of Mr. Iadakin, but... Scalar's pretty deflated after all the commotion. And Ben... Where's Ben? Olivia tugs at my arm. She points off to the side where Ben is sulking off into the hallway. Halford? Looks like you're the only one left. Would you like to say a thing or two? It's fine if you don't. Olivia looks to me. Her eyes filled with determination, sending me a silent signal. Of course, Miss Scalar. I'll speak on behalf of Ben, too. Olivia looks pointedly at me, waving me off to go after Ben. Nodding, I take the medic box from our principal and follow after our injured friend before he too can escape from view. Hello, everyone. I'm going to say a few things about our old art teacher, Mr. Iadakin. Walking after him, Olivia's room words fill the now quiet hall. Mr. Iodakin was more than an excellent instructor. I always saw him like a father figure of sorts, wanting to do right by me and by the rest of his students. I recall all the time I spent with him, teaching me everything he knew, doing his best to guide me, not only as an artist, but as a person, too. I'd gotten so caught up in my own worries that I couldn't see all the wonderful things around me, stuck within the stupid walls I had erected, made from pity and self-loathing. And he had been the one to help me break free of those walls. He helped me to become a better person, because he believed in me just like he believed in all of his students. Mr. Iodakin believed in the best in people, and I realized what Mr. Iodakin's life work was. Not any painting, photo, or sculpture. It was us, his students, helping us to become better people. Mr. Iodakin, thank you. You were a wonderful teacher. Ben sits on the ground in front of the memorial. He's not crying, but he's unresponsive. He's in shock. I guess I would be too. This has to be his worst case scenario. Hey. I set the first aid kit on the floor by him and sit as well. It goes unopened. Ben just stares up at the painting on the wall. This is hers? Yeah. It's good. Oh, hang on. I fish out the bottle from my pocket. The few remaining pills clatter in it as I pass it over. I need to rehydrate. 1 sec. Olivier, the only one with a dry throat. He takes it and stares at the contents before downing the last dose. So, I'm not going to talk about this, Inko. Alright. With respects to Ben's wishes, I stay silent. And Mr. Iodakin smiles down at us from his picture. She's been able to do something like this. Meanwhile, I'm just running around making things worse for myself. I look to the ignored first aid kit. He follows my glance and grimaces. Does it hurt? It feels better than what's inside. I'm probably only talking now because of the adrenaline. I don't feel like crying anymore. I just feel empty. Like throwing up. Now everyone knows. I'm tired. I tried, you know? All the social classes, all the times I forced myself to be a social person. I have noticed how well you get along with everyone. I did everything right, and now it's all for nothing. I don't think they'll care. Will they? Tell me, do you see me the same way after hearing the word psycho? Neither does anyone else. It's just natural. It can be the mildest thing in the world, but the label doesn't discriminate. Even with all the good impressions I've made up over the years. I'm a threat. May as well just drop out and finish high school online. You're my friend, still. And you're Olivia's friend. Am I? Given time. We just sit for a while, staring at the painting. You know, little Trudon? I took Olivia there. She loved the place. She got herself some fancy Asian paints for this. He nods. Earlier, I told her there wasn't any big reason I did what I did. That was a lie. You look at her and you instantly know her whole deal. For better or worse, she can't hide what's wrong with her. But someone like me? You have to be told. This means so long I can't hide. That means as long as I can hide it, I'm normal. If I ever seek help, it just outs me. That hurt. So seeing her actively refuse it, take it for granted, one thing just led to another. It was stupid. That's just how feelings are, Ben. Notice my friend looking less tense now. About Mia. I don't want to talk about Mia. She's gone. She's always telling me once she graduated she'd get out of this dump. I was hoping she wouldn't. Hoping maybe she'd take me with her. How do you know she's gone? She's booking it across state lines as we speak, see? Ben shows the lock screen on his phone. It's the most recent message from Mia. Sorry, I'm going. He sighs. 4 years. I loved her. He plays with the broken halves of the glasses he picked up. He said he didn't want to talk about it. I won't pry. We just sit. Iyadakin's warm smile seems a bit brighter from his frame on the wall. I wonder if he would be happy with how everything turned out. I think he would. It was long and painful, but we made it. Became the people he aspired we'd be. Everything that's happened led up to here. Whether through resolving old grudges or finally escaping a horrible situation, things are changing. Once we leave this room, our new lives start. But for now, we can just wait in transit for just a bit. Ben's like me, in a lot of ways. I remember seeing him earlier this year, effortlessly turning social disasters in his favor. But I struggled to do anything without someone's approval or attention. Looks like he couldn't either, and Mia used that against him. Could I have ended up like that? After so long, I get a message. Still in there? Yeah. Ben notices I'm wanted. I'm not keeping you here. You can go. You gonna be alright? Well, my ride home is gone. Need to call my family. I meant with everything else. I don't know. Probably not. I'll probably finish processing all this soon enough. But, thanks. For talking with me. There's space with us. We can take you back. I stand up slowly. When Ben doesn't, I hold my hand out to him. I roll my eyes and smile. Ben, I'm offering you help. He stares at my palm as though I'd pull it away at any second. Ben's hand shakes as he holds it up towards me, but doesn't even attempt to grab my hand. So, I grab his wrist and pull. Once more, Ben is on his feet now. Thankfully, more steady than when he walked here. Alright, man. Let's get you home. He nods and follows after me. Just before I exit the room, I look back one last time to our teacher. Mr. Iyadakin, thank you for everything you've done. We exit the room and walk towards Olivia, who's waiting by the entrance of the convention center. The rest of the place is in full cleanup mode. All the lights are on and staff are looking around all the decorations to be stored away. When we reach her, I automatically take her handlebars and push her out of the building. Her head turns to Ben, as inspecting him thoroughly. How are you feeling? His mouth moves to speak, but stops. He shakes his head, but keeps following. So, what flavor? Pardon? Flavor of ice cream. I told everyone we were gonna go out for someone on the way back. I think I'll get some sea salt caramel. Olivia sticks her tongue out in disgust. Why would you ruin ice cream like that? Hey, don't knock until you try it. Fine, I'll try it and then ask again. How about you, Ben? You know sea salt caramel is great, right? We finally reach the limo, and our driver moves to open the door for us. I don't know. I've never had it. I motion for Ben to get in before us. As he does, Damien greets him with his usual enthusiastic self. Once more, I help Olivia into the limo, the driver is storing her seat in the trunk, and I finally lay myself on a luxurious seat. We can go right to your place to drop you off if you'd rather, Ben. He looks out the window back at the con center. You're totally fine to roll with us for the night, man. Alright, I appreciate it. Our limo slowly veers away from the convention center and starts heading back towards the city. Olivia's head leans on my shoulder. Her content bellowing reverberates through my chest all the way up until we're in the ice cream drive-thru. In the end, all the options were picked. Ben and Liz got some cones of frozen yogurt, while Damien chose an entire gallon of chocolate for himself and Liz. Olivia got herself a big old root beer float and sampled my cone of sea salt caramel. While she acted like the icy delight had personally insulted her, I saw my girlfriend's gaze longingly at the tub of it in the shop's standing cooler. Our night continued for a while longer. The driver was more than happy to indulge us after a generous tip at the ice cream shop. We were driven around aimlessly, enjoying our ice cream and simply talking the night away about our winter break plans. As our curfew drew near, Ben was the first to be dropped off. We said our goodbyes to him, and he smiled and waved from his porch until we could no longer see him. The walls between him and Olivia seem to finally be coming down. I'm hopeful they can come around to each other. Our next and final stop was my house. We're going to make the most of tonight after all, which meant enjoying the rest of these gallons with some good shows. Given our thanks to the driver, we entered my home and made ourselves at home. Stuffy clothes are ditched for comfortable pajamas, and we settle in my living room with the whole floor covered by air mattresses. Liz's neck takes up the entire couch just so she can lay her chin on Damien's shoulder. They'd fallen asleep like that within the first hour of our anime marathon, leaving Olivia and I in peace to snuggle up together. Her purring bellow rattled my ribs, but in a pleasant sort of way. Kind of like a massage, which I needed based on how worn out all my muscles feel. I felt like I could just melt in her embrace right now. My eyelids grew heavy as my body felt blissfully at ease. But there's one last thing I had to do before I fell asleep. Hey, Olivia? Her bellows subside briefly. Yeah? I had a lot of fun tonight. Yeah, me too. She smiles at me, so soft and inviting. I give her smile a soft kiss. And she reciprocates with a similar kiss on my own grin. So I do the same again. So does she. Back and forth we went, trying to kiss the smile off each other's lips. A war of smooches that I wanted to win, though my tiredness made it difficult. By the time my eyes refused to remain open, I admit my defeat gracefully. Love you, Olivia. The purring continues, and I really realize Olivia's fallen asleep. Love you too. We drew close to each other one last time, embracing sleep like we embrace one another. Christmas Day. A tiny, tinny holiday tune plays from a nearby radio as we work in the snow. Fresh, white, powdery rice crunches loudly underfoot, and our knitted mittens work to the pile to compact heaps of fresh white powder. Not only compacted, though, but sculpted. Vinny has a bright future ahead of him, as he works studiously on his Christmas monuments. The loud chatter of teeth drawing nearer must be Damien. He must be done collecting the sticks we need. Taking a step back, I look over the 5 different piles of snow we've gathered from the yard. Vinny, got the arms here? Sweet. I need some twigs so I can make our mouths look just right, too. The younger brother finally stands and marches through the now muddy grass of the yard. Bro, Inky, you two start on the bodies. I'll make the heads. Damien salutes his brother's orders, and we all start on finishing Vinny's project before it gets too cold. While I'm fine with my new mittens and scarf, the brothers are nearly freezing themselves for Vinny's art, which at least motivates them to complete the 5 figures in the time it'd take for me to finish a single snowman. Originally, Vinny was begging me to make a snowman in his stead, but he got ahead of himself and ended up giving himself an artistic vision of a whole family of snow people modeled after the family. And I would have had to do it all, but Randy decided he had enough of all yard-related tasks being delegated to me this season. At least we have the promise of lunch. Olivia's working hard in the kitchen. Now, I've made a few snowmen back at my day, but never snowed dinos. Tails are easy enough. What's not easy is their beaks. As powerful as Christmas magic is, it is no match for basic physics. Damien tries to make a very tall one to resemble Liz. It ends up crumpling under its own weight and falling over right in his face. After so long, I do manage to get the snoots right. It's just a matter of how you pack it together. And before long, there's a nice little group of snow dinos for each of the panes. Olivia's is special. It's sprawled out flat, like how she always lays in her bed. I can see Olivia judging from the window. It's a playful glare that knows I'm right, but demands satisfaction for the hazing. Hold on, I'm not quite finished yet. Then he quickly begins forming another frosty figure next to Snowlivia. Soon enough, it begins to take a humanoid shape, though lacking any significant details. Inky, can I borrow your shades? Oh, sure thing. Handing him my shades, the little dino presses the hinges straight into the head. There! Now it's everyone! Aww. I'll let Inksicle keep those for now. I think it's about time I head inside. I fear Damien's frills might break off if we stay out here any longer. I wave to the brothers towards the door, and they run ahead in search of warmth. For a moment, I consider adding some finer dinosaur-related details, but I don't want to keep Olivia waiting. I think he did. I make my way inside, making sure to stamp the snow off my boots beforehand. By the time I see them, Damien and Vinny have already changed into dry clothes. The jackets they had worn, designer-made and thoroughly insulated for the cold, hung heavy on the coat rack nearby. I knew they'd be good gifts, especially for Vinny. I'll remind them how to clean the jackets later. The brothers sit on the couch, wrapped in down blankets and sipping hot chocolate way too quickly. I was 30 seconds. How did you get changed that fast? We're just trying to freeze to death as little as possible. It wasn't that bad, says the Argothoid. Says the Agrithoid. That's not a slur, is it? In either case, I'd rather not get the couch all wet, so I'll just have to stand for now. At the very least, Damien's gesture to the thermos and hot chocolate and spare mug on the coffee table. After yanking off my new handmade mittens, I pour myself a cup and savor the heat as my fingers regain feeling. Soon enough, the familiar sound of rubber on hardwood signals Olivia's arrival. The first thing she notices is the two Payne brothers clumped together on the couch. You two look like you were having fun. Yeah! Did you see the snow guys we built? We made one that kind of looks like you. I saw. I'm flattered. And I just finished lunch. You hungry? I can smell it ever since I entered. The smell of well-seared meat and veggies. Ever since she came over to visit that one time, I've been dying to try her cooking again. Absolutely. I think I'll stay here for now. Damien, I'm offering you food. No, sir, not getting out this chair. Vinny takes his cue from his elder and follows his example, crossing his arms and smugly holding his chin up in defiance. You guys suck. Olivia motions me towards the kitchen, and I take one last sip of the cocoa before joining her. She ladles me a bowl, explaining all the intricacies of the special way she learned to make this soup from Sophia. Though she never would tell me what the secret pain seasoning that she used to further enhance the taste of all her cooking. I carefully set the bowls down on a large tray and hands the tray to Olivia, who carefully sets it carefully across her armrest. Our meal set, Olivia's holler for food shakes the house to its foundation. Sophia and Randy meet us as I wheel Olivia into the living room, and they're looking well rested from their afternoon nap. Oh, thank you, Olivia. It looks fantastic. Olivia smiles and sets the tray down on the coffee table so she can start passing the bowls out one by one. With a flick of his tail, Vinny turns on the television. He are already set to a sports channel and playing a hockey match. Randy takes a noisy slurp of the broth, licking his chops after. Tastes fantastic, too! So enjoy the stew so we can have the real Christmas treats. Real Christmas treats? When Olivia sees my confused look, she simply smiles and shakes her head. The rest of the Paynes look excited, though. They start voraciously slurping down their stew. I follow their example. I abandon my spoon and just take the bowl up and bring it to my lips. Just the right texture just the right mixture of salty and spicy. The veggies and the meat and creamy broth go down so smoothly. As much as I want to savor my first sip, the others have already drank out most of their meal. So I, too, greedily slurp down my meal, until I can set my empty bowl back down on the serving tray in satisfaction. Oh, man, that really hit the spot, Olivia. Looking around, Olivia isn't in the room anymore. Olivia? Give her a moment, Inko. She's just fetching some things. I can only guess the treats based on how Vinny is vibrating the entire couch with his excitement. Alright, wouldn't be Christmas without these. These looking to be a tray filled with some kind of oddly shaped chocolates. Olivia wheels herself right next to me so I can take the tray from her armrest. She smiles and gracefully tosses herself beside me on the couch. Looking down at the tray again, the treats look like bundles of sticks held together by their sugary coating. They're called haystacks, Inko. Try one. You'll love it. I pop one of the smaller bundles into my mouth, chewing on the sweet and salty homemade candy. Marshmallow, butterscotch, and chow mein noodles? I hold up one of the uncovered sticks to inspect it. It's an older tradition, so I'm not surprised you don't know it, Inko. I take a couple more and pass the tray to Damien. They are quite delicious. Olivia plucks one of the pieces from my hand and pops it into her mouth, crunching the candy to oblivion. Just like the stew, the tray of haystacks is devoured rapidly, too. Randy sinks further into his recliner, drawing his wife onto his lap with a surprised yelp from her. She shakes her head and settles beside him, looking over everyone else with a content smile. This is what the holidays are all about. Candy? Family, son. About being with the ones we love the most, Vincent. The young boy considers her words and comes to his own conclusion. Well, I love candy, so we should have more. He looks to Olivia, who snorts at his logic. I'll make more later, okay? Sweet. Knowing now that there will be more Christmas candy, the young dino's eyes focus on the hockey game playing. On screen, the hockey puck is finally hit into the net. The shot is replayed a couple of times from different angles, all while the professional commentators talk about the college teams. While they mainly focus on the players' game efforts, the commentators also highlight the players' plans and degrees. Which reminds me of what's to come soon. He's an adorable kid. He's great. Going back to school next week. Don't remind me. But it's the last semester before graduation. Then we're free to do whatever. College, jobs. Vinny will finally have a room to himself. Oh, that's true. Once you guys go, it'll just be Vinny here to keep us company. All my kids are growing up. And don't worry, Ma. Way ahead of you. I'll fail all my classes just for you. Not if you know what's good for you. Be strange seeing this place quiet for once. Been pretty lively this year. I'll have to enjoy it while it lasts. It's a whole 6 months before we even graduate, guys. Plus, I still don't have any real plans yet. School's probably going to be bothering us for a whole lot about applying to colleges for starting now. Wait, you have no plans at all? Yeah, it was. Olivia shrugs. I know what I want to do, obviously, but compared to Liz, she has the next decade of her life planned out, maybe more. Liz just goes above and beyond. As for me, I don't really know either. Maybe college, but I'm open to other options. Guess it's a good thing we still got half a year. Yeah. Damien stands up with a slight grin, marching back to the tiny Christmas tree in the corner. All the gifts had been unwrapped, but some of the presents were still beneath it, awaiting the pains to make room in their house for them. He scoops up something and comes back to the couch. Ah, I see it's that new retro console. Still can't wrap my head around the concept. Why would you want a console from the latest generation? Wouldn't you want a console from the latest generation? Yo, leave the future to the future. We still gotta try all the presents. First game dams! I can't stop my smile spreading, even though I know Damien's only trying to change the subject. Something nips at my shoulder. Hey, what's up? You forgetting someone? I want to give Guts his Christmas breakfast. Olivia pushes herself to the edge of the couch seat, but before she can set her knees down on the floor, she pauses and turns her eyes my way. Inka, could you help me? Yeah, do you want your chair? She shakes her head no and then holds her arms out. I can feel my face heat up as I comprehend what she really wants. Don't you normally walk on your knees around the house? Just do it. The rest of her family looks amused as I slide one arm beneath her legs and the other around her back. Olivia further secures herself by wrapping her arm over my shoulder, lifting her up and slowly becoming muscle memory. Though my gait to her room still feels awkward and wobbly. Olivia doesn't mind it, though, as she smiles contentedly the entire time, and even after I nearly drop her onto the bed. She made a heart with her tail. Once her tiny minion is properly fed his righteous Christmas feast, Olivia and I sit on her bed and just hold each other. The hollering from the rest of the family is thankfully muted by her walls, and we finally have the quiet time I know she was looking for. My hands caress her back, drawing out her sweet bellowing purrs, and she leans more and more against me. With my face in her hair, I recall I still have something in my pocket for her. She pouts and nips my arm as I draw away from her. Let go of me, I got something for you. She grunts and releases her hostage. I pull the small box from my pocket, still neatly wrapped in shiny violet paper and topped with an emerald bow. She sits up and accepts the present, tilting an eyebrow. By the way, you could have given this to me when we were opening all the presents. This one's special. Go on, open it. Olivia carefully tears the wrapping off the box and lifts the cover. Inside is a neatly folded sheet of cloth. When Olivia pinches it to bring it out, it unfolds into its true shape. It's a stylized tail brace, meant for support and warmth. It only required commissioning Liz for the pattern, and Sophia just needed the material to put it together. I motioned for her tail, which she delicately sets into my hands. I noticed after our dance, it took a real toll on you. For a few days, your tail was scratched up and sore, and you didn't want to use it for anything at all. Even now, I can feel the muscles beneath her scales are still hot and tender. With all the care necessary, I slide the fashionable accessory over her tail. The elastic bands within are already working, distributing a comfort pressure across her entire tail, causing Olivia to coo happily as she relaxes further on her bed. So, it won't be so rough on you next time. It takes a moment for Olivia to process my words. Her expression of contentment slowly changes to one of surprise, and then a gentle smile. Next time? That'd be nice. The twitch of her cheek doesn't escape my sight. Olivia, you okay? Yeah, just... She chews her lip for a moment to think. Is something bad? No, it's silly. I guess I felt, I don't know, guilty for a second? Her fingers wring her blanket. Guilty? What for? It's... At some point while I was making the fountain painting, I was resting when I remembered something. When I was a lot younger, I would occasionally go to these physical therapy appointments. There were some other kids like me, actually, maybe 3 or 4 years old. One of them was able to waddle a bit with his tail. Almost everyone was excited that he could manage that. But the other kid's tail was too short. He was stuck on all fours still. So it's a miracle I even could do what I did. But, it made me think, and I eventually found videos of someone like that dancing with their tail. Someone like me, Unlucky enough to have this issue, lucky enough so I can still move around a bit on my own. But what about those others, like that boy? What would they think after seeing us dance? It's been on my mind ever since I started practicing. Olivia clears her throat and looks at me with a sadness permeating her moonshade eyes. That's what gave me the idea, but should I have? I feel like somehow I shouldn't have, but I did it because I love you. It confuses me. What do those kids think? Did you ever see them again? She shakes her head. What about anyone else like you? What do they think? I don't know. Wouldn't any of them be happy to have what you have? So many of them can't even do something like that. I guess, but still. This'll sound dumb, but it still feels like I'm somehow betraying something. Or maybe insulting? I could only dance because I was able to use an appendage just long and strong enough to allow it. I guess I feel like I'm mocking them. I'm the luckiest unlucky person. I get the occasional glimpse of normalcy. I may as well not be called disabled. I'm such an outlier. I thought you didn't ever want to be. I know. Her face falls. Her entire maw trembles. I don't have any answers for her. How would I? She's not some strange exception. She's not some strange exception case because of a bunch of crazy variables. That's not why I love her. She's Olivia. And I love her because she's Olivia. My hand set her tail down on her lap so that she can cup one of her cheeks, so that they can cup one of her cheeks and tilt her head upwards. Looking at those beautiful silver irises, my whispered words carry my honest feelings for her to clearly hear. Hey, I got you this because I love you. No other reason. If you don't want to use it in any particular way, nobody's making you, alright? The concern in her eyes still exists, but as her lips rise and her eyelids soften, I can see that sorrow subsumed by comforting love. Okay. She leans into my palm and sighs softly. That's a good enough reason, for now. Olivia starts running her hand across her tail's garment. It's pretty. Thanks. It's tailor-made just for you. I like it a lot. Thanks. For the gift, and for caring, and for being there for me, and... Olivia's comments devolve into mumbling affectionate words about me as she pushes herself onto my chest, wrapping her arms tightly around my body and her tail around my leg. I love you, Inko. I love you too, Olivia. I draw her ever closer with my own arms, burying my face into her hair as I cradle the girl against me. Eventually, we'll show off Olivia's newest gift. But for now, she just wants to be held. And I want to hold her. Come January, the new semester starts. The final semester and the break and the new year provided a nice start to the end. Even Ben seemed to be bouncing back. Contrary to his fears, it was business as usual once the break ended. Sure, there was the occasional rumor or whisper, they were vastly overshadowed. Classes pass, and the weather finally starts to get warmer again. It really felt like a victory lap compared to how turbulent the first half of the year. Olivia, in particular, decided she lived here for too long without exploring so much, so she got a new fire in her to see the city inside and out. We got to see it all. Art galleries, grand, luxurious malls, underground tunnel systems, the local skate parks. Just seeing everything the city has to offer. We even went back to visit the arcade a few times. And that brings us here. From a public school standpoint, I consider it our final destination. Not the last class or graduation itself, or even the after party Olivia and I skipped to cuddle together at my place. I had something better in mind. Something I'd always wanted to do since my folks moved here. And finally, I was able to make a plan and put it into action. Liz's hatchback barrels down the freeway. The trunk is completely packed for the week-long trip ahead of us. Not driving, though. The location is shockingly close. Olivia holds my arm close, jittering a bit in anticipation. I always heard of this place, but I've never actually been. I have once. It was in elementary school, but it was a blast. Did you get to go surfing? No, and I don't plan to. What about you, Inko? You up for hanging 10? Maybe, although I'd rather avoid a burial at sea. That does actually scare me a bit. Wuss. I mentioned we got to explore everything the city had to offer. That wasn't exactly true. There was one place I've been avoiding having to mention, just for the occasion. Something we'd all talk about together and decided to save for the very last. And we're getting ever closer, as Liv drives onto a humongous concrete bridge jutting out across the shore. Our fifth passenger speaks up. I'd actually briefly considered setting up a senior trip down here. I'm glad you didn't. I would have resigned from treasurer on the spot. It never would have flied, yeah, especially with the audit. Everyone shut up, I see it! All of us lean forward, trying to get a glimpse of our destination. Just off the coast of the city, there's an island. You know how the city is called Volcadera Bluffs? Well, I'd seen the bluffs. I just haven't seen the Cadera or the Vol. The island hosts both. Manuahi, it's called. And Kawela o Kekai I Kalani being the three volcanoes making up the archipelago. With its lush natural forestry, the island was labeled as a national park. Every last plant here grew of its own accord, creating a wild jungle that beautifully engulfs every section of life here. All the way towards the mountain's peak, where numerous hiking trails lead to a scenic view of the dormant volcano, as well as a panoramic of the island itself. Then there's the small yet bustling town that sits just above the golden sand beaches, where the aquatic Dido inhabitants make their real living. So many unique boutiques, full to bursting with handmade trinkets that perfectly capture the island's community. And then there were a few resorts, such as the one we're staying at, nestled on the foothills to give tourists the best view possible. Our connected suites face towards the towering mountain, with our shared balcony providing us a view directly of the largest dormant volcano. It was the perfect setup there, not only with the well-padded lawn chairs, but even a built-in grill for Olivia and Damien to fight over. I step out of the shower and start drying off with a towel. All day today, we got to see as many sights of the island has to offer as we could. True to his word, Damien's top priority was surfing lessons. He'll be down at the shore every day this week for a few hours. Olivia tells me dinos can't get sunburned, but I swear he seemed a little redder this afternoon. Speaking of, Olivia offered to handle my sunscreen treatment. I don't know which of us was more eager, me for avoiding the harsh rays of the sun, or Olivia, who looked elated at the idea of being handsy with me. While she did a good job, I felt the need for a sun-based guts tattoo was too much. At first, we all hung out together, checking out the shops and restaurants we wanted to visit. But after Damien ran off on his own, we started to disperse and go on our own adventures. Liz found a place that would give her a full neck massage. Ben became engrossed in the cultural side of the island, taking a foot tour through the history of Manuahi. And Olivia and I had decided to hang out at a luau, sampling the bonfire-cooked meats while watching a lively fire dance show. There's just one last thing tonight. If you ask me, it's the most important part. I exit the bathroom in a fresh set of clothes. Outside, the sky is beginning to darken. The sun is riding along the edge of the monolithic husk of the volcano. That's why I picked the resort. There's no better view of it in the state. Olivia lazes on one of the large beds. She sips an exotic juice cocktail and flips through a travel magazine. Took you long enough, sampling every darn soap they got in there? I'm just thorough. If I had known you'd take a half hour, I would have gone first. It's about time to meet up. Taking the spot beside her, I see Olivia's phone resting on her stomach. How'd the call with your dad go? The older baryonyx had called just as we got back to our room, which is why I got first dibs on the shower. We would have talked for longer if I had known you wanted to drain all the hotel's water. He's good, though. Said he'd try to come home by summer's end. That'd be awesome. We could have another pool party at Damien's. Anyway, how long till everyone's back? Soon, so I'm gonna go clean up now. Relax, I can wait. Olivia sets herself on the well-cleaned carpet and starts marching towards the bathroom. Nah, you go ahead. You go ahead and set up. Hold on. She picks out a soda from the mini-fridge and flicks the door shut with her hip. The can's drained and crumpled in seconds, and she gives me the piece of litter. Wow, treasure. Yep, I'll come find you guys when I'm done, alright? Sure. The door clicks behind her, and I start making preparations. I pick up Arun's phone and dial the number for room service. A brief phone call later, and the order is placed for some pizzas. 3 pepperoni, 1 with anchovies. It's set to deliver to my next destination. I find the mini cooler I bought and fill it up with ice and more sodas from the fridge. And lastly is my camera bag and tripod, which I sling over my shoulder. Carrying everything, I step out of the bungalow into the fresh, humid air. There's a huge shared balcony nearby, intended for parties and equipped for buffets. Well, Inko's family is wealthy, so he can get away with it. To my luck, the whole place is vacant. I make the claim to the tables closest to the edge. From here, the whole town below sits in view of us. I notice it's layered, from top of tropical jungle to civilization to beachfront. Across the water, the city is still visible. Near enough to remind us we're close to home, but far enough to feel like we're in another world. It's a lot to take in. I let my breath out and inhale deeply. Let's make the most of this while this lasts. Setting the mini cooler down on the floor near the wall, I spend the next few minutes gazing out over the view of the island. It's hard to look away, and I'm already getting ideas for where we could go next. But I have a task to perform, and I set my camera and tripod in the ideal location, retrieving my new remote. Hey, there you are! Turning around, I spot Damien approaching me at a quickened pace. I almost flinch as he walks right past me, stopping next to the mini cooler and patting the top of it as he fetches a can of soda. Don't run away now, you hear? Don't think it'll have much to say back, Damien. Everything on its way. I just ordered pizza. Should be here soon. Cool. Liz and Four Eyes number 2 will be out in a sec. Damien drops down on a seat, gnawing the top of the soda can off and drinking its contents. Dang, this place is something else, though, isn't it? Thanks, Inko. No problem. I'm glad we could do something like this. True to Damien's word, Liz strolls out of her bungalow she's sharing with Damien, yawning into her hand. Her head seems to be swinging more than usual. Oh, I feel amazing. I can't believe I never tried acupuncture. Everything's just felt effortless. It's crazy. She joins us by the table, continuing to rave about her spa treatment. They were just so coordinated, like a pit stop crew in a race. They called it... oh boy. Aikumu La'au treatment. I think that's my species in their native tongue. Neat. Actually, I took Olivia down to little Trudoon a while back. He told us the Japanese word for gator is wani. I think I've heard that before. But she's a baryonyx, isn't she? Ben is the latest to join. I check back at the window to my bungalow and see Olivia get out of the shower getting ready. That's what she said, but the resemblance is undeniable. Oh, absolutely. In elementary school, whenever a teacher did "see you later, alligator" thing, everyone would point to her. She hated it. Oi, I know you're not telling everybody about the dark trauma of my past. Olivia approaches, freshly washed off and carrying quite the payload with her. Jeez, is that all your art stuff? You know vacations are to get away from work, right? Can it, unless you want to wake up tomorrow with a mustache. She moves from the chair to the table and faces the balcony and unfolds a travel easel. Atop it, a plain sketchbook is placed, and Olivia procures a small paint palette instead of any pencil. Right away, she gets to work, starting a brilliant red near the top of the page. Don't stare, keep talking. Just going on about our days. I checked out a few of the trails just before I got back. Some beautiful stuff around here. You guys should check it out. Oh, hold that thought? Heck yeah! He points at an approaching pair of dino ladies carrying large trays. They set them down on the tables. 4 fresh steaming pizzas. Liz has to hold Damien back from drooling a hole in the table. Olivia, however, has her attention split between her canvas and the fresh food. But she shakes her head and goes back to it. You don't even want one? Here. I pick up a slice, careful not to drop it, and bring it over to Olivia's mouth. Once she notices, she opens wide and chomps half of it in one mouthful. Alright, now it's a party! Well, Damien brings some pizza for himself. And once we settle in, he gets Liz's attention. Hey Liz, last year go as expected? I remember you going on about just before senior year started. Oh, no, not at all. My predictions were way off course. Never would have expected things to turn out like this. But I'm glad it did. It's been nuts for everyone. I don't think anyone here is the same person they were before. What about you, Inko? What were you expecting as the new guy? That's a good question. I remember when I first stepped off the metro on the first day of school. I wanted to have lots of friends most of all. I actually never made friends before, not like you guys. Just people I'd know as long as I was around before I had to move again. So it was my goal to get as many as I could. Yeah? How'd that go? I didn't know friendship could be so exhausting. But so rewarding, too. All the trials and tribulations and everything, I think they were all worth it. Because I made friends with you all. I look to a certain girl who remains silent, but not inattentive as I catch her eyes straying my way. And more... So, I guess to sum it up, it's been an experience I'd never want to give up, Damien. Despite the ups and downs and twists and turns, I certainly never would have guessed the new student would have been such a wrench in the works. Getting so tangled up in Olivia, Mia, everyone else. Me. I was in a bad situation. I'm not anymore. Thinking on it, things were set in motion from day one, huh? Hey, I'm grateful. Thanks. Yo, Olivia. I'm going around the table and asking for your input one last time. What do you think? She stops brushing and looks me in the eye before turning all the way with a smile. About the new human student waltzing in and wrecking our way of life? I'm currently relaxing at a fancy-as-hell beach resort with some of my favorite people. One of which I never thought I'd be friends with again. All thanks to my boyfriend. She looks back to me. Yeah, you did good, soldier. Damien? I really appreciate you for always trying to include me. Damien brushes the back of his head. He's got nothing to say for once. From there, conversation drifts from topic to topic. Liz, in particular, goes into a bragging competition with Ben when she talked about colleges she was applying to, and he rebutted with his own lofty goals. Damien pretended to moderate the whole debate while declaring both of them were eggheads. Olivia joins in sometimes, but for the most part, focuses on her little project. Ben busts out a poker set he brought with him, complete with chips. As the sun gets closer and closer to setting, we all enjoy the evening. The sun's nearly set. The rest of the pizza's nearly out, and Ben's run to get more sodas and chips. I look out over the balcony to the city below, forming different plans for what we could do tomorrow. Possibilities are endless, aren't they? Behind me, I hear Liz chuckling to herself as she clacks the poker chips she drained from us into neat stacks. As it would turn out, she has an unbeatable poker face. Match after match, she'd shark the whole table. Wait, what if when she was stretching her neck, she was... Some tugs at my sleeve. Hey. Yo. Come here. I'm led by the sleeve to another one of the lawn chairs, where Olivia sits me down. She then takes a moment to look at me, even goes as far as to adjust my legs for some reason. When she's satisfied with my position, Olivia lifts herself right onto my lap, with the use of her arms and tail, wiggling herself around until her back is pressed firmly against my chest. Whoa, what's this all about? Her tail wraps around my waist, securing herself to me. Finishing touches. Look. She points to the propped-up easel. Finally, I can see what she was working on. It's impressive how she managed to draw our villa. She's been working on this for some time, and the piece looks complete already. I start to ask what she means by finishing touches when she places the brush in my hand. Inko, help me finish it. Her voice is soft and inviting, and her hand covers mine gently. How could I ever consider resisting? Ah, magnifique. What? No, keep going. Alright. While she said keep going, I started to feel her hand guiding my gentle strokes. Slowly, the beautiful painting reaches completion. And while Olivia and I bask in each other's hold, my chin rests atop her hair as she tries to concentrate. And her tail slithers and coils around my waist, keeping me as close to her as possible. Sadly, we're losing sunlight, and the painting won't be able to dry overnight with how humid it is. It looks fantastic, Olivia. I know. Just want to keep going, though. In the morning, then, okay? She grumbles to herself, but I feel her head nod. I try to move my leg, only for her tail to constrict and just a bit too tight for comfort. Stay. What about? Stay. She's already placed her palette and brush aside, leaning back heavily against me. I'll stay, but the painting should be put up. The gator says later. Right now we cuddle. Is there any pizza left? Yeah, we saved some since we didn't want to interrupt your moment. Shut up, I'm allowed to have this. Liz giggles into her hand and nods. A pizza pan is brought over and a circle is formed around it. Olivia basks in the delicious taste, chomping down on the last slices with a wide smile. Really bumps something off the table. It's Olivia's sketchbook. Hey, Olivia? You remember back on the second day of school, when we played that drawing game in Miss Brocklig's class? Yeah? I think that was the first big thing to draw us together. I think you're right. What was? There's this game other students would play, passing around a note and doodling on it to get. And doodling on it inside. Oh, that! I never got to participate. I just kept passing it along. I always drew dick. I kind of want to do it again. We'll send off to our year at St. Hammond. You're corny. Nevertheless, she picks up a sketchbook and passes it to me. Yeah, I want to draw what I'll remember from the year the most by. Jeez, there's too much to pick from. Let me start then. Hand it over this way. Sure. Ben gets the pad and starts carefully scribbling something down. In the meantime, Liz pipes up. So, any plans yet? She looks towards Olivia as she finishes the final slice. Well... Ben here insists I should at least try get some fancy diploma or other just for the sake of it. So, probably one of those nearby schools here, just for a bit. I meant for tomorrow. Though I can help you find one if you want. I already got a couple acceptance letters. Actually, I've gotten one too. Wasn't really anything amazing, truthfully. At least I won't have to worry about student debt thanks to my parents offering to foot the bill. Ben passes the sketchbook to Damien. No dicks. I know, jeez. What about you, Ben? Went straight to school after the summer? Well, he hums to himself as he stares off into the distance. I was thinking of taking a few months off. A close friend had a vacancy in their backpacking trip starting next month. And she said it'd be good for me. I figured I'd consider my future after I've seen more of the world. Sounds romantic, dude. Should tell Lunara how you feel about it. How you feel during it, man. Damien! He grins and points his finger guns at Ben. Oh, man. All of you going right back to school? I was just gonna find a job or something. Oh, no. Not without some help, Damien. Knowing you, you'd end up working as some sign spinner or something. Hey, sign spinning looks fun. Liz gives Olivia the sketchbook. From my angle here, I see it's really filling up. No peeking. Blech. She makes quick work of her sketch, and then finally the circle is complete when I get the sketchbook back. Pick something good to finish it off, alright? The page is like a little scrapbook of our time at St. Hammond. Ben had drawn our brief gig as Iadakkin's apprentices for the wedding. Damien tried his best to depict the arcade trip. Liz chose to depict her dance with Damien. Knew it was going to come up. Olivia in turn drew our dance together. Boy, do I have some competition here. Alright. One last drawing. Let's see. I actually have to draw it. Right? Mind you, I'm doing this with a mouse, so I'm trying to do the best I can. I'm also not an artist, so. No. Damn it. No. I think I know what I should draw. Trying to recreate the first time Enko saw Olivia. damn it. I did not mean to accidentally stop there, damn it. Cute. I think you've gotten a little better. I want to keep this one. It's all yours. Keep talking about our senior year and what comes next for some time. Finally, the sun has set and the moon has risen, framing the balcony perfectly for what I was waiting for. Motioned to Olivia, so she'd finally let me stand, which she reluctantly does. Standing and stretching, I feel the pins and needles in my legs slowly fade as I walk to the corner of the balcony. Old Reliable must have taken hundreds of pictures with this bad boy. None of them seem to have noticed it here, thankfully, as I looked again at the chattering group on the balcony. My friends. Somehow, I think this picture will mark the precise end of one point in our lives and the start of another. Maybe that's what all pictures do. Make quick work setting everything up just right. The angle, the settings, everything. Yep, it's time. Hey everyone! Heads turn. Olivia rolls her eyes but smiles, seeing I'm up to my old tricks. I see where this is going. Alright, just one. Thanks. I got a feeling this is going to be a keeper. Damien adjusts his seating to bring Liz closer to him. The focus, f-stop, and ISO are all ideal. No worries for motion blur or anything. I quickly go to sit right by Olivia, embracing her in a similar way. How do we know when it's done? It's not on a timer. I got a switch right here. Oh, on cheese? Sure. Actually, better yet, I just thought of something. Just for Olivia. We were talking about this earlier. I tell them what I'd thought of. Olivia furrows her brow defiantly. That's lame. Please don't. My camera. Just this one time, alright? You got it. Everyone ready? Once more, I'm enveloped in Olivia's arms and tail, and I can feel her joy and annoyance radiate from her more brilliantly than the last rays of sunlight. All eyes look to my DSLR in the corner, smiles adorning faces from prospect of this moment being immortalized forever. Here's to the future, yeah? And to good fortunes to come. And good friends we've all made. It's just a picture, don't make it weird. I think it's a bit more than that. 3, 2, 1. I wanna hug that gator! Worth it. It was so worth it. Inko and Olivia? I haven't seen them in a while. Barely even have time for myself, been studying and whatnot. Although, maybe I should take a break. It'd be nice to take my whatnot on a double date. I'll be down in the city again soon. I'll call them now to arrange something. Those two? They're doing great, thanks for asking. How am I doing? I'm glad you asked. Finally found a career path that speaks to me. Starting next week, I'm not going to be Damien any longer. My new name will be Roaring the Reading Raptor. He's reading to kids, that's sweet. Hello. Oh, it's you. Inko and Olivia? They moved. They're still a short drive away, just the town over while Olivia's in college. I think Inko said he found an internship? Yeah, it's a little annoying that having to drive the extra distance. but her stuff is really flying off the shelves these days at my store. Damien loves to come along to catch up. Hey girl, haven't seen you in forever. Like, when was the last time? It's just before the school dance thing. Oh, why didn't we even hang around that bitch? I always hated her. She was just a different person, too. So, do you got the designs I asked for? You know it. I'll make tribal garbs, but be the next huge thing take off. Trust me. Excellent. We're actually getting a where are they now, huh? Nito and Halford? Those names will stick with me for better or worse. Mostly for the stress they caused me. It's like they were magnets for trouble, always right in front of the auditor. But I am keeping an eye on their careers. They may be visiting again sooner than I expect. Enko and Olivia? I don't watch cooking shows. They were students here, Sully. Oh, the monkey boy! I'm proud of him. He's a good soldier. And I wish him luck in his cooking thing. Little Inko. I feel in a world where everyone was constantly giving him advice, I was the only one listening to his at times. I'm grateful for him, truly. I never felt closer to the youth of today. Although after that head slide I pulled, my back it was killing me for ages. But it was nice to feel young again. I just hope the young love those two share blossoms into something beautiful. Oh, those two? They just came to visit us last week. Guess they missed my cooking too much. It was so nice to see them again, especially since we've only have Vinny with us right in the house right now. I do miss those times when the house was more hectic. As surprising as that sounds. They're their own people now. It's our little nest, but our little nest is always open for them. Inky and Livy? Yeah, they came by not too long ago. We spent the whole morning just playing video games. After that, Inky tried to play street hockey with me. It was so much fun, and he looked really happy even after I accidentally hit him with a slap shot. Even Olivia agreed that he had fun, but he was too tired and needed to take a nap because he was getting old. So, you and that psycho Ben guy. Never took you for that type. Don't call him that, you skank. You know I love you, girl. I don't mean anything by it. You found someone too, I see. Yeah, and he's just my type. He plays video games, doesn't shower, and he moderates online forums. Oh my god. Oh my god, she likes him ugly and fat. Ah, the married couple. Inko. Oh, he was one of Trent's assistants at my wedding. It hasn't been that long, honestly. We wished we could have seen him at Trent's services, lend an ear to him and all. Send our regards his way. I may have a request for him soon. We just found out that we're gonna have a kid. We definitely need some high quality photos of that day. Olivia, yes, I know her well. Showed up one day with a whole stack of paintings demanding I put them up right away. She and her boyfriend had bought a few particular paintings on the spot as well, in cash. Turns out they were just going to donate them back permanently. So I gave them a discount. But what a strange couple. Hey, Ranger Ted. A human and a baryonyx. That doesn't ring a bell, yes. They visited the park more than once. A nice couple. Helped clean up the litter around a few with picnic sites. Gives me hope that there's still people like that. I hope they're doing fine. My grandfather is well. While he says he's retired, he still goes out of his way to teach the children our family traditions. That old man, I swear, he should be enjoying his retirement and step away from the fires. I couldn't imagine a show without him trying to hide in the audience, as if we wouldn't notice him. I just hope he is well enough to... Once we take our show on the road, the Ash Tales next stage is somewhere just beyond the horizon after all. Welcome, my friend. Are you here for the usual? Well, I have been practicing on a new technique. After all, as an artist, I must always challenge their skill. So must a chef and showman all work to expand their repertoire. Do be mindful, though, that you should lean back. My last friend is still missing his eyebrows. Is he in the right aisle? Never heard of him. You got the wrong person. Now scram. I'm busy trying to get certified as a real mechanic. And I've got time to reminisce about randos and if I know them or not. Maybe I did. A long time ago, but not anymore. Not anymore. Even Mia gets one. Oh, come on. Don't. What a fucking thing. Come on. Ending 4 of 4. July 6th, 2:01 AM, 2027 BC. As we step out of the theater hall together, the harsh glare of the afternoon sun is only stymied by my prescription sunglasses. The rest of the group aren't so lucky, as I have to listen to their hisses of pain. We stopped just before the box office poster of the latest work from the production company Olivia and I got work for. What'd you two think? Olivia and I turned to look at our guests, excited to hear their thoughts. This was the glowing start of our careers, after all. And while we're only interns now, the studio had promised us at least part-time positions for the quality of our work. My girlfriend's hand-painted poster was definitely drawing eyes. As for me, I was in charge of finding locales for various scenes. This meant that I was out in the field taking scenic photos to show directors exactly how shots should be framed. That, and I had just started training for actual camera work too. Well, I thought it was good. Man, that script kinda sucked, huh? Didn't you just ask them for their opinions? And the score. And the acting. Basically everything that wasn't advertising and cinematography. Aren't you humble? The movie was fine. Get better standards. I don't want to work on bad movies. I want to work at good ones. That's not true. Nobody ever got anywhere by underselling themselves. Should you really be that critical, Liz? You're still selling Olivia's prints, after all. Well, you also do have to start somewhere. Everyone was an amateur once, even you guys. With a loud harumph, Olivia crosses her arms. We'll see if I invite you next time, then. I didn't mean it like that, Olivia. You and Inko did great. The sets look fantastic and the location were really nice, too. Inko, tell her I didn't mean it. Olivia already knows. Even with her head turned away, I can see her tail flicking side to side. Well, only one thing left to do. Our Di Spilo friend motions towards the long, dirty red carpet still sitting in the foyer of the theater. Taking a signal, I slowly push Olivia over it, my partner pretending to wave at an imaginary crowd for the premiere of the film. Finally, we exit the building. Liz is right behind us, holding the door open for Damien as he finishes rolling up the runner he brought from home just for the occasion. You guys have any other plans for today? Yeah, sorry, but my boss needs me at the studio soon. They want to make sure I remember the script for tomorrow's morning show. I thought you said you ad-libbed everything. Yeah, why do you think they're calling me in again? I can't hide my wince. It's all good. The writers are just butthurt that I come up with better lines at all the time. Liz sighs. Also, I've got business to attend to. There's a full crate waiting in my office that I need to process, and Lunara asked me to set aside some. And then there's the Historical Foundation, whose orders is missing, and... Read, Sunflower. Damien's hand rubs her back smoothly, making her head droop slightly. Right, sorry. That's fine. You had to receive my newest set, though, right? Yeah, and there's already a queue for buyers. You're really starting to take off. Because you're a good saleswoman. They smile at one another. You two need a ride? You two need a ride? Olivia shakes her head in the negative. We'll be good, Liz. In that case, we'll see you two later. Bye, Olivia. Bye, Inko. Swing by my office sometime. We'll do brunch. Sounds like a plan. Oh, and Inko? I receive his silent message with a nod. My fingers brush over my pocket and Davian nods. He smiles in recognition, both of us grinning as our girlfriends look confused. With waves of goodbye, we go our separate ways, our oldest friends heading towards the parking lot, while we veer down the sidewalk. Traveling down the worn pavement of Volcadero Bluffs, Olivia and I reminisce. Pointed at how much or how little the city has changed around us as we wander aimlessly down memory lane. Although, as we wander, I know there's a destination I'm particularly heading for. Carefully, I weave our path to my end goal, hearing the tiniest of gasps from my girlfriend when she sees the familiar water feature. Entering the park from so long ago, Olivia can only smile and take in how it all still looks the same. Even the stairs upward, only this time I'm more capable of carrying her up. I've recently gotten into a bit of farming as well. Got a little garden going. It's tough work, but the fresh food is well worth it. I've been considering documenting my progress and posting it online. Maybe some of my other findings. Turns out self-sustainability makes you a lot more in tune with the world you live in. I ease her down gently on the ledge of the fountain, her tail tip tracing over the water's surface slowly. Wow, I can't believe it's still here. Yeah, brings back a lot of memories. For just a moment, the park is all white, The air is cold, and a younger Olivia is sitting beside me. And with a blink, I'm back to the present. Though Olivia seems to still be in that moment as she stares wistfully at the water pouring down the fountainhead. Time passes, and I simply stand beside her, listening to the trickle of water splash down. Finally, I feel her clawed fingers take hold of my hand, the scales of her palm meeting the skin with mine. She's finally come back. A heavy, shuddering breath passes through her lips. Welcome back. She rolls her eyes and snorts derisively, but her fingers tighten around my hand. It feels like a lifetime ago now, doesn't it? Yeah. But I still remember it perfectly. Right down to our lousy wishes. She turns herself fully to me. I think they were good wishes. They came true, after all. She looks back to the fountain. Yeah, they did. It was a pretty wild day, huh? Real bittersweet. Yeah. We were pretty dumb back then. At least I was, trying to jump up here. And then I helped you the rest of the way, yeah. It's a good kind of stupid. Miss Scaler got a hold of me the other day. She wants me to be an alumni speaker. Back in the same classroom, even. I'll stand where he stood. You gonna do it? I think I will. I want to pass on to others what he passed on to me. In a way, it all started here. It was. Those were some pretty lucky wishes. I want to test it. Like work an eyebrow at her. I'm saying we should do it again. Alright then. With my free hand, I reach into my pocket. Oops, wrong one. The only thing in that pocket, there's only one thing in that pocket, and it isn't a coin. I have to draw away my other hand so I can check my last pocket. And come up with a single silver quarter. Well, do you want to have the wish? She chews her lip in thought. What if we both flip it and wish? Like sharing? Yeah, like sharing. Together then. Olivia nods, once more taking my hand. The coin's balanced on my finger. Her thumb is primed to flick it. On 3, 2, 1. Despite the awkwardness, Olivia manages to flip the coin perfectly into the well. I make my wish, curling my hand around hers. Although it sort of forms into a prayer by the end, it's an important one. Well? What'd you wish for, looking all intense like that? You go first. Olivia's hand leaves mine once, and she clenches her fingers together on her lap. To be as good a teacher as he was. And to be able to bring out the most in those around me. You've already done so with me. You're making me blush. Cut it out. Okay, what was yours? My wish is that you'll marry me. Christmas Day. Okay, there's definitely a couple bugs. But we did it. Endings 1, 2, 3, 4. Didn't get that one, but I have to do something about that. thanks for being with me for this, guys. It means the world. I'm glad I played this. I'm glad I saw it to the end. Stream ran a lot longer than it normally does. It's damn near 3 or 4 streams tucked into one. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm not sure what I'll be playing tomorrow, since we finished Wani, but it was worth the ride. But I'll see you all tomorrow. Stay awesome, stay safe, have a great night, and I hope that one day you guys, everyone here, can find their own Olivia.